Welcome to TopstepTV. Up next is that Hogue guy and that other guy. Oh yeah, Horn. Hogue and Horn.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hello, traders, friends, family, and of course, everyone else. Marvel fans, DC fans, whoever you are, the door is open. Well, you're at the right place at the right time, and yes, we've saved you a front row seat, as always. Welcome to Topstep TV, the biggest and best names in the trading world right here on this show. This is opening call. He's bacon, and I'm eggs, and make those eggs over easy, please, with some toast on the side. We got informative and educational programming for you today and every day. We're going to be your fellow trader, your newscaster, your trading buddy, good friend. We're also going to be your neighbor, biggest fan, and that voice in your head that reminds you hard work spotlights character of people. Some people turn up their sleeves, some people turn up their noses, and some people don't turn up at all. So don't be that person that doesn't turn up at all. And let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. The gentleman next to me, yes, bacon, the nice thick slab of maple smoked bacon. John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Hello, Johnny.
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday, August the 3rd. As always, we're going to be focusing on context, good risk management, and patience as in every day. Good morning to my friends in the chat. I got Short Life Hack, John Jones, King Chops, Yabbersmack, Lenny, John Jones, Toby, Theo, and Frizzoo, all of you here this morning. And of course, that's just the top of the chat. And good morning to everybody. We are so happy that you're here. And we're going to see what we can figure out early in this session here, what these markets are looking like, and what might be some of the opportunities we're looking at. So great to see everybody here.
Cool. All right, Johnny. We're going to get to the news here. Lots of cool stuff. All-star cast here today. We got some surprises for you. But let's get to the news here. Futures rebounding. What from where? Stock futures did rise a little bit today here. We did see them tailing off, rebounding after the previous session. Sharp losses. We did see that. Oh, my goodness, yesterday. Dow was about 0.37% higher. We did see the S&Ps. I'm sorry, they're down? No, they're up. Yes, they are up. We did see the S&P 500 up 0.39 and the NASDAQ up 0.38. Wall Street did suffer the brutal start of the week. If you were with us yesterday, we all experienced something that is far and few, and I think it was a good learning tool for everybody to experience that. So also we do have VP Kamala Harris set to unveil her vice presidential running mate later today. And I just want to say that it could affect the market depending on who she does pick. So keep an eye on that. That's for sure. But otherwise, we're talking in the green room. Gabe was mentioning how the Nikkei market rebounded a little too much. Asian stock markets today, the benchmark Nikkei index leading the way, surged about a little over 10% today, helped by some bargain buying as traders piled into the heavy discounted stock with strong fundamentals. And that's going to benefit from the lower rates in the coming months. So that said, the Nikkei remained near bear market territory. It fell like 12, 13% yesterday. And that was its worst day since 1987, the old, what we call Black Monday. So there you have it. There's the Nikkei. And Johnny, what else we got here today?
Well, we don't have a lot of economic or at least known economic numbers today. The trade balance came out this morning at 7:30, pretty much to a yawn. At 10:30, we have a 52-week bill auction. At noon, we have a 3-year note auction. Not a lot of economic numbers due out. These markets are still nervous. They're still pretty thin. The liquidity is certainly has not truly come back into these markets. Looking at the NASDAQ dome right now, there's lots of gaps between the best bid and offer. There's gaps between the rest of the bids and offers. S&Ps are still in double-digit bids and offers. It is early. I mean, it is prior to the open, and we're still waiting for a lot of that liquidity to come back into these markets. And again, these markets are nervous. There's a lot of uncertainties out there in the world politically and economically. Rising tensions in the Middle East, of course. Global recession risks are still out there. These markets are nervous and illiquid. Keep that in mind today as you go through your trading day. As far as earnings are concerned, the top ones on the list this morning were Caterpillar, which beat on earnings per share but missed on earnings. On revenues, I should say. Uber misses on revenues, on earnings per share, beats on revenues. We have Amgen and Airbnb after the close. No majors today, a pretty long list of earnings, but still no major earnings coming out today. As far as the VIX is concerned, currently down 14% from where it closed yesterday. 3309 is where it was last I checked. Yesterday at this time, it was 65. We had that big spike up to 65 in volatility. And as the market kind of recovered yesterday, volatility really kind of fell off. So we had some volatility sellers yesterday. Dollar index up a little bit this morning at 103.11, and the yield on the 10-year 3.825 last I checked. And yesterday at this time, it was 3.7. So a little bit of a rebound in rates. And really, that's all we're kind of looking at here this morning. Just keep in mind, these markets are still nervous. They're still jittery. They're still illiquid. Anything that does come out is likely to move markets significantly if there's any unknown news that comes out throughout the session today. So make sure you're using stops. Eddie, back to you.
Oh, yeah, free insurance. Yesterday we took a poll towards the end of the day, who was up, who was down. And it was nice to see that the percentage of traders were up on the day, and today, be very careful. Once again, I'm going to give you that reminder. Be very careful. And like John says, use those stops. Stops are going to save your butt. That's for sure. Dude, where's my crude? Well, taking a look here, we topped out 74.56. Market sort of coming back down here, easing back down. 72.53. Low 71.69. And we did see that crude sort of kicking back, hitting the 74s, rebounding from that 8-month low, as traders are sort of, very concerned about what's going on in the Middle East here. And yesterday, I tell you, we had over the wire, some missiles were fired at a U.S. base in Iraq, and crude really didn't do anything. You think it sort of move a little bit, but we're going to be watching the wire. Also in the chat, if you guys see anything over the wire regarding anything that can affect the crude, pop it in the chart and we'll share it with everybody. We did see crude climb 0.4%, Brent 0.2. So, however, we got to remember that this is a very fragile market right now. So we'll keep our eyes open. I think that might be it with crude. Real quick here, let's go to tips of the week. Yes, of course, tips of the week. Oh, yeah. All right. Demo. Remember, testing strategies, you don't want to do it on your combine or your XFA or something. You want to have somewhere where you can sort of just go hog wild and try any strategy you'd like. And that's what we got, practice accounts here. So use that, use the demo, develop your strategies. And even sometimes these new markets, somebody talks about copper, like Carl did, or the Bitcoin minis or micros. I'm sorry, Bitcoin micros. I'd like to try that. This is what it's for. Experiment, this is what a demo can help you do. So keep that in mind. Explore, test out other markets, have some fun. Johnny?
Yeah, I think yesterday was an excellent example of a great day to use a practice or a demo account. Even for experienced traders, days like yesterday can be very challenging, and for less experienced traders, a demo account was a wonderful opportunity to just try and learn a little bit about trading markets that are as illiquid and volatile as it was yesterday. And I love Eddie's idea of if you're if you're testing out a new strategy, if you're testing out a new tool, you're testing out a new product that you want to trade, definitely try it in a demo or a practice account before you actually put any kind of risk in the trading combine or in any kind of live environment. Because of that, the practice account is a wonderful thing to have. Just remember, there's practice, and there's purposeful practice, and there's deliberate practice. And you want deliberate practice. You want to act as though you're in that demo account trading as you would be if you had real money in the game. That is the deliberate practice you're looking for. Use it seriously. Practice like you're going to play. We used to tell our kids in baseball that if you practice how you're going to play, and you'll be ready when you're in the game to perform at your best. So I love the practice accounts. I think they're a wonderful thing.
Cool. All right. Before we get to the charts here, just want to do an update, Olympic update. We are United States and China tied for 21 gold, France 13, Australia 13, and Great Britain 12. That's how it runs. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Great Britain, Austria, France, China, and the U.S. have taken over the top spot. All right. Without further ado, Johnny, let's talk about them charts.
All right. Well, very interesting day yesterday in the markets. Of course, we were all here. We all saw it. We all watched it. We all practiced during it, or we actually traded. And we did see some pretty big numbers yesterday, and some, and some pretty bad numbers, if you will. I don't want to call them bad, but days like yesterday tend to polarize performance. Some people do really well. Some people don't do very well. So yesterday we had a big jump in volume and a big jump in open interest. We added 30,000 contracts in open interest. And by looking at the daily chart, you would say, wow, that looks like we added a whole bunch of shorts. But I think the opposite is true. And I'll show you why here in a minute. Look at the excess low on the daily chart. When auctions die, they usually die in excess. When price gets way too far in one direction, in this case, sellers back off, buyers take over, and price is swiftly rejected from those levels. Is this going to be the low? We don't know, but this is typical of when a reversal or some sort of temporary low is going to be in place. When you see the market really drive lower, buyers come and bring price back up considerably. We have 3 down days in a row. Now, typically, 3 down days in a row in an uptrend usually brings an up day. Are we still in an uptrend in the longest of time frames? I say we're still in an uptrend. In the medium time frame or the short time frame, we are certainly in a downtrend. Have we put in the low for now? Nobody knows, but this excess on this low on the daily bar indicates that is a probability. Take a look at the 30-minute chart now. Looks a little hairy here, but there's some few things on here to talk about. So yesterday we opened with a gap. We never closed the gap. That is something that is a weakness in structure above price, and that could bring repair to those levels or those areas if the market heads that way. Overnight inventory, we're really kind of flat. We don't have any overnight inventory. The market opened last night at approximately 52.47.75. We're within 10 points of that. There's no major overnight inventory. Now, what I want to focus on is the directional activity that happened yesterday during the trading day. Yes, we gapped lower. Value gapped lower. Everything was lower yesterday except for one thing. When we look at the profile and the direction from yesterday, the market opened, left the opening range at the low of the day, and it was all to the upside. When the volume was in the market was moving higher, which indicates to me that increase in open interest is probably new longs. We talked for the last couple of days about when are the bargain hunters going to come in, and it looks like they may have come in and started to accumulate some new longs yesterday, and that's just in the S&Ps. That's an indication, again, an increase in open interest in an up day indicates new longs. Are they the longest of time frames? Are they the strongest of traders? We don't know. That we don't know. So looking at this, settlement 52.17.5. We don't have a session gap. We may have a settlement gap. We're opening in range and in value. The profile yesterday was a normal variation day with a lot of excess on the low and a weak high, an unfinished upside auction on the high. So if we're looking at profile nuances, the nuances are saying, you know what, this may be a lasting low, at least for a little while, and that the upside auction did not necessarily finish yesterday. There's no excess on the high of the profile from yesterday and a lot of excess on the low. Where are we looking for our opportunities? Well, we're going to be opening in range and in value. That says to me to try and stay patient and look for better trade locations as the day goes on. We've got settlement. We've got weekly kickoff 52.10, relatively close to each other within 7 points. There's also an afternoon pullback low yesterday, which really happened at, in the 230 bar, but we never returned back to it. So that afternoon pullback low is 51.91 quarter. These might be levels to look for an opportunity for an execution, because at the very least, there's reason for them and there's potential for good risk management in and around those levels. If those don't hold and we start taking out the excess on the low from yesterday, then I'm thinking all bets may be off for longs. But we do have to remember that this area, the low from the session yesterday, which was 51.46, all the way up to this level here, this is where those buyers really started to come in. They came in up to about 51.90, so 46 to 90. That's excess low. Might be an area that could be protected by longer time frame buyers who came in and bought this market yesterday, if indeed it was the longer time frame buyers. Take a look at the NASDAQ. Very similar situation, albeit a little bit deeper here. We did take out the 15% off the all-time high, but again, on the daily chart, if we're looking for excess or in a situation where the market got too cheap, sellers backed off, buyers took over, and this excess here is pretty significant excess on the daily chart. We had another day of big volume. We added 14,000 in open interest, and looking at the day session direction, that is looking like it was new longs. We found some bargain hunters again down here below this level. 3 down days. Are we still in a long time frame uptrend? Typically in an uptrend, when we have 3 down days, that fourth day tends to be an up day. We don't know what's going to happen. We're going to be keeping an eye on that. And of course, watching that through the entire session and hopefully finding a way to use that to our advantage. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So again, we have a gap. I didn't put the gap necessarily boxed it here, but we know we have a gap from Friday's session to Monday's session. Here's that spike on the daily chart. We had a kind of a double bottom here. We didn't quite take out the low. We have the opening range at the low of the session, and the market drove higher. That's what's telling me that the increase in open interest during the regular trading hours, where all the volume is, was new longs coming into the marketplace. So if that is the case, this may be at least a bit of a lasting long, if not for a long time, maybe for a short time. We did bring in buyers yesterday. They may protect those levels. It's kind of a P-shaped profile, which would indicate a short covering, but no, with the addition of open interest, that's telling us that was new buyers that came in yesterday. We do have an excess low on the 30-minute chart in the profile. We have a relatively weak high. There is a degree of excess up here, but there is not a lot of excess. That took us right to the weekly kickoff high, 18,260. Overnight inventory? No. Are we opening out with a gap? No. Are we opening in range and in value? Yes. I'm going to suggest trying to stay patient, looking for opportunities for potential executions below. We have another afternoon pullback low, 17,892 quarter is that afternoon pullback low. And then we've got the 15% off the all-time high, 17,836 below that. We don't know what's going to happen. Anything can happen. I'm looking at the NASDAQ dome right now. There are still, gaps between the bid and the offer. There are gaps between some of the other bids and offers in there. There's 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 contracts on each bid and offer. The market is still thin and illiquid. Be careful. Stops are likely to be slipped significantly if there's any sign of volatility that comes back into this market. And we did it, like we mentioned, VIX came back down to 33, which still isn't bad, but it's about half of what it was yesterday at this time. So we're taking a little bit of the liquidity out of this market. Crude. All right. So we have pretty decent volume yesterday. And we added 10,000 in open interest, overlapping to lower range, overlapping to lower value. Okay. The value moves lower, adding 10,000 in open interest, even though the market did come off that low. Looking at that as possibly potential shorts adding to this open interest. Again, another estimated additional 10,000 in open interest to the downside. The downside auction that we've been in for the medium time frame is intact. Potential excess low on the daily yesterday. Well, we're already starting to take out that excess at the low there. So it's less likely that this excess low is going to hold. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. All right. So there's the range from yesterday. Relatively small range, but yes, overlapping to lower range and value. Was this new shorts or new longs? To me, with the direction of the day session, it looks more like new longs coming into this market. So we're starting to see possibly some speculators, maybe some longer term speculators looking at this as getting a little cheap. We've got 71.20, the weekly kickoff low. Couldn't get there yesterday. The market seems to be looking towards that direction now. Excuse me. So overnight inventory is short. It looks like they're continuing to get paid. The overnight short, weaker hands traders are looking for the market to come back and continue this push to the downside. We've got yesterday's low, which might be a little bit supportive. Yesterday's low is 72.13. We'll see if we take out that low. If we do take out that low, I can certainly see a test down to that 71.20 weekly kickoff low. which I would relish the opportunity to see a chance to find an execution down at that level. The profile yesterday, normal variation, neutral. Market is going to be seeking new levels to facilitate trade. It did a good job of facilitating trade in this area yesterday. Probably used it up. We had an excess low, a little bit of an excess high. Market opened in range below value. It seems to be rejecting value. And as long as that continues, we could see that move down to that 71.20 weekly kickoff low, which I think would be a decent opportunity to look for an execution, perhaps down there. No guarantees. We don't know what's going to happen, but just trying to keep things in a little bit of context for everybody here. So gold is still largely in range. It took a look below value, below weekly kickoff low yesterday, below last week's low, and rejected. So the market is still largely in range and in value. It's kind of a wide area of value, so be careful in this. We added 3,000 in open interest when we pulled off that low yesterday, probably adding a few new longs to the market that failed breakout below the weekly kickoff low and last week's low. It's a big range yesterday in gold, wasn't it? Big range. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Whoops, hang on, that's not what I want. This is what I want. All right. So adding 3,000 in open interest yesterday. It was the overnight that took us down below weekly kickoff low. As soon as we opened, the market began to drive higher and then kind of settled and hung back above that weekly kickoff low, 24.25 even. Overnight inventory, very little. The market is opening and did open, came back into range and value. Try and stay patient today. I think better trade locations are going to come as the day goes on. And remember, there's no major economic numbers. There's no major earnings today. Keep your eyes on the news. There's still lots of uncertainties in the world out there. Take your deep breath before you get started trading today. And always remember to remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Always remember to pray for peace. And that's what we've got. We've got another fabulous guest coming in here right now.
Coming in right now, yes, indeed. Look at the smile on his face. He's happy to be here. I think so.
Hey, Rips.
What's happening? How you doing?
How you doing?
Hoagland?
There it
What's
is.
up, Eddie? Yeah, I'm hitting the doorbell with my third leg back there. My big toe. How you folks doing?
Good to go.
Good, man. Good to see you.
Could have used it yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was a wild day in the markets. I ended up not trading anything on my live account because it was just too spooky for me. So today is definitely a little bit better trading conditions from yesterday. Yesterday felt a little bit gambly to me, but was very dangerous, especially if you're trading in the NQ. Yeah. If you weren't trading in the micros in the NQ, you had a death wish, in my opinion. But the spreads were wide. The spreads were enormously wide yesterday in the NQ. Today, they're not as bad, but we are still seeing a lot of movement in the NQ, which makes it very interesting to trade. If you're on the wrong side of things, you're going to get your face ripped off. So you really do have to be minding your daily loss limit. You do have to be minding what your account size is, how much heat you can take. I'm going to be trading today on probably these Topstep X 50K combines. Because I already traded some XFAs off of that newsprint. I made $12,800 in my XFA accounts this morning. So happy to make that money.
Good morning.
I just want to, yeah, it's a good morning. I want to take that money and I want to lock it down because that's, on one trade to make 13 grand that's a healthy amount there, and I want to make sure that I keep that locked in. So
very nice trade.
Yeah, thank you. I think the move for today is going to be keeping that profit locked up on my Ninja Trader and then trading in combines today on Topstep X. I think that's the prescient move here.
Got it. All right. Well, you know what? Let's get ourselves ready here. Bring some people in. We got about 2 minutes here. Let's get your vice president's vice president in the gates. And she has picked Tim Walz from Minnesota. I think that's the candidate that Kamala has picked. But anyway,
she chose, huh?
Like the dating game. Remember that?
Look at that.
Dating? All right, so we're gonna get. Let's get Andre in here. My goodness, the man back from Wakalakapalooza. Okay.
You found it.
All right. Get them in there, Gabe. Here comes
There we
Mr.
go.
Batak.
There he is.
Here we
And
are.
Ding dong.
there we All right.
No $5.
Hello, you,
for
Andre.
me.
You
I
got
made sure
inside
I'm
a
not
minute
on
here.
Let's go. Let's go. What's in the gate, Eddie? Eddie here. Well, vice president candidates in the gate.
Yeah, vice president's vice president in the gates. There
Wakey,
you go.
wakey. So there is a pattern I see that's setting up this morning. Shoulder, head, shoulders here on the NASDAQ. And if we do start to break this neckline, maybe around these 60s, 50s, we could see a flush down to 17,900s. 17,000, the lower 17,900s.
All right.
So that's what I'm going to be watching on this open to see if we could break, maybe have a shoulder and a head and a shoulder pattern.
All right, good morning, guys. Let's do this.
What's up, Michael?
morning.
What's up,
You ready for
Rips?
action today, MP?
Let's
Yeah,
go.
I look dressed like Andre, so yes, I did.
Oh.
Hoodies and all. You were saying? Oh, I thought you had the other one.
All right, let's go. We are now open.
Here we go.
All right, Hogue, if you're there, talk to us through this open.
Huge opening ranges already.
Yeah, it's something else.
Platform's a little bit frozen here. Hang on just a moment. We'll start with the NASDAQ as soon as it gets going here. Here we go.
Huge open.
All right,
Nikkei did some pretty wild stuff last night as we
Yeah, up the limit.
Ever, right? They've limit up in Nikkei.
Insane.
yeah.
Down, limit up.
Something
Wow.
else.
They limit up in Nikkei. They got it. Someone's got to tell them to limit up in equities.
Hey,
don't think
really
we're
quick,
done.
just so we can put this to bed, so I don't have to show this for the rest of the day, because we have some doubters in chat about whether or not I made money in my Express Funded account. I have it up on my screen. If you'd like to take a screenshot of that, you can see that I have made $12,800 in my Express Funded account. So go ahead, take a screenshot, put that in your archive. Go ahead and save it into a folder called I Love Rips, and then call it.
yes.
Man,
There you go.
feisty already.
Put it in your
You
scrapbook.
know, sometimes you make money, people just can't stand it. So it's all good.
Nothing to talk about. There's nothing to talk about. Let's where's the markets at and headed and going in 18,000?
Hovering around 18,100. We are pushing higher. We haven't broke this head shoulder. We haven't broke the neckline. This could be a double bottoming pattern this morning, where we came down here during the London session around 18,060s, 18,050s, and we've been trying to test that right here. If we do break above these 24s, 124, I think we get a push right back up to the upper end of this range, which is around 200, 200, 220.
All right. All right, Hogue, what do you see in this opening range trade here? You said huge opening range. Starting to see some buyers step in NASDAQ.
Yeah. Both the S&P and the NASDAQ have taken out the 1 minute opening range to the upside. I like. Of course, it's already happening now. I like Dakota's
We have
idea.
also just cleared out the
20.
news flush in the NQ.
1215. Wow, we're popping.
So we are.
Yeah, that was the break. Yeah, Hogue, you seen that? I think you've seen that one too.
Oh yeah.
She's acting like the
As long as-
Nikkei today.
MP's new favorite
I
index.
tell you,
like the Nikkei.
MP, slow markets isn't slow. Not the past
it's
couple of weeks.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we got to rebrand that.
Oh man.
Past markets after dark.
That's
After dark.
after dark. Or just after dark, and just put a question mark after that.
All right, MP. Yesterday was a wild one. Catch me up to speed yesterday. House account, we do anything there? Or was it kind of just hands
We didn't
off?
do.
and just watch the
We did.
fireworks?
Everybody sat on their hands.
Yeah, smart.
Everybody let me know that I was like a train wreck yesterday because my voice. So you sound better. Glad you got through, Lala.
Yeah.
The house account is ready to rock and roll. I'm executing on that. I have, just so you guys know, I have retired on Friday from my personal trading account that I've had for 20 years. I'm focusing only on the house account. I'm going bigger as a team and all that kind of great stuff. So I'm excited about that. There's no way I can handle everything else. So the house account will be getting more action
on the shelf.
Oh yeah, 20 years. I've had it since 2004. I want to get my mind only wrapped around the house account. It's way too hard to go house account. Okay, I'm going to jump over to my account. Okay, what are we thinking about the house account? So, needless to say, you guys will see more action in the house account. We're going to put this together even better than we did before. Build a plane in the air as we are. We're going to have trolls saying things. We're going to have awesome people giving awesome advice or recommendations or all that kind of great stuff in the chat and on here. So let's bring it. I
agree.
Let's do it.
Well, the first step in the house account is having your Topstep daily levels open. I do believe we have the form pinned to the top of the chat. Well done. I've got it open right here. Big Low Real Estate on your screen. One of your screens for Topstep daily levels. Currently last trade 18,118 in the NASDAQ. So we're looking at zone in between zone 5 and zone 6 right now. Zone 5 is zone 6. I'm sure we'll end up in one of those zones here very, very shortly. S&P's last trade, 50.
Tested that opening range. If we break below these 50s, to me that looks like it could be the break of that neckline that I was looking at, and it could be look out below, and this thing could get ugly this morning if we start to break below this neckline here on the NASDAQ that we've made for the past 24 hours.
How do I get those levels? Purple Tornado on the chat wants to know, how do I get those levels? They are pinned to the top of the chat right here, right now. Topstep daily levels. Give that a click, and that's how you get those levels. Go ahead, MP.
No, it's off topic, but on topic. Those that have support issues, we have a billing issue that I've let everybody know. It affects about 6% of our active traders. You'll get billed, may not show up. And then you'll get a delay. Usually it's like 5-day delay. We are losing the game of support and a response to get back to you because these issues are becoming bigger. And we have a new fix that's coming into place, but it's like literally about 45 days away. It'll be October 1st, and it's a whole new back end that we'll be sitting on. Because the current backend right now has run its course. It's 7 or 8 years old and it is not scalable to the point we are. I do apologize. We are losing the race to support. That is the only race we're losing in this industry right now, I believe. And I can guarantee that we will beat your expectations hands down without a doubt. We have 90 support reps, almost 100. We don't need 90 or support reps or 100 if we didn't have so many issues. When we get less issues, that just means all those folks are going to be getting back to you near instantaneous. So you will be probably not getting the best experience you could ever get from Topstep support-wise on slow responses. Now, once you get support, it is white glove service, and you probably will receive something for free. But the patience needs to be practiced. And if not, then there are other companies, Trade Day or Earn a Trade. I'll always pump those two. That if you'd like to go to, I get. But we are fixing these things, and there's nothing more we can do because it takes about 10 to 15 minutes per person per issue, which is already way too long. That's because of the bugs and the issues and all the different service providers we got to go check out to fix your billing issue to have your account show back up. So hopefully that helps some of those folks. I'm doing a whole video on it. I'm going to do the dominoes. Our support response tastes like cardboard and all that kind of stuff. And we're going to fix it. We're going to fix it.
You love that one.
By October 1st. So just bear with us.
How do you become the best of the best? You you recognize your weaknesses, and you improve it. I love that, MP.
Yeah, thanks.
There is no need to worry. The support team is on it, and it will be fixed as soon as possible.
There you go.
There you go.
So we had a fake out so far. We went down and tested these 30s, and we're finding some buyers. We still haven't officially broke and held below that neckline so far. right back to where we opened.
We were just 100 points higher.
Yes, we
While I
were.
was talking. While I was talking.
Yeah. Yes, we were. Yes,
100
you guys.
point opening range.
You guys said, where can I
Is
see
that
those daily
all?
levels? I did say it was on the top of the chat. Hint, hint. I think it was more to come.
Sorry,
It might be another
150. Sorry, Rip.
150. Wow.
Whoa, look at my. You just missed my screen. There you go. It was an all blue screen.
What
A
happened?
smiley
screen of
face
death?
that said,
That's not
yeah,
good.
blue screen of death. Now it's resetting.
So one thing I'm looking at and thinking about right now, I'm in my live account. I'm trading micros, not minis, micros. I'm gonna just trade micros because we've seen the power of micros in this volatile market. Is this a run of liquidity to push this market higher? Maybe. Because I feel like if we was gonna break and find momentum to the downside, that was gonna be right there, right then. But buyers came in around these 30s and pushed us immediately right back up. And now we're consolidating right into these 80s, 90s again. So definitely something I'm looking at to see if we can make a run back up to these highs.
All right, here we go. Looking for move to the upside really quick. I know it looked a little light when I took a quick peek at the calendar. But my man, Eddie always takes a better look at it in detail. So, Eddie, what do we got on the calendar for today?
Looking at it deeply here, I can't find anything more than they gave us.
I didn't see
In about 44 minutes, we got economic optimism. The light number here, 9:30 Atlanta Fed. 11 o'clock here, we do have the EIA short-term energy outlook. 12 o'clock high noon 3-year note auction. And later on in the day, we've got the API crude stock. And that's it.
Wow.
I'm watching also for any Feds that might come in today. So eye on the prize here.
Thank you, Eddie. Some barking was seeing a little something here earlier today.
Zone
Here we go.
6. We're daily levels. We're up here at zone 6. What a pullback. What were you talking about earlier? Were you saying, because we have a 17,950 yesterday's value point of control, a John Hoagland number.
Yep.
I like that. It could come into
It's
play. We
double
just broke
like
that
it.
neckline.
You like it in a what way, though?
As in,
You like it
that's
as a,
where we're going.
We break it. Yeah. That's where we're going. So maybe we still. That's where
I
we're
am
going.
not
So
going to be stepping in front of this market.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's prudent. So would you sell into this then, Dakota?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Where we could get a break, and of course, the first level is that psychological 18,000, and right back down towards those. I have 1920, the lower 1900s as an area of support.
23028.
Yeah, I was trading that while we were popping back up. I was adding into that, and we ended up. I realized $1,100 on these Topstep 50K combines on Topstep X. I don't really trade out that much on Topstep X. So I'm getting more familiar with it, but trade on the micros here. So I ended up making a couple coins.
Oh, look!
Hey,
at
we're
that.
down
Look,
at the 18.
You have a runner.
18,000.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we got a
We're down
runner.
at
We got a runner. I had 15 contracts of the MNQ.
We're targeting
Beautiful.
17,950 MP.
Yep. There's 18,000.
Sell into this if we want. Oh,
Boom!
Yeah,
Big
beautiful,
flush.
beautiful.
Wow. What was that? That was a 40-point sell-off. 30
Taking a look here.
point
And
sell-off.
Took a dump.
Yeah.
Going
A
towards-
micro,
the-
Rip.
the-
Making some good money in a micro.
Yep, we made $1,200 on this trade, just trading micros.
Power of the micro.
U.S.
Beautiful
equities
thing.
is pretty much saying, I am not your Nikkei girlfriend. I am much different. So either hang or don't hang. Either hang or don't hang, because this is definitely not showing firmness.
No. Yeah.
This is a tiny sell-off.
Looks
It's
like I'm
only
gonna get stopped out here.
It's only
200
100
point
points,
sell-off. Yep.
not 400.
100 points, 200 points, right?
So it got stopped out there, realizing a total of 1264 copied across 450K Topstep combines.
Yeah.
Love that,
Yeah.
right? Beautiful.
Nice.
Overall, though,
Tilty,
like I
getting a
said,
little
we're up
tilty.
almost $13,000 trading extra phase. So that's I don't want to touch those accounts, even though we could have made some more loot trading that, but happy to just be sticking where we are right now.
Nice trading, Rips. Very nice trading. Guys, 75% of folks are short. 70% are short. 75%. Let's just go 70% in the NASDAQ. That's a combination of micros and minis, NASDAQ. Average price, 065. 18,000. Hold on. 18,065. 18,000. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Hovering around this 18,000 level.
That's the average price of longs. What's the average price of shorts?
What market are you looking at? Yeah.
NASDAQ 18,039 is the average price of shorts. There's about 70% of all open positions here at TopStep, excluding live funded traders, live real money, excluding those. Everybody else, say there's much more than 1,000. There's 1,000 open positions. 700 of them are one biased direction short. It's pretty heavy.
And they're getting paid.
Yep.
And they're getting paid.
Here's a continuation. Let's see if we get some follow through below these 70s. There's another push. I'm looking for those lower 900s. I could definitely see this getting towards 902, 913, somewhere down to this support zone that we seen later in the afternoon yesterday.
All right, so what are we thinking on the house? I need JD. I need everybody at TopstepTV to be pulling their team. I'm going to be pushing this way more because I'm not focusing on my retired account.
So
I retired from
my
the top
2 cents in there.
Now I'm
if we get down to that level, say we get down to 9th, 18 or 17. Gosh, man, market's moving fast.
Yeah.
17,900s, and then we see some type of consolidation. I would be okay looking for a reversal because that's a cheap trade where we can have a tighter stop loss, and then we could have a bigger push back up to say 18,000. But I would wait for confirmation rather than just outright buying it. Maybe a 3-bar reversal, consolidation, and then a break up. Maybe waiting for some type of a higher high, higher low, something that's saying yes, this is showing support.
Coach Paul in the chat, 17,920. NQ Daily Pivot. Hey, really quick, upper left-hand corner of the screen, you'll see the hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up on Twitter at X. Use the hashtag Fast Markets. Send us some of your cool memes, cool swag, performance dashboard, analytics, anything you want to send with us, anything you want us to share with the audience, anybody in the community. We'll turn that around to you guys in about 2 hours here. But right now, right here, we are trading fast markets. Markets are moving. It's a quick retrace their current trade, 18,040. 18,040. Is this the rip we want to sell? MP, is this or Dakota?
I like the short up at 50 here.
At 50,
like short, but there's a range. It's a huge range. It's 50 all the way up through 90. So the moment that we start to tap into heavier, thicker offers, I like a short. But
I like those.
You really have to be watching the order flow in order to be able to track that. But it's gonna be tricky.
We got some check mark at 50, starting at 50s, 18,000. Oh, right here, right now, 18,050. We got a check mark for a short. Nice. Good to see.
I just got short 5.
5. I like that. Build into this. Build into this. We are now into zone. Just busted out of zone
from 50. From 54 quarter.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Okay,
that
cool.
was the support, and support can possibly become resistance here.
Pretty much that neckline you were looking at, right?
Yeah, exactly, Hogue.
Is that a check mark, Hogue?
Yep. Yeah.
All right, cool. We got 3 check marks.
We're already 10 points on the money. We need to see this flush through the 30s. That's where we really need to see weakness coming back down. I'm still not seeing thick offers overhead yet, which is a little bit concerning for me. But if we can withstand the heat on 5 contracts, we could start to really scale into a short heavily, 90s, 80s through 100s.
Where's the out on this? Where are we wrong?
That's on me. Or are we wrong?
Before I get in.
Yep, you're right.
We're not effing up, guys.
I would say 113 for me.
113s were wrong.
Yeah, but that's
with this lack of liquidity and the volatility, everything you do is bigger. All the risk is bigger.
Right.
Stops are wider, risks are wider. All right, we're wrong at 113 MP. We're wrong at 113 on a 5 lot. It's 50 points of heat.
But now I can make an argument to say wrong at 85.
Now we're back right. We're back right now.
Mm-hmm.
We can get out of this trade.
Swing high, right?
We can get out of this trade and rethink it right here, right now.
No, I don't like getting out of it. I like that rejection above 75.
We're 1,000%. We're not playing that game. We're gonna know before we get in on the outs. That's what we all agreed to. We all know our swim lanes.
All right, 113. We're wrong at 113. We're wrong at 113. 50 points of heat. Widening the stops. We'll be widening our targets as well.
And lower our size.
Lowering our size, correct. Risk 113. We're wrong at.
Yeah, I like the overhead traffic we're starting to see here, but again, they're not stuffing it. I just like the traffic that we're seeing. It is also contingent upon whether or not Microsoft is going to reclaim 400s here. It's just been kind of skirting around in the middle. So if we do see some resistance up at 400s in Microsoft, that could give us some tailwinds here.
Okay, finding some sellers. I like that.
50 points.
We really need to break down these 30s. Below 30s, we start to see some panic here.
There we go.
Mm-hmm. 30s, we see some
My
panic.
stop would be 84, 85.
Thank you. Stop at 84 MP. Stop at 84. Thank you, Dakota.
Right above that last swing high, right, Dakota?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Let's talk prices, guys.
Here comes that 30 test.
Boy, these violent.
Yeah, 30 test, huge rejection there. 20 handle whip off those 30s. Unbelievable. 25 handle whip, I should say.
Stop at 83. We got 3 check marks at 54. Again, counts short from 5 from 54 right now. We're dumbing down the size, widening up our stops, taking on more risk due to market conditions, market volatility. GMH says, I appreciate MP. Keeps the crew focused. When does he ever?
Yeah, we're team. So I'll be also hitting. We will also be hitting up support. So we have folks in here.
20 points.
The Topstep TV team that will be doing that. Everybody knows the rules, guys, and this is 1,000% game on now.
Beautiful,
So,
beautiful.
just be prepared.
Argument to be made.
There we go.
Moving
We're seeing that little. Yeah.
One bite only. Everybody knows the rules.
We're now 30 points in. We got a target. Are we targeting these 50s to the downside here? Dakota, 17,950.
I'm not sure. I'm horrible.
Let me
fair
see.
enough. Fair enough. Thank you, Rips.
To be honest, 900 evens could even trade here. We just need to get through this area of traffic. This is a huge area of traffic. If we get through this, then we will confirm that this is back down into a downtrend here. We are seeing thicker offers coming back in. So we just have to see these defensive offers coming in thicker.
Yeah,
like very, very heavy here.
Swings are wild.
I'm out. I got triggered into a long.
We're stopped.
Wow. How did okay, I thought it was 113. 88's hit. Okay, cool. I thought I still had 113s. I'm like, whoa. Okay, cool. So 88's hit. This step firmed up very, very quickly.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
a
that was
reversal. I'm in a long from 63.
Massive
I'm
reversal
gonna
there.
hold this
75
one.
handles.
We could see a huge rally now.
We had 113, so we moved it to 88, which is great because 110s and 113s are going to hit no problem. There you go. All right, so that was management. There's 113s. We would have been stopped out right here, right now.
Yep, that was the trade. And as soon as we reversed, it's immediate stopped. I like that risk management.
It reversed off what, 23s?
Yeah.
We had 30 handles in it. 5, 6, 7, 8. Risking about 30 handles. All right, cool.
Long from 63. I'm going to look for a break of the high. I might even hold this up above 200s if we could get there.
I know you don't look at VWAP, Dakota, but VWAP, overnight VWAP in the NASDAQ, 18,185, 186.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Man, if we get there,
And guys,
broken.
guys that are in chat, you have all the right in the world to fade or go with. If you talk shit about like laugh my ass off and all that, then you're a broke ass trader because you've never understood the game of trading. You are.
Who's laughing?
You
Let
are.
them know,
But-
baby.
But if you fade and you say you make money, then great. We'll also ask you for your account because we can get fakers in here. So all that being said, I'm going to hold you guys true to shit. If it prunes people out, so be it. I only want to trade with cool freaking people. And I got them on TV here, and I got 99% of them here in chat. And I have no problem scaling shit back to
boy.
experienced
34.
folks.
Wow. Power rally. Here we go.
Let's have some fun.
Market changes in an
says-
instant. That was a big market change.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
that was insane.
Target 141.
And all the folks that say y'all suck, you my boys and girls. I love it.
18,000.
That's the fun part
Y'all
about it.
suck.
Y'all suck. All right, this firmed up really, really nicely. It literally has gone 100 handles higher
Crazy.
off that.
Y'all stuck.
There you go.
Yeah, S&P's
Tell me-
trying to break out above VWAP.
Yeah, Microsoft is up at 401s here, looking to. I mean, it's a very tight range. It's just getting wound up on either side.
Topstep TV team, figure out how to go around the bypass so people could type in y'all suck. Let people know. Teach them, please. Or remove the filter.
I
know,
might
we're
consider
still
adding
right now.
here in the 100s.
Adding to your longs, Dakota?
Yeah, I'm only in long one micro from 63. If we pull back right here into these lower 100s, like 105, basically right there. Looking for continuation to the long side. I think that was it. The test of 110s, and now we could easily break out. My target is going to be overnight session highs, and maybe we could go through and see 18,400. You just never know. Micros are a beautiful thing.
Still pushing higher here. Mickey, where's our man Mickey say we target 18,141. Here we are. Boom. We break above. Yes, sure did. From higher. Okay.
142.
141.
054.
Little resistance here at 150s. Let's see if we can get a breakout above 150s and then potentially trade up to 175 VWAP.
S&P's moving higher here. Speaking of VWAP, S&P's did move above VWAP. VWAP 52.54. Last trade 52.64. Wow. Pushing higher here.
Big liquidity up at 160 there.
Yeah. Yep. Session highs.
When you say big liquidity for somebody who just started trading yesterday, how are you seeing? How are you
Thick
seeing
offers that are absorbing all of the price action that's trying to push through those 160s.
Okay. NASDAQ 18,160, guys. We're trading 18,155.
Beautiful push here.
Mm.
Wow.
That was a quick 100 points.
Yes, it was.
You
So
cut the
weird.
long down there in the what? 70s, 60s, 70s,
63.
80.
Long 63.
There you go. Nice job.
I'm fully out right there. Up 2,000 in my live.
Beautiful rips.
So that brings my
Hey,
total
lower.
about $15,000 today in funded accounts.
Now I'm
you
looking
are
for a
crushing
better
it.
trade. If we get a pullback, I think it's buying these dips. That was a big change in momentum down there where we fell
was.
to the downside. We fell that break, and now I could definitely see buying dips. And
The tilt was just almost 80%. If you have 1,000 open positions, 800 of them are all long. That's kind of the thinking here. What does that mean? I don't know.
We'll see it right
I'm
now.
going to just mark it. I'm going to just mark it on my chart. It goes right here, and then it's 80%.
Yes, 62% long right here, right now.
you guys watch the opening call, there's a lot of excess on those daily bars in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ. A lot of excess on those daily bars. And then in the profile, there were things that were saying that the upside auction that occurred yesterday, especially in the S&Ps, was not over. So I've been thinking long all day. So
Nice.
we did see a
We're
pretty
getting a
stiff
pullback.
turnaround on those lows here.
Yeah, there's some good covers up there, up above that 165 level, because we started to see that. That's when you asked the question, MP, what does it look like when we have, we're running into liquidity? That's when I started to put my seller's hat on in that long position there and got out that 165 area, 170s. So
Yep.
That's why you're spotting that liquidity, trying to read the order flow and stuff like that.
Yep. That's where
I
everything
added
got
120.
80% long. What I get nervous about right here is when tilt becomes so damn heavy, and then they instantly get faced, like they just did. That's an interesting thing to keep an eye on. Does it firm back up, or does it completely fall apart because of so many people long, and those longs now are getting squeezed a bit? I'm just speaking out loud on the tilt data that I'm seeing.
How heavy was it, MP?
80%. The S&P and NASDAQ, 77 to 80% between the two sisters. And we are 50 points lower since I called that out.
Mm-hmm.
The data set. I didn't call out a trade, guys. I called out a data set. Your job's a trade. That's another reason why I retired my account. That's not my job to trade. I don't have anything to prove to you guys. 20 years I had that account. Hold your account for 20 years. It's very, very hard to do.
You miss it? Do you miss it yet, Michael?
Absolutely not. That's why I quit on Friday. I was on a flight. I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore.
20 years.
I want to do that. I want to do the house account. I want to trade 50 lots. I want to trade 100 lots. I'm not doing this 15, 10, 5 lots anymore that I've been doing for 20 years. And I got a team, and we got the size capital to do it all. We have everything in place, but I'm sitting over here twiddling my thumbs on my personal account.
Okay, I added 108.
Yeah.
108. This is
what's your average?
Beautiful. Yeah, 108. Wow.
Yeah,
nice
I've added
fill.
a couple right here on these lower 100s. My average now is 3 micros at 101, looking for a push and a continuation higher. So buy the pullback is what I am now going into, because that was a big change in market momentum this morning, like on that reversal when we got stopped out. We didn't go short. It's now buy the dip.
Yeah, those 110s, you saw some nice bid liquidity showing up there. It depends on whether or not that will hold firm. It is very interesting that we have not gone down to the temporary point of control at 18,097. So if we do come down and revisit that liquidity down there, there could be something interesting showing up. So we'll have to wait and see. You can see right here is where I exited that trade in my live account, right there where those purple arrows are.
Love that.
All right, we're in between zones right now, MP. Sounds like we're looking for pullbacks to buy. John Hoag's looking upside. Dakota's looking upside. 144. Yesterday's value area high, 18,144. Right there, right now.
Let's see if we can get a break. Let's get this break. There we go. Finding some buyers. Beautiful. Let's see a break of these 60s. Break of these 60s into the 70s. And then 73, 74 is what I would love to see. A lot of bullish momentum here. There we go.
Again. 80% longs. Everybody's getting long. There's a lot that's tilty. That means the tilt, which we call the tilt.
Right at VWAP right now.
Yeah, right at VWAP right now. What do we do with that, John?
Well, the S&Ps took it out. It is now holding VWAP as support. So I'd like to see the NASDAQ, if we're long, I'd like to see it get above there and see some continuation to the upside. The week high in the S&Ps from yesterday is all the way up at 79.5. So if the market's going to target that to see if there's any buyers left up there, that would be a good target for a long if we were long the S&Ps. The NASDAQ does have a little bit of excess on the high yesterday, But anywhere up near that high, let's call it 284, that's going to be a little bit of a test for potential resistance if the market does get up there. That unfinished upside auction in the S&Ps yesterday, I'm still thinking long.
Future spinning, elevator up, elevator down, current state of affairs. Exactly. Isn't that crazy, guys? I had a 5 lot on, and I already hit. I would have already hit my 150K loss limit. That's how quickly money can come and go.
I think like Dakota saying, shave down the size right now. Micros. These guys are trading micros right now due to market volatility. Still putting up the same similar numbers as they would with the minis.
Mm-hmm. I still like a nice run to the long side. I see the tilt is really heavy to the long side, but they might be getting paid here. They are getting paid because the average price is much lower than where we're at.
Yeah, we are right now wrestling with the VWAP, and Microsoft is looking to clear up above 402, and that would give us the juice to the upside. We're starting to see Meta, Apple, and Tesla all kind of following suit. NVIDIA also at an inflection point. So if we break above these areas of interest in NVIDIA, Microsoft, Meta, also Apple running into the VWAP here, if we get above these levels, then we should see the market rip, roar, and rally here, because that fuel to the downside, that trading below 18,000, that gives us that push that we need, that liquidity to explode here to the top side.
Yep, 18,186 last trade, 180s, 200-day moving average. What's the weekly 260s?
What's the pullback you guys are saying on here? I mean, 83% longs now, 80% longs now.
It makes it really difficult, MP, on this type of trade because the pullbacks have such a wide range, right? We're talking about 20 to 40 pockets, 20 to 40 handle pockets of liquidity. So if you're too early in it, it's just so difficult to time it where, you know, you have an advantage of reading order flow in this type of market. And again, that's very difficult to do when you're, you know, multi-handling a trade here amongst 4 different people. So it might just be best to kind of lay off until we have an extreme movement in the market.
All right.
I mean, yeah, I agree. I mean, what's a pullback? I think, I mean, we've seen 2 of them, right? This could be that another one. This could very well be.
There's a 50 hand. That's a 50-point pullback right there.
Yeah.
It's a 50-point.
It's insane.
So guys,
what's the pullback?
That's $1,000. That's $1,000 with a 1 lot. 50K daily loss limit is $1,000. And you're like, well, it doesn't give me enough room. Okay, then go up to 150K. I don't care. But then you got $3,000, and then you're. This is how quickly these markets can move. There will be people crushing it, and there will be people getting absolutely destroyed. In all the prop firms and in all the brokerage firms that trade futures, it is highly leveraged and it moves very quickly, and it is the best damn game in the world. But
yeah,
you got to be careful. But you got to be careful.
That was it. Like
It's
you said,
fast
like.
calls.
Sometimes it was only 10 points when we're rallying really hard. Now it looks like these 50-point pullbacks are a thing.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting too. If you're trading a market like this, if you're using passive limit orders, you can have, you know, what looks like an area where you should be getting filled, and you just won't get filled in a market that is this wide in spreads. And I'm talking about the NQ specifically. On the ES, the spreads aren't nearly as wide. But you'll have those issues. And then if you decide to mark it in, you can get filled 4 points, 5 points from where you thought you were going to get filled. So that kind of slippage is something that you have to really be concerned about. So again, if you're not trading the micros on a day like today, you have to preface your mind with going through, what kind of market am I in? What is this environment that I'm choosing to trade in right now? And not really be upset that if you put on a trade, immediately stopped out and you're sitting there saying, well, how did my 10-point target already get hit on a stop? That's because you're trading a very thin market that has extremely wide spreads. And if you're entering into without a passive limit order and you're doing an active market order or an aggressive marketable limit order, you can get filled where something that you're not expecting that bad of a fill. 50
handles down, now 60 handles higher. While he was talking, while I talked, transitioned to rips.
Yeah.
80 points, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, 80 points higher on that one. These are whips, and this is
we are running
wild west right now.
Meta did just break out. We are seeing Microsoft now trading at 402 halves, 402.50. NVIDIA starting to break out as well. We talked about those inflection points not more than 5 minutes ago. And that is exactly what you're looking for that confirmation. However, we are still in an area where we can have pullbacks. And, like MP is talking about here, we can have those pullbacks create 50, 60 handle pullbacks in the NQ, and that can stop you out. So again, judging on where's the pullback, where's continuation, where do I want to jump into this? Am I trading the minis, the micros? There's a lot of things that you have to be considerate of if you want to be successful on a day like today. So more than anything, you should be urging caution with all of your trades on a day like today.
Yep.
Everything
I'm
is
still holding my
above
long
70,
from
63.
063.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, everybody and their sister is long right now. Everybody,
S&P
and
is
their brother's long right now. Everybody.
right up against
It's
yesterday's high,
80%.
which was a poor high, and there's a gap above that. If we get into that gap and show acceptance, it could continue to the upside. Got to get through these highs from yesterday.
I get through these highs from yesterday. Highs from yesterday. What's the high from yesterday, John?
52.79 half.
All right. Well, we're in
I
between.
think it was
talking
Dakota
about
who called that we might be potentially trading 400s, if I'm not mistaken. Was that you, Dakota?
Yeah, that's my target. I'm holding this
Damn.
trade from 063, and I might pill one or two off, but up $800 in micros, three micros.
It's unbelievable.
If this was at times that by 10, if this was minis,
Ooh.
dang, right? There's some FOMO.
Well, we got good risk management on that short MP. I will say that. But we're
Absolutely.
forgetful of the
I
upside.
I like to shave down to 88s. Now when we were 30 handles in the money, and now smart.
Wild.
It ripped higher, and they're having 50 point, 60 point, 100 point swings in
Mhm.
5 to 10 minutes.
And
Those
just
that
in
say
the
there's
time
a
that it took you
lag,
to speak that sentence, we are down 35 handles.
those that say
Again,
there's
this
a
is the
lag
market
on the
rate.
top corner, right here where I highlighted where my mouse is, market rate fast, and it's all green. So I'm sharing my screen. If you're on a Wi-Fi, you're not playing the game of trading very, very smartly. It's
Hardwires.
kind of like, I don't know. Maybe it's like video game on PC. Everything's wired, and you're playing a video game. Like, and you got to be quick. Same thing in trading. You need to be.
Folks, there's
I don't know. A lot of people are
there's a
hardline.
hint of an iceberg order at 52.80 in the S&Ps. Yeah, 948 traded there, 850 some on the offer. A little bit of a nice order up there at 52.80 in the S&Ps.
Fair. I closed one contract out at 212. I still have 2 micros.
There you go.
Nice trade, Dakota.
Command.
Pull back to VWAP right here. I'm Pete Well. NASDAQ pull back to VWAP in the NASDAQ. VWAP put 18,175. Last trade 190. Nice trade, Dakota.
Mm-hmm. Is that just a viable pullback?
We really are.
That's what I'm
Go ahead.
thinking.
Yeah. What was that, Rips?
We really are lacking in the news department today. We did have the TIPP economic optimism read just come out about 4 minutes ago, 44.5 versus 44.2 prior. So that really didn't move the market all that much. The only news interest that I have today is going to be coming in the form of the 3-year note auction. That's not going to be out until 1 p.m. Eastern time, 12 p.m. noon Central time.
Well, Rips, you
Okay,
might
this
say
could
there's
be
a
a
lack
viable
of
pullback.
news. Okay, Dakota, let me know if you buy, but we're going to go through a few
Fair enough.
timely news things right here real quick. Starting with Gabe, you ready for this? Let's do it. All right, look out. Kramer is locked in on the carry trade and focused, posting like he's Logan Roy from a car. I friggin' love it. The markets are moving. This is wonderful.
Logan Roy.
What's
Got a-
freaking Kramer?
He's got a suit and a dad cap and a laptop on a book. It's great stuff. Okay, here we go. NASDAQ was down more than 10% from its peak. Since 50 years ago, this has been triggered 32 times. Within the next 3 months, the NASDAQ suffered a further 10% or larger drop 11 times. Or in plain English, the corrections morphed in the bear markets only about a third of the time. Something to remember here. Next, we see human nature never changes, as MP crumples that here. This is the 1 month call put skew. All right, showing what has happened with the S&P 500 and all these different events. Let's zoom in on this chart here. It's got a Jesse Livermore quote. in the next photo here. I want to read this because it's good. Wall Street never changes. The pockets change. The suckers change. The stocks change. But Wall Street never changes because human nature never changes. People love to buy out of the money puts to protect themselves once the damage has already been done.
Yes.
So always keep an eye on the higher time frame.
Yep.
Is there anything about this that everybody knows by the pullbacks? So many people like it's just a correction by the pullback. It just seems like the quote, like the super obvious play. Long bias is 80% again. It was 80% when it was last up here, and it sold off 40, 50 handles. Annotate this if you want to. I know I have on my charts. I did it.
Where are you getting 80, MP? I see 75.
Micros, 79.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm looking at micros and NQ. They're both the same thought process, in my opinion.
Okay.
Is there a house account to buy the pullback is the question. That's what I'm thinking of. That's what I'm looking at.
I would throw a variable in there and saying every time these guys are getting up to 80%, this thing is flushing, but then it also flushes them out and firms up and then rallies harder.
So we could have just had a double bottom right there at 160s. We're consolidating right in these right in this zone.
In between zones and the S&Ps, we're going to watch this NQ. Damn. Vicious.
There's your 60s.
S&P's just traded back to that iceberg order. It is still there. It pulled off. About 10 points off of it right now.
We're seeing the same thing. This is big bid side liquidity in the NQ as well. So this might be, if you're looking for a cheaper long, this is an area right here and now where I think, if you ran with like a 30 handle stop, you have an opportunity because we're right at 50s. We have liquidity resting all the way down to 27. So if you had a 30 handle stop, you can withstand that all the way down to the next point of liquidity.
Value area high 144.
I got 50s for you guys. Dakota was there. And Reps was there.
Potential double bottom. All right, risk, he said about 30 points, MP, 30 points.
Yeah, I did a one. I didn't have 5 queued up. Sorry about that.
It's fine.
You're still in the money.
Hey, one guy, it's going to be the winning trade of the day. Don't worry.
No kidding. I don't even want to know where this ends. I don't want to see this thing goes.
I clicked join bid, did not look at my clip size. Clip size, guys, is your quantity. So we're
It's okay. We only nailed the trade perfectly. Don't worry about it.
We might get another shot.
That was a beautiful buy zone.
Don't do this,
and confirmed.
Don't do this, Marco. Come on, we want the winning trade, Andre.
One lot though. Don't.
Andre, you got to stay positive on me, buddy. Always.
I am positive. I am positive, buddy. I am positive. Let's get a 5 lot. When we can get a 5 lot, we'll get another shot at it.
We've got some. We've got some confluence down there from one of our levels contributors too. Mickey says the floor is now 18,149. Below that, 105 needs to hold for higher targets going back up to 225. So 149 from Mickey, targeting 225. If below 149, 105 sold. Next target 225.
So if we get back down there, then we could just add, right? Like that is a possibility if we're just in one contract. So.
Okay, we got check mark.
Nice breakout here to these 80s.
What are we looking to take out of this again? You said 30 handle stop.
I like it at 70 handles in the profit.
Yep, that's where I'm looking. Back up above 200s.
How's it count long?
By the way, JD, I have a message in the green room. If you saw that.
All right, if we get back to these 149s, 150s, I got 3 check marks. Mickey, Rips, Dakota.
I do have to say that was beautiful execution, though, MP. No hesitation on the ticket. Great entry. I'm being dead serious. I'm not trolling at all. I'm being dead serious.
No. I don't know how it got changed at one lot, but it did. I usually have it queued up at 5. My last one was queued up at 5. I have no clue if I clicked 1 or if I refreshed the screen and went back to save layout to 1. But it's better than 100. Well, in this case, no, it's
Oh,
not.
wow.
But
There you go. Push
to
above
200.
200s already. Above 200s.
there's 50 handles.
Yep, let's see. Maybe we get a new session high again. Maybe we come
Session
up
higher
and
here.
Test these 220s, break above these 220s. Yeah, I could see, like I said, I really wanting to see 400s, or at least these higher 300s come into play.
There's 60 handles.
Let's call on that 150s.
That's a good out right there at 15s. Oh, as I say that.
We're out.
Come on, that was 60 points. All right, what's the P&L update?
I still think we break. I think we break.
We're down 2,400 on that first one. This would have been if we would have played the woulda, coulda, shoulda game, which you never play in trading. 50 handles on a 5 lots, 25. No,
Got out it.
50 on a 5. That's $5,000. It would have been 5-6 grand. So we would have been up 2,500.
Oof.
So we're net positive on the points. Let's say that.
Yeah, there you go. I like that.
I'm fading
like
you,
a break
lads.
above-
Jen Ren said. Yen Ren.
So-
Yen Ren, I'm fading you, lads. Okay.
So Tilt was right on that
Let's
trade.
The tilt was right on that trade. It was well, yes and no. It's I think it's shaking out the weak longs because it is flushing them. It's flushing and firming in this area.
Let's see if we can hold these 200s. Break above 217 is going to be where that rally and getting some momentum. Let's see if we get some momentum.
Move for push higher here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Still just chopping around 200.
Thank you, JD. We're chopping around up here. Hey, haven't talked about crude or gold really quick. Crude last trade 73.46. Gold selling off a little bit here. Last trade 24.34. Low of the day 24.29. Currently chopping around those 80s, 52.80. I think Hogue saw the iceberg up at that level. Hogue, right? 52.80.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
Cool.
Watching it. It seems to be done, but it seems to be struggling to hold above that level still. See if we can take out the high here.
Definitely tug of war going on at the 80s trade. The 81s will it hold? Will hold. Sellers step in.
Holding these 200s in the NASDAQ, I like it. It could be a 50-point break to the long side.
Pushing higher here. And we got to those 80s into the 84s. Keep on these. Our JD, I'm coming to you here in a second. But all right. Sellers came in, stepped in 84, 83. Sellers stepped in, took it beneath the 80s, like Hogue was saying. That's trade 79 half in the S&P's 52, 78 straight, 77s now. Wow. Vicious.
Feels like there's some really sneaky sellers up there.
Yeah, that was. I think the longs thought they had it right there. The longs thought they had it there. And
77. Yeah.
I'm looking at S&P's.
77%
Longs thought they
longs
had
right now.
Yeah, we're still just
There's
going to
more
chop
longs that
around
came
these
in on this
200.
little pullback down in the 80s level. There's more longs that have, when it was up there, it wasn't as high. They're getting shaken out pretty damn quickly. 70% now.
Longs?
Higher lows?
Or lows?
Yeah, longs.
Yeah.
Lots of fear. Lots of fear. It's higher lows, and it's been by these pullbacks. Has been really, really well. The question is, if we just hold these 200s, a break, we could gain a lot of momentum. It's might be one of those things where as soon as we break, we're going to be talking about maybe 300s really quick.
Yep. Dakota, do you have a position on?
Yeah. Yep. I still have my original position.
Nice.
I did close out one contract.
All right, well, we're chopping around here a little bit. JD, If you're ready, we can come up with some stats and some hot streaks and some payouts.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it, JD.
We've got yesterday's Funded Trader hot streaks. 4 new names on the list today. Here's why. 3 traders did not trade. Fan, Alexander, and Todd, no trades for them. And Ganil, unfortunately, hit the daily loss on that yesterday. So, Ganil, nice run. 24 days worth $6,400 at the DLL. We'll see you back on the list soon, Ganil. All right, but that leads us to Virgil. Virgil picked up $300 trading the micro ES to extend his streak to 28 days. And our 4 newcomers, Matthew. Matthew with a nice run trading the ES, 22 days worth more than $7,000. He is now eligible for a payout too. Brian's on a 21-day hot streak worth more than $1,300. Delesh looks pretty comfortable making $20 a day trading the micros right now. Nothing wrong with that. Brick by brick, right? And Guarav rounds out our hot streaks list. Guarav carved up the MNQ for a cool $600 yesterday to extend his streak to 20 days. Guarav is also eligible for a payout. All right, those are your Funded Trader hot streaks from yesterday. Let's take a look at yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. There's a lot going on today on these lists today, guys.
All right.
So we got Chung here. Man,
That's
Chung
insane.
did it again. Chung did it again.
What is
$32,421 in his live account trading the NASDAQ. Here's the thing, though. He was also copying trades. I shouldn't say copying trades. I can't really confirm that. But he was also trading in 5 XFAs. Wait until you see his numbers in a little bit when we get to those XFA P&Ls. Another huge day for Chung. He caused a major shakeup on the leaderboard, too. So looking forward to showing you guys that in a little bit. Rafa had another big day trading the ES. Based on Rafa's past performance, I'm going to assume he got short, held on, and then his trailing stop got at $23,000 for Rafa yesterday. Brian P. also on the leaderboard, nearly $13,000 trading the S&P. Ryan with more than $7,000 trading the NASDAQ, and Jules wraps up the live P&L list with just over $5,000 trading the S&P. All right, I don't have yesterday's payout leaders, but I do have yesterday's total payouts.
All right.
Who wants to? What's the over under?
$550,000. Over.
Go with 658,000.
658. I got 550.
I'll take the over.
Take the over. Andre's over. Okay.
All right.
Anyone else? Going once, going twice. Here they come. Over wins it. $711,000 in payouts yesterday.
Over all of them, man. It's just a Monday.
In a single day.
460 payouts, averaging $1,707 per payout. Real money, folks. Real money.
Yep.
The averages roughly stay the same around here. It's just the number of payouts increasing, aka more people joining Topstep, so those numbers will increase. But the payouts, I've seen $1,800 average payout probably since the dawn of time.
I'm pulling up the sheet right now. They start off kind of slow during the week. So last week, for example, we started the week on Monday, the average payout at $1,552. By midweek Wednesday, we're up to $1,953, and then kind of balanced out and closed out the week at $1,750. So we always start kind of slow and then build, but this week it seems like we're starting on the higher end. So I guess we'll see what happens throughout the week. We'll see if this trend continues.
Trading Pro Alpha. MP, can you tell us how you're making money on paying us with the amount of money? We've been profitable since day one. That's the answer. You have data, you have live trader profits, you have combine revenue. All this stuff does work together. We created the industry to give people an opportunity. That was a win for the industry because people are getting more risk conscious in the trading combine. And then it's an educational or experiential educational platform and experience, whatever. You get my point. And it's an opportunity for us to find traders for the prop house. It's an opportunity for us to gather data that we can feed back to you. It's all running on all cylinders except support responses.
All right, we're in no trade zone right now. Last trade, yes. 3 check marks. We had 3 check marks from 150. Shout out to Mickey from Team JD for throwing a check mark in there. Rips and Dakota. We're gonna keep pulling in real time.
I like the break. I'm still looking for a break to the long side. We're chopping around these 200s. To me, the way I view it is if we break, we're going to be talking about 300s really quick. See if we can gain some momentum above these 220s, 230s.
No, when Dakota says break, he means he's referring to push to the upside.
The upside.
Yep,
correct.
upside.
Yeah.
Break
So
out,
a
break out.
breakthrough resistance, meaning pushing through these resistance zone. This is a strong resistance zone. This 220 to 230s, and we are
We've got
continuing to make
260
higher lows, but
Got 260 above that, which is weekly kickoff high, which really found an area of resistance yesterday.
your weekly kickoff highs and lows are getting met in a day, Hogue. Daily.
Wild.
First day of the week, everything's just tagged.
Yeah, volatility has a tendency to do that.
All right, taking a look at top step levels here. Boy, sell off. My goodness. And the buyer stop right. Sheesh. All right, here's a pullback. Come back to those 49s, guys. Do we like that 49 level again? We had 3 check marks the first time we came in. We had a check mark from Mickey, from Team JD. We had from Rips and Dakota. Do we still like the 150s, 149
You
level?
can take my
I
check
actually
mark
like a
off
run
of
of
that.
liquidity and buy them around.
Take it away.
120s.
120 now. 120.
I no longer like the buy at 150, especially after we conducted all of that business up there towards 220. Could not break 220s. That is telling me that we are in a temporary seller's market here.
Yep. Enough. Oh, you
Yeah,
agree?
we sniffed out those sellers in the S&Ps up above that 80 level. We were unable to hold yesterday's high.
Those 80s won, John. Those 80s won in the S&Ps.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Got to watch for those iceberg orders, man.
I'd like to see if we could get to these 120s for a long. That might have just been it right there.
25s or 20, 120 level. Looking at the zones. We keep chopping around from zone 5 to zone 6, zone 6 to zone 5 in the NASDAQ. Topstep daily levels. Gold continuing to sell off here. New lows in gold. 24 or 27, last trade.
All righty.
We're chopping around in between zones here.
Well, Rips, what are you thinking about the 20 down in the 26s? John Hogan, what's your team say? JD, what's your team say? Eddie is out right now.
I don't like any buys until we're breaching below 18,100, and even then, I need to wait and see what the order flow is telling me down there. It's just the fact that we came up to those 220s and we were advertising price there for a very long time. Nobody was interested in buying above 220s. So that to me says that those buyers have become exhausted and they're looking to take profit. We just have to wait and see how the market reacts in this next area of consolidation when it gets to there. And we haven't got there yet.
Fair enough.
Yeah, one of my guys was looking at the overnight low European session 18016 for a possible support level, and then a fair value gap down below that. Starting to look for some market generated information based off the information we're getting today. I will let you know as that comes in.
Thank you, Hogue.
Thank you.
Right now, everyone's saying no trade. No trade. In between zones, in the middle of the range, no trade right now. So with that being said,
poll really quickly. While we're doing this poll really quickly, do we make new? Is that highs on the day? What's the highs on the day? No.
253.
253. Did we make new highs today? No, we didn't. Okay, sorry. Yeah. How about this? It's pretty close. Do we make new highs today or new lows?
Overnight.
Which one do we make for
new session highs or lows or just overnight?
253. 250. You guys tell me what the
yeah. Hogue, I got overnight highs 375.
Oh, then whatever you guys. I want to get a pulse on. Do we make new highs? Do we make new lows? You can go session.
I love the long
Closer.
side today. I'm looking at this as just buy dips, buy pullbacks, seeing if we could find some buyers until this market tells me otherwise. Like I do like what Rip said though, is just try not to buy without a reason, just waiting for the market to confirm like we're reversing here or we're finding buyers back in these levels of support, rather than just buying it for no reason.
I feel like patience will win right now. There's no reason to jump into a trade until the market presents you with a reason to do so. And right now we are forming a little bit of a consolidation, but it's in a precarious range right now. We are technically trading higher from where we were consolidating when we opened the trade here past 10 a.m., past that data. So I don't know if it's still a good area to buy. I'm hands off here. I don't want to put any risk on right now. Still, I'm seeing on my end buyers are seeming somewhat exhausted. So and if the market's pushing up when buyers are exhausted, that to me is a no trade.
No trades. Hogue saying no trade. Team Hogue saying no. Hoag's heroes. Hoagland's heroes. No trade. Rips. No trade.
If you'd like, Andre, I can give you an update on the market internals.
Let's do that real quick, and then I'm gonna throw it to Hogue. He's got some plugs. We got something new, cool feature coming out here on Topstep X. I think so. I saw some people in the chat. Got a peek of it. Go ahead, Rips.
I can get through it pretty quick. The NYSE volume's at 167 million shares. It's 17% above its 1 month average. Advancers are leading decliners by 3.5 to 1. NASDAQ volume's at 1.765 billion shares, 2% above its 1 month average. Advancers are leading decliners today by 2 to 1. The VIX is down 28%, trading at 27.84.
Thank you. More volume. All right, Hogue. Here's your time to shine.
Buy the dip, baby. Buy the dip.
I saw people in the chat. Some people in chat did see it. Have it up on their screens. But Hogue, if you're ready to go, screen shared. Let's rock it, Hogue. Let's tell them what we got here on Topstep X.
All right. Well, I am extremely excited and honored to announce that the Topstep levels that we share every day are now available as an indicator on Topstep X. Let me show you how to find them. They're on indicators. You can search Topstep daily levels. I'm going to make this one of my favorites. If I click on the star here, it'll keep it at the top of the list whenever I open indicators. And I'm going to click on that. And what are we doing here? You're in a little bit of a hiccup here. We can do this on another chart. Hang on. All right. So now I've got it here on the S&Ps. Let me take that off and do this again. So here's the S&Ps. No lines, no nothing on the chart. I'm going to go to indicators. I've already saved it at the top of the list here as one of my favorites. Again, you can type in Topstep daily levels, click on it, and the levels are going to show up right on your charts with the actual prices. So what we're going to see here is 5,675. Last week's high is already on the chart. We've got 53.45. Yesterday's high, 53.45. That is the overnight session high, of course. We've got 52.45 quarter value area high from yesterday, 45 quarter. We've got 06, the point of control from yesterday. And of course, the value area low right here is 51.95.75. All of these are on the charts. And of course, we have the weekly kickoff levels. We've got weekly kickoff high. Where is that? Well, here's last week's low. Weekly kickoff high, 54.77, showing in pink, 54.77, all the way up there. And weekly kickoff low right here, 52.10, which we've had a lot of play with already today, 52.10 right there. Now, if you just go into the settings on it, you can choose what time frames you want these levels to appear on. If you don't want them on your months, weeks, just check it. We'll take it off the weeks and months. You can also change the thickness and the color of each of them. So I'm going to go with weekly kickoff high. I usually like to make those really thick. And I like to put those on in white. So I'm going to change that to white and thicken the line. There it is. all the way up here, nice and thick, so you can see all those weekly kickoff levels. Let me do that on the weekly kickoff low now as well. Weekly kickoff low. I like to put those in white and make them really thick so they really stand out on the chart. And there we've got weekly kickoff low. You can even remove any of the levels that you don't necessarily want on there. You can take settlement off just by clicking there, and then you're going to remove settlement. But I like to have settlement on my charts. So let's just say we're going to take off last week's low. I don't know why I would do that, but I could just click it, click OK, and last week's low is now off the chart. So, some of these colors, might be more difficult to see. Again, you can thicken them up. You can change the colors. You can put them on. You can take them off. You can change the visibility. If you don't want them on your daily chart, you don't have to have them on your daily chart. We've got them here, I think, on the daily. Oh, I did take it off the daily. So we got it on the 30 and everything shorter time frame. Even on the tick charts, you can keep them on there. Even on the tick charts.
All right, add to micros is what people are saying right now, guys. All of our levels, if you look at the top of your screen, daily levels, guys, pin that back there again, just so people have a reference to the page. We don't have micro levels. We have NASDAQ mini levels.
S&P
I don't know.
minis.
I don't know.
You can use these. You can use these in convergence or confluence with any of your levels. You can use these with your strategies. We're not suggesting the purchase or sale of anything off these levels. These are purely for context, and we hope that they serve you very well. And we'll be adding additional levels from our other coaches in the coming week. So if there's a specific coach that you want to kind of pay attention to their levels, we've got a lot of great coaches. We've got two of them right here. We got Dakota. We got Rips. Any levels that they're going to be providing will probably be available at some point in the near future. So we're very excited about this. We think this is a wonderful thing, and we're looking forward to seeing even greater success for all of you with the advent of these tools. Thank you very much, everybody. We're very excited about this. I'm personally thrilled about this, and let's get making some money.
Love it.
Yeah, guys, we will be removing that the pin to the top of your screen, Topstep daily levels. We'll be killing that page. Everything will be sitting inside Topstep X. You could trade minis inside of Topstep X. Sorry, micros equivalent to your minis. 50 whatever minis is 50 micros is 5 minis. You can do that all within Topstep X. We don't have that ability to do it any other platform because we're not working with those teams in a way that they'll customize it towards us. And all that being said, you're going to see this platform get more and more customized towards those that are in the prop industry.
Yeah,
and there's other companies.
Daily charts. The daily levels will be updated daily. Weekly levels will, of course, be updated weekly. And again, this is exclusive to Topstep X. But there was a great question. Somebody asked how often will they be updated. The daily charts will be updated daily. Weekly charts weekly.
Has there been a week that has gone by since Topstep X has not received a new feature update, MP? I feel like every single week there's been something new added to Topstep X.
I told them all, I go, guys, we're going to have what's called a drum beat on this platform. So every time, we add a feature, which is found in the feature list, which is found on the menu on the left. I want you guys prioritizing these. They all flew out to Aspen and blah, 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 and said, hey, we can do all this. And I said, go get them, champ. Whatever you guys need budget-wise, we'll make it happen for you guys to develop this for us. But they're going to keep doing this. I mean, there's a laundry list of stuff that is college dormitory laundry list of stuff you need to do.
And
I don't know of any other.
Before we move on from this, we need to make exceptionally clear that these should be used to add to your strategy, but these are not trading ideas or signals. The Topstep levels are not signals. They are not. They are not signals. And Topstep will never tell you where to trade and never provide signals. If you think these are signals, you are sorely mistaken. They are levels for your information.
You cannot get more clear than that.
Yeah,
You
that was very
cannot get
clear.
more clear
Yes.
than that. We will all say these are not signals. We are not
Nope,
signal
these are
providers. We would never
not
teach you signals because we're evaluating you on your skills to be provider, to be that great risk manager to us with what you can see signaling providing to you on your own charts or wherever you get your information.
Yep.
And that
Every
is how
night
we
I have to
evaluate.
say that like 10 times to my slow markets class. It's too often do I see them just try and take the trade I take.
Levels. Okay, trader. Okay, so the levels are signals. Got it.
No.
Like right now you can see on my charts coming up to the 18260s, and the 18260s is 18260s is the weekly kickoff low.
That's right.
That we didn't say anything more than that is a weekly kickoff low. It's up to you to decide market action, market activity, order flow, all that kind of stuff, what you deem the market is setting up to do. That's why levels cannot be signals ever, because you can't predict that. And signal
We're
providers
almost
are a whole different
140
breed of
points
folks
away
that we
from your
don't hang
target,
out with.
Dakota.
I know I seen that. I closed out. I'm out. I'm out.
75% long.
$50 on my micros.
Nice.
Is there
I think
anything
we're gonna
about
be talking about 300s really quick.
Hey, JD back there, you got any of your peeps talking to you from your team? It looks like we're gonna be pushing new highs. Just made new highs here in the S&Ps, closing in on 5,300. Last trade 5,293. Anything back there, JD? Holler at me. Looking at these Topstep daily levels in the S&Ps, in between zone 5 and zone 6 right now. I'm sorry, zone 4 and zone 5, zone 4 and zone 5, in between zones there. Nothing show. Looks like those 80s got busted, John. We are broken out last trade. Got a 52.91.
You can totally get signaled into a level. I like that, Carl. I got signaled into a level. That's you can do that. The level is my signal. What signal? I don't know. Long or
Pushing
short.
higher here.
I don't know. All right, it is pressing through the weekly kickoff low.
Yes, it is.
And NASDAQ getting near yesterday's session highs.
Just beautiful trade.
Which is that? Huh?
Yeah. 5,300 is getting tested right now in the S&Ps.
It is.
Yeah, I think 300 is incoming, and then we start to make. Do we make a run up to the 400s? Is the next question.
289 is high from yesterday in the NASDAQ. Breaking
Just
out
got
above
an
it now.
update. Just got an update from Mickey in Discord. Next target upside is 18,332. Eye on that level.
332.
What's that?
18,332.
That's Mickey.
What's the Y behind it, JD? 80% long. Everybody in their
18,332 is 74% back. I'm trying to read this chart that he showed me.
Okay, let's get the Y. We always need the Y.
All right, so do we have a pullback here if we like that target? Mickey's first call this morning buying those 49s was pretty spot on. 332 upside target. Nothing on check mark. No levels. Oh, you like that'd be a quick scalp. That's 40 points. Those are
I would
scalps
like
these days.
370s, 380s, and then the Sunday gap might come into play. That Sunday where we open up and gapped down. So 500 even, 500s even might come into play.
Target. All right, we got
385 is last week's low according to our daily levels. 390 is yesterday's high according to our daily levels.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's ripping here. 332 incoming up.
Yeah, this thing is blowing out right now.
Yeah, hey MP. Once we get these, how about this MP? If we start getting a confluence of targets, like upside or downside targets, can we execute the trade based off that instead of looking for price? If we got confluence and targets, we got Mickey, we got Dakota both looking. Okay, for instance, we got Mickey looking for a 332 upside target. Dakota, what was your upside target? 350.
85,
390, and then 500.
Perfect. Okay, so we're trading the we're trading the 290s. These guys came in with their targets, upside target, and you If we're honing in on price, we're getting caught up in trying to find the price. When we're seeing confluence in targets, there's a downside or upside target. If we have confluence in target, I think it's be easier to execute and get in the market as opposed to getting confluence on actual price to enter in.
Yeah, I kind of get and understand what you're saying, Andre, is just like if everyone's looking for price to get to a point, then you're just saying just find a way to get in to get to that point. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, precisely. Yes.
Pretty much. Yeah, I think he is.
We're not fighting. Yeah, because trying to get check marks on actual price. Obviously, we're going to look for price action to get in at.
So, like, what just happened was as we were breaking out, we were in like the 260s, 270s, and everyone's like 300, 380, 390.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like
and
F the
here
price.
We are blowing through the 330s. And we were all talking about that while we were in like the 270s. Okay, that makes sense, right? It's a breakout trade. It's just
here's your 330s.
Yeah, these are the 330s. These are 330s. So Mickey, nice call, Mickey. Mickey, JD, tell Mickey to keep him coming. He's been pretty hot right now. He's pretty dialed in. This morning, last three, he's been pretty dialed in. Keep him coming, JD.
He is dialed in right now. He's also sitting at his desk at his day job, helping us out. So I'll try and keep his attention for as long as I can right now.
Sounds good. Okay.
There's 330s that just rolled off of it. You would have taken 7 handles of heat. You would have been 30 handles in the money right now. Do what you want with these guys. Do what you want with them. You can get a feel. You're gonna hear the individual, and you're gonna hear the why behind them, and then you can make your decision or not.
Gene's got a level at 18,370. Which is a level he said he would consider taking a short trade. He kind of put in the low for us. He called 18,016.
Short at 370. Short at 370. So we have a target up there. I got Mickey. We got Dakota. We got who's your guy? Who's one of your Hoagland's heroes there, John?
Gene.
Gene. Okay, cool.
All right, upside target 370. So we got 3 check marks for upside target 370.
And let's make sure we remember these guys, the whole team. Here's just so we can go back, and if this becomes a certain, area that doesn't get tested again, and just pivot off of it, we can go a little bit deeper of what they are seeing. And
yeah, we did.
That perspective was a pretty damn good perspective, and then we're sharing that perspective with the team here, the chat here, everybody listening. Mm-hmm. We all get a little educated.
Is that the technical term?
Educated. I haven't heard that.
Well, that and what do you call what are your words? Your words are truffle. No, kerfuffle.
Kerfufflation.
Kerfufflation.
Shout out to Anne Marie on that one.
There's another one, Anne Marie.
Right. Oh yeah, Anne Marie. Is Anne Marie back? I haven't seen her name.
She is back. She's with us here today.
Yes, Anne Marie. Shout out Anne Marie. Gene.
So would like to look and get in long, maybe around 60s, 260s, if we get down to 260s.
60s was our weekly kickoff where we paused and then catapulted higher, almost to the point of a pole vaulter.
Oh,
and then we quickly fell to the ground and
hey,
you know what I'm talking about. Hit the pole.
Yay! New world record in pole vault yesterday. A guy from Sweden. New world record.
What was it? 13 and a half inches?
Wait a minute. What? Wait a minute.
You said there was a new record.
Are you talking about the guy that was
he knocked it off.
Pole vaulting.
Pole vaulting. Yeah, they throw the stick. They throw the stick in the ground and they kind of launch over the bar.
Oh yeah, they throw that stick right in there, Andre.
All right.
They got to make sure their entire body clears it too. Their entire body.
The entire
has to clear
every part of the body.
Every single part.
Imagine that dude.
I'm out on that long, by the way. I'm at 3,500 in the live now.
Awesome work. That was the 50-point pullback, right?
That was the one. That's the one that I needed to hit there.
That was it. Great work.
All right.
Stick. I haven't heard the tuck.
You clear the whole bar. You clear the entire bar. Besides, yeah,
it's you can't write that any better.
I think he probably made more money off of that one instance than he would do by winning gold.
Yeah, he has a strong future and a certain website platform.
Yeah, only vaults.
Sorry. I'll be right back. That was awesome.
Oh my God. All right. Good job, Ribs. You chased him away with the only ball. All right, let's keep finding these markets. What do we got?
So we got
here?
that 50-point pullback. Sounds like you bought that.
Yep, that's the one I got into, Dakota, and then took that to the north side, and out was about 325 there.
Beautiful.
We saw that target upside. 332, we hit it. All right, JD, nice shot. Yeah, we can keep him coming. He's got to go. Hanjin, we're looking for a short up at the 370s. 370s, so perhaps we got upside target there. Take a quick look at the Dow. Dow's about 40 points off the high of the day. Last trade, 39,350. High of the day, 396. Crude finally caught a bid to the upside. Last trade, $73.80. High of the day, $73.96. Gold sees some selling today. Last trade, 24.28. Low of the day, 24.26. All right,
provide a little confluence. Last week's low was 18,385, so that's 15 points above that 370 level.
We got
also pretty much where we opened Sunday night, right at that level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the gap fill would be 500 at 18,500 even, I think, right? 18,500. Yeah.
So we're in no trade zone right now. No trade zone. JD working with Mickey. Well, Mickey's been feeling it today. Hanjin, we're looking for a short up at 370s, perhaps. Dakota, you saw that upside target to the 370, 380s and NASDAQ?
Yeah, the overnight highs around 370s, 380s. It's a nice little zone. And then, of course, 500. If we could break and see, maybe we could try and make a run to fill that gap from Sunday night, which is 18,500. So still 200 points worth of area and room to the upside.
All right.
Which is outstanding, right? Because that's something to see, because we're already up from where we opened. We're already up, over 230 points, which is just doesn't feel like that much. It hasn't felt that big of a move.
Okay, we got NASDAQ trying to figure out what to do with this 18,300 level, and the S&P is trying to figure out what to do with 5,300 evens. MP, we still have an upside target in the 380s, 370 level on NASDAQ.
Ooh, I know what happened. I went to add, there's a bug in the system. I went to add a chart execution show. It resets my clip size to 1. It was just at 5, and I just removed them. Interesting.
Are we locked in at 5 right now? We're back to our 5
Add
default.
a couple zeros.
Yeah, we're back.
Good stuff. Got a couple zeros.
Hey, it's better 1 than like if it accidentally just triggered you into like 50.
Oh yeah.
Well, I don't know. Maybe on that trade that would have been great, but
right. A bit of a breather here. What's up, Dakota? What's you giggling about here? 77% long crude right
like
now.
That happens. This happened to me where I've accidentally got triggered into a big. I was trading micros. I had like a 15, and then I switched to like minis. And the next thing I know, I'm in 15 lots in the minis when I was trading 15 in the micros, and just little things like that. And it just goes to say, getting used to your tools, because we are professionals, and professionals should know and understand their tools, and it's always something we're going to be struggling with.
Yes, sir. Okay, so far Mickey has the best level of the day. We should keep track of this too, Dre, just so we can give props to our level providing team. Teams.
We're definitely keeping
teams.
track. Yes.
Hoagland Heroes is in the lead now with the best call as far as the level.
Someone in the chat says, happened to me from practice to XFA. So it sounds like you were struggling in your practice, or you had a certain size in your practice. You switched to your XFA, and yeah, that's scary. I mean, it can happen here. It could also happen in real life if you're trading your personal account. There's no forgiveness when it comes to that.
No mulligans, no do-overs. No, can I have none of that.
Yeah, I feel like you should commit to what your trade plan is and select that account beforehand. If you're jumping between accounts, you can run into a very tough situation where maybe only your green trades are on your combine and your red trades are on your XFA, and now you're fighting that demon of saying, I should have traded in this, I should have done that. Pick an account, stick with it, trade with it, and if you are not committing to trade your XFA, then don't trade it at all.
That's what I did on Friday when I retired from my personal account. Stick with the house, work with the team, get us on track to trade size and discuss our trades in person.
You retired the Cunningham, I guess +5 now, but yeah, man.
Yeah, I've had that. Yeah, that's happened to me. I've been on the golf course, like 150 yards. That's my 9-iron. Next thing I know, I'm like 50 yards past the green, and I accidentally pulled up my 7.
Hey. All right. S&P still trying to figure out how to do this. We got sellers coming in at 5,300. Last trade, 52.95.
Treasury is going to be selling $95 billion in 4-week bills and $90 billion in 8-week bills.
50 handle pullback. If you wanted to test that level out of Mickey's level, John called it out on the way up there. We'll also talk about why levels get ripped through and all that kind of stuff too. So this isn't just like, oh, you guys are. It's $1,000 on a one lot. Right? Yeah. Hold on, more than that. Yeah.
50 handles is $1,000 on one lot. Yeah.
Yep.
Market's taking a bit of a breather right now. So was it just wild yesterday? MP was it just insane yesterday? This
is much more tradable than yesterday, I would say. Don't you think?
100%. There's no doubt.
Oh yeah, we all concur on that.
Yeah.
Yesterday, if you were wrong at all, I mean, there was no withstanding that storm. You would have to be trading in the micros, or you have to have an immense drawdown in your account.
Who asked me yesterday if I get nervous? Was that you, Rips? No, or not Rips?
Me.
Dakota?
What was the question?
Yeah, you asked me if I get nervous or concerned. We had risk off yesterday for all our live accounts, so we had no risk in the market with that. I would be more nervous if I was a brokerage firm of stops getting run, auto liquidity not working, and all these folks with margin accounts that can go negative. Your account can go negative, guys, which means you owe the brokerage firm money.
Who is this margin, and why are they calling my cell phone?
Yes, who's this margin and why? I love that one.
Change numbers.
Yeah, that's just you got the wrong number. Stop calling me.
I mean, delete the account.
To your point, and I think I've seen some brokers like Robinhood and others like, hey, margin requirements has changed. There's no 24-hour chain, trading, and that's why I love a prop firm. Like, there's another, like I said yesterday, like today and this week is showing and really giving everybody that example of how beautiful and such a useful tool a prop firm is for those who are learning to become a consistent trader.
Yeah, and there's also the question too, and just to continue on with prop firms and why they're so valuable. people are always questioning, why don't we allow, why doesn't Topstep allow overnight trades? Why can't you do overnight trades in Topstep? Well, here's a prime example. We have my screen up right now. This is the NQ. It closed, let's just call it above 18,500, and it gapped down 200 points. I mean, if you were trading a real live account, which there were people that did that, and they were long into that close, there's a good chance that there is a hefty amount of people that no longer have an account and they are in debt to their brokerage now because they were holding a long position into that move. It's very risky. I mean, these moves don't happen, but when they do, I know people that have been trading for 10, 15 years, and it takes one move like that. And guess what? They're not trading anymore after that. And they've been going for 10 or 15 years, and they just have poor risk management. One single trade, you're done. That's it. Curtains.
Now, brokerage firms do like prop firms because of thing. We have a layer. Our traders have risk limits on them. We have risk limits on our traders as far as a whole, and eyes and ears, a whole team on that. And then they have eyes and ears and a radar on us. Very much different than what you just said, a personal brokerage account that got in here, and that person does not care about their risk level. Well, they don't have a risk manager technically backing that account above them. I've always liked the three layers of evaluating somebody that can manage their risk, having a risk team at the prop firm overseeing their risk, and then somebody at the brokerage firm, of course, always overseeing all their brokerage accounts. To me, that's risk management, 3 layers.
Yep. Who's that guy that you said usually puts on like a one lot short on the weekends? They would have been super happy with that gap.
Oh, my old boss. Well, boss, Jeff Waters, if you're watching, man, would have paid off nicely this weekend. Yeah. Well, not sure. He would be a one lot in the treasuries either way, but yeah, 24, 48 hours of no trading. Something happens.
Legolas asks in chat, what is the difference between MOC and MOO? What is the difference between Mach and Moo? Well, Mach is the speed that is measuring a jet's speed, and Moo is the sound a cow makes.
Wow. Rips.
Was that not the question?
I mean, comments. Oh my God. His Royal Trades liked it. Oh my gosh.
That's good.
All right. Wow. Marcus actually taking a breather.
Or just consolidating, preparing for the next move up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
yes, we are.
Like that's what we've been seeing is 50-point pullbacks kind of hovering around the 300. And if we do break or extend or expand or whatever you want to call it, I think we could see these 370s, 380s come into play.
We have 2 levels up there, 385s and 390s.
And 70s.
Yesterday's high, last week's low.
All right. Do we have check marks? Dakota, are you flat right now? Rips is flat. Everyone's flat for the time being. Okay.
Flat. But I would not be surprised if someone will, if I was in a position, I could easily get into a position right now and be happy. My stops would be below these 280s. I like 280s as a stop, but depending on where you get in, right? Like, do we want to get in a little bit closer to the stop at the bottom of this consolidation, or are we going to get in at a higher probable trade? And that's as we start to break out. Right now, my breakout level's 330, 330s, lower 330s. If we do start to push, then we gain that volatility and maybe see another run.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that real quick, Dakota. Yeah, do you look for a better entry? If we're all thinking the same thing, we're thinking about a target to the upside. Right, but we need confirmation for the breakout. So for confirmation of the breakout, we will be buying, 330s, like you're saying. But if we do think that we are leaning bullish, wouldn't you want to get the better price? I guess that's the ultimate question, right? Do we play the breakout or do we play the setup? What are your thoughts on that, Dakota?
It's about risk reward and then probabilities. You're getting a better risk reward if you're buying near the bottom, but then the probabilities are low because it could just break. But then if you're buying at the breakout, you're getting a worse risk reward, but the probabilities are higher because it's already moving in your direction, right? Like right now.
Right now.
If we get in as we're breaking almost right now, then it's a really wide stop. But the odds increase because the market's going in your direction. Just like somebody's trying to sell a rally or buy a falling knife, and the odds are really unlikely. This is putting your odds in your favor. And like, yeah, right as we were having that conversation,
Yes,
Andre, is we're starting to break these 30s, and the question is, do we hold or we go back down to the bottom of this consolidation?
Seeing some large orders above in the S&Ps. 315, 2100 on the offer.
Hey.
320, 2200 on the offer.
Ooh. Wow.
Catch, John. Nice catch, Hogue. Let's go over to the yes.
Somebody in the chat was mentioning that.
Ooh.
You know, it's another reason why we
Manpreet.
talk about big fat round numbers. I mean, like, they're playing them 315 and 320. They didn't go 315 and a quarter.
Love to know where they're long from. Love to know where they're long from. So do we like a long then? Perhaps for the liquidity grab to the upside in ES? We don't really have any targets.
I'm going to pass on this trade myself.
It's getting a little too toppy for you here, Reps.
Yeah, the fact that we're auctioning a lot at 5,300 and it's just not happening. And I could be very, very wrong on this. We explode through 5,300. We start to trade towards 5,350 in the S&Ps. I just don't like how long we're trading up here and nobody's interested. Unless we have some type of shift in news or anything, the only piece of news that we have that can really move the market here is not going to be out until 1 p.m. Eastern time, and that is in the form of the Treasury's 3-year note auction. So maybe that brings us above, but I just don't like how long it's taking here. I feel like if you wanted to have buyers, they'd show up by now, unless I'm missing something.
All right, well.
I always kind of talk about these like growing legs when it starts hanging out around the highs.
That's how I see it.
Growing legs.
Yeah, MP, I think you can see it from both sides. I can see it like that, and I also see Rips' argument as well. So you can see it from both ways. Growing legs, but also we're not getting any. See, here's your pullback.
Yeah, because it's like if you're going to play a breakout trade or momentum trade, it's like it needs to go and go now, and the longer it takes, the lower the probability, right?
Right. So that's exactly what we just unfolded there. If we were to try to play the breakout there, we would have been stopped out. I'm assuming. The breakout did not occur, but right now here's a lower probability. Yep, here's a lower probability trade, like Dakota was saying. But on the flip side, we're also saying what Rips was seeing is that we're hanging out too long up here, and we couldn't get any more buyers to push through these 5,300s as we trade 5,290 right now. So both scenarios did indeed play out right there.
I would like if we get down to these 40s or 50s for a long entry.
I'm sorry, one more time, Dakota. What price?
The 240s, 250s for a long entry. Because
we like 260 still. We don't like 260s anymore.
I mean, this was the resistance that we broke out of, right? This is a nice resistance zone. And if we go back down to the resistance, I would like to see if resistance can become support, and could be a great opportunity to get in long where we broke out.
I like that.
Man, trading can be tricky sometimes, Michael.
You're kidding.
This trading thing is tricky sometimes.
I don't know. I've heard some influencer out there call it easy peasy, and
easy. Man, it's like information is constantly changing. The market direction is constantly changing. Unforeseen orders come in the market. This keeps it constantly changing. This thing is hard sometimes, man. I'm glad I got some trading buddies like you guys and the people in the chat looking out for big orders to the upside in the ES. What would we do without these guys watching each other, watching our sixes? So click like, click subscribe. You see 112,000 subscribers. Let's go. Here comes some sellers. Into the 260s, Dakota. Into the 260s, but are we catching a falling knife?
Just
keep us abreast to the S&P levels if they line up with NASDAQ. I think that's also another thing to look at too at times. Here's your 260s back here, like Andre was saying. And this is the weekly kickoff low that it paused at.
260.
Crude sellers still a little strong here.
Eddie.
Trading all the way down to 73.22. Hitting that my 9 SMA.
We've got some confluence from Mickey on Dakota's level too. he's looking at a floor building around the 255 area that needs to come back and
Check
fill.
marks.
So Mickey says if we violate the floor level, 263 and 255, then 164 and 220 are back in play to the short side.
164. Mickey, keep them coming, man. Still selling off in crude here, just like Eddie said. Last trade, $72.98. Broke through those 73 evens.
We did get a report out from the New York Fed talking about household debt. It hasn't changed quarter over quarter. It's still at 3.2% for credit card delinquencies, consumer debt delinquencies. So that's out from the New York Fed. Nothing has changed quarter over quarter, which actually surprises me. I expected more people to be delinquent on debt by this point, but nothing has changed.
Well, I mean, they're still employed for the most part.
True.
Employment rate's really low. Once that employment rate gets higher, yeah.
We've got gold sitting on a weekly kickoff low right now as well.
Sellers in gold.
Trading is the hardest, easiest money you can make.
Amen.
Yes. All right, here's your 260s, 265.
We got two check marks from Mickey. It'd be tight stop. Stop would be
44.
44s.
I like lower.
You like lower? All right, stop would be 44s, MPs. But these trades off. They like lower.
Stop is 44. What does that mean?
Stop. If we were to get long from 60s, the stop would be around 44 in the NQ.
Is there anything about this tilt that has you still thinking all these longs are right in this level that I have on my screen pointing to it? Market rips higher. Here's yours. The circles, Mickey's level that they mentioned. He mentioned. Here's your sell off. Pretty hard sell off. Be curious if it gets back in this area here.
Holy flushacito.
Right. Yep.
48.
No,
Yeah, we got to stop down on that
long.
long. Selling down here. Mickey likes a push into the 164. Well, yeah. Downside target 164.
We're at the top of this zone. So this is the zone, right where we're at, down to 220s. So for me, now I'm in micros. I would look for areas to get long in here. Now, that's the question, right? Do we just buy it when we get here, or do we wait to see if the market can consolidate, give us some type of a signal to get in long on a reversal?
The level I have for a long Dakota is down there at 224 halves. How do you feel about that level?
Yeah. Like I said, that's the bottom range of this zone. It's a big zone, basically 245 down to 220. So,
and then below 224, I have a level down at 195 quarters. And that if we were breaking down below 224 and we start to see, some folks going bid to cover for shorts, then I'd say, kind of finding some pause, looking for some entries somewhere betwixt 224 and 195.
224 to 195, 224 195.
It's a big zone.
It is, of course. Well, these ranges are wild. I hope you like that 224 to 220 to 194. 220.
Yeah, because we've got
194 is MP.
194 kind of takes us back to that trend line that Dakota had when he was looking for the breakout to the downside. It took a look below it, and then we put in the highs. So that kind of pulls us back to that 190 level.
Sweet. 90s. Recheck.
There a VWAP at 190?
Yep.
I think that
196. Is that it?
I hope it wasn't, but I think that could have been it. We went down to the 30s, consolidated there for just a few moments.
Yeah.
I meant VWAP was at
we
192.
broke right out of it.
That trend line takes us down to 090. It was VWAP I was looking at 192.
Yeah, my level down there is 097 halves.
Man, we were there for just a minute. That was it.
I still think we're in a downtrend here, especially if we're rejecting underneath 261.
If I wanted to say, just going off the data of tilt and what I know about tilt, is when it gets so tilty longs are getting paid. It usually has this blow the top off, and then it has these huge sell-offs. Because you got to think about that's Topstep data. What about personal brokerage account data and all that kind of stuff that you can't harvest because those are live accounts, real money accounts. But I'd say they're very similar bias that we are seeing since we have such a large data set.
You
That's
want
why
to
I
see a
share this with
perfect
you.
setup, and I can't believe I didn't take this. Take a look at my chart on the 1 minute. I had this support zone. We sold off down there. We had an indecisive candle and a beautiful 3-bar reversal in this support zone. Hindsight is a beautiful thing.
That company's
it's the
right
best.
Hindsight Capital is up like 500,000% this year.
Resilient,
yeah.
never ends.
Beautiful 3-bar reversal. At an area
Hindsight
of
Capital. We'll let you know.
All right. Well, we're kind of consolidating right here, right now. It's been fast markets. These markets are fast. Rip roaring today. I'm gonna throw it to JD's got leaderboard too. Show us the leaderboard, JD. What do you got?
We have got a lot to talk about. But first, let's take a look at yesterday's top payouts.
Yes.
All right. Monday's payouts. Omar, 46 grand from a pair of XFAs. Daniel, almost 19 grand from 3 XFAs. Junki, whose name we're going to hear in a bit, $13,700. Philippe, $10,700. And Sivegarli, I hope I pronounced that right. Sivegarli, $10,210 out of 4 XFAs. Hope I didn't butcher that name. All right. Let's take a look at yesterday's best XFA P&Ls.
I'm watching levels, MP.
Lots to talk about here, guys. Lots to talk about.
Okay.
All right. So here's where the leaderboard starts. Here's where the shakeups kind of stem from. First, we've got Drayton. Drayton's back in business now. All right. Copy trades across 3 XFAs for a total profit of $135,240 yesterday. We've seen Drayton do this in the past. He was up on top in the leaderboard after one of these big days and went, 4 or 5 days of daily loss limits after extending his loss limit. 5 days, back to back to back, and he was out. Now he's back again. All right. Next, we've got Chung. For the second time in 2 weeks, Chung was trading in 5 XFAs for a total XFA profit of $133,469. Now, add in, he was also on our live P&L list. So now add in his profits from his live account, which were $32,421. Chung had a total take-home profit yesterday of $165,710. If you remember last week, he did the $180,000 in a day. The real funny thing though is, and we'll talk about this again in a minute, Chung is still not eligible for a payout. We'll get to that in a second though. Let's finish up this list. Suvgal had a huge day trading gold in the NASDAQ, $31,578. Robert and Junki, we just mentioned, took that payout, $13,700. Both with nice winning days, $29,000 for Robert, just over $25,000 for Junki. So Junki made 25 grand and pulled out 13.7 right away. That's how you pay yourself. All right. Let's start with the bottom half of our leaderboard. Here's 6 through 10. All right. So Brian took a $2,000 drawdown yesterday, dropped from 4th down to 6th. A lot of people in the bottom half were in the top half yesterday, if you remember.
Ooh,
Edward profited $27,000 across 5 XFAs. Didn't move in position. He stayed in 7th place. Nick for a tick made 18 grand yesterday, dropped on the list. Nick was in 6th place yesterday. He's now in 8th. Balkaran is back. Balkaran picked up 24 grand trading in a pair of XFAs to jump from 16th up to 9th. And Yiwei took a $2,500 drawdown, fell from 8th down to 10th. All right, Eddie.
Made 18,000 and dropped. Holy cow!
Unbelievable how that happens. It seems to only happen to him. No, I'm just joking.
Tough competition out there.
Yep.
Patience.
All right, Eddie.
Discipline
Let's hear it.
and management are so very important each and every trade day. If you don't pay attention, you are going to Shawshank this trade.
I'm ready.
All right, here we go. We'll start at the top today. So Chung, man, we just talked about him. $165,710 in total profits yesterday. $362,705 account value.
Wow.
Currently not eligible for a payout. He puts up huge days, but there are big gaps between them. You know, I reached out to our risk team and got some details on this. He needs one more day of $200 plus profits to take a payout from his live account, and 3 more days of 200 plus profits to take withdrawals from his XFAs. So we've got our eye on Chung. Hugest balance that we've seen since TopstepTV started. And
Insane.
Not eligible
That is nuts.
for a payout, right?
Mm-hmm.
The emotions that he's probably going through in his trading or his head, I'm really curious on how emotional he is on these huge P&L swings and not being eligible yet.
Once you get to
now
this
that
level,
$200, go ahead.
Yeah, once you get to the this level of height, I mean, you got to have the level of emotion to be able to manage it. And like I've seen folks that pop it up, not this high. Of course, this is one of the higher ones. And then just yesterday, Shane was up 50 grand, ended up the day hitting his loss limit. So that being said, that's why we take payouts so often, just because you want to pay yourself. And yeah, I think that's just
362.
I tell you what, I know, and traders tell me all this all the time, is you get to like a point where you're so close to a payout, that $200 will seem like such a big mountain. Like, you know, have a huge winning day today, and then trying to get $200, say tomorrow, is going to be more of a challenge than making the 50K sometimes from the emotional standpoint.
Yeah.
Well, with
Just
the
have to look for the next good
$360,000
trade.
account balance, you should be pretty comfortable just slinging a few micros. If it takes you a month, it takes you a month. What's the big deal, you know? That's my opinion. But moving on from Chung, we've got Rafa. Rafa got bumped by Chung, and he's sitting at $300,000 also almost. But Rafa's eligible for payouts. He's taking them too. Rafa pays himself. He had a $23,000 winner yesterday.
Great.
Rafa's always putting up big numbers, slow playing it. He holds on. Long hold times, not trading that huge. So Rafa's a
$100 lot just got filled. All 100 on the tape. 18,264 was sitting there, and it just ripped right through it. And then a flat 100 didn't even have time to cancel. Shows they were on the offer. 18,264. So they're taking about 8 handles of heat right now. So keep an eye on that one. Go ahead, JD.
Got it. Pulling it back up. All right, Justin. Justin is new to the leaderboard. He's trading in 5 XFAs, profited a total of $107,265, trading the NASDAQ yesterday. Justin was in 19th place yesterday, so he's been trading well for a while now. Then we have Liam. Liam took a drawdown, $3,000, dropped from 3rd down to 4th. And Drayton. Drayton, who had that massive $135,000 day, trading in 3 XFAs yesterday, moved up from 17th place to 5th on the leaderboard. Huge days for some XFA traders yesterday. XFA and live traders, I should say. Big money. That's the largest, $362,705. That's the largest account balance we've seen, that I've seen at least, since.
Biggest number I've seen. Yep.
Huge. And that's XFAs. And you just said, did Chunk have a live account as well?
Yes,
live,
6
yeah.
funded level accounts. 1 live account, 5 XFAs. Killed them all yesterday.
Tomorrow's the day.
There is your leaderboard.
Yesterday was the day,
I'll try and get an update and see what he's doing today. So I'll check back in with that in a little bit. And I also got another update from Mickey. We got a trigger reports. Can't manage any levels accepting. We want to back and fill. He's waiting to see some back and fill down to 220 before he thinks about putting on his next position. Back and fill down to 220.
We have a 220 all the way down to 190, right?
190. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. All right, no trade right now. No trade. Trade off.
Well, so if you're talking about your idea earlier, Andre, I'm not saying we do anything right now except talk about it. Are you saying that if these are the levels that we're looking at to the downside?
Yeah.
I mean, but you still have to have something that have to have something that still breaks this.
Yes, that's the tricky.
I would looking at more.
Well, I mean, if we're getting these targets lining up from 2, 3, 4 of our trusted, sources, if you will. It's right here, right now. If we see that all three, we got Dakota Rips, Mickey, Hogue, whoever, we got all price targets are, lining up. Maybe we focus more on the target as opposed to the price. And we just get in because I guess that's what I'm thinking about. In terms of maybe focusing on target more so than that also begs the question, where's the risk? Right, here we go.
Somebody ripped the floor out, by the way.
All right, we're filled at 200, 18,200. We're filled at 18,200. What
filled?
stop did we have in here? Yeah.
Well, beneath 190s.
Realistically, below 166, but that's a huge range.
160. How many times, MP?
5
left. Actually, 5 from 122. Stop at 166. Six risk. Well, right here, right now. UF. Yeah, we got the check marks. We have the check marks here. 1, 2, 3.
199, 185.
Okay, I'm long one micro for 186.
Nice. All right, long 5. Stop 166. Check marks. Yep. Take a look at Topstep. Dave.
If it hangs below the. Go ahead.
Oh, so Eddie, I'm coming to you after this trade. Hangs, what's up, MP? Hangs beneath.
No, it's just the 18,200s. We're talking about the 90s and the 200s. We traded 86s. It hasn't caught a bid since it got below. Well, it hasn't caught a bid since it broke 60s, guys. It was flirting around up there, trying to find legs. Couldn't do it.
We'll see. Right here, we got ES sitting just on top of VWAP.
Buyers stepping in. Let's see if we can break above these 203s back into the 200s. I would like to see, maybe the 215s, 218s around that area to be a nice target for the first.
Hey, Hogue, I need you to jump in here. What are you thinking? What are we thinking here? I got you on for a check mark. You still like the trade idea? What are your heroes saying?
Yeah, because it's still holding above VWAP here. So
yeah.
I don't know if we can trim the risk on this anywhere. Dakota, you see anything on the shorter time frame charts to limit risk on this?
Yeah, I mean, a fair stop loss for this would be, depending on if we can continue to consolidate here, then yeah, to me, a fair stop loss would be like 179. 179. If we continue to
so we can trim the risk on this a little bit then.
Yeah, I would be okay with the 179 stop.
Mm-hmm.
Is that too tight given what market conditions are? I understand we're trimming.
And it's the swing low, right?
1.6.
Yeah, right now. But that's why I'm saying, consolidating. If we do get that bounce, then yeah, that, like you say, Hogue, that is the swing low. And if we see continuation to the downside, we first need to break 179. So 179 to me is a really valid stop because where are you
guys on your scale out? Took one off.
What'd you just do?
15,
yeah, right there. I was just going to say,
how many times are you in this? You have 4 left?
You have 2 on.
I like this. I like what you're doing, MP. I like
nice trade.
Taking profit.
Who's trading? Who this? Hey.
Right?
Are we green on the house account now?
All right, we're scratched on the day.
I like that.
All right.
All it takes is a good executor right there, MP. That was, you were just on the lane, just
it does.
minding it up.
Hey, look at that. Nice trade.
This market will make you feel like a hero and then a zero at the same second.
How does it feel right now, though? You executed that trade brilliantly. How does that feel?
Really good, MP.
Good. I mean, we did take 18 points heat on it, but that was fine. Still after a free fall. Thank God we didn't get into 20s or the 10s, but you guys
18 points of heat for a 50 handle trade is okay in my books.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Nice trade, Dakota, entry-wise, 85s.
Yep.
Shout out to
great trade.
Hogs.
Now, just
Dakota.
because you're scratch, I mean, now I don't want to go back and say, oh, if we would have went 5 contracts on that one, but overall in the net points, we are in a really good position today.
3 or 4 grand. Yeah. That was. Remember the executor did execute so well because it's.
I mean, that's a fat finger. It's no big deal. It happens every single day to all of us. You have a fat finger.
No, that was a skinny finger.
Yeah. Oh, look at he takes a swig of his coffee.
So,
very well done. Well done.
Back-to-back bangers. Like that was back-to-back beautiful trades.
And those in here, guys, I want to make sure we're all saying the right things. It's not nice trade, Michael Patak. It's nice trade, guys. Or
nice trade on the check marks. Shout out to the check marks.
Nice. We have Mickey that's providing that through Hoag's team. Those are the Hoagland heroes. He has a group of folks in Discord that he talks and works with. JD does, Eddie does. Andre's the collector of this information. Rips and Dakota are real-time analysis. And we all work together, and then I just try to listen to the best I can and then put an execution on. But that's the entire team trading. And we'll get the chat more involved, too, as we go, because we're pulling things out of there. So I just don't want my name to be used when we're talking about the house account. For fairness to everybody else.
Agree.
Let the credits run, so to speak.
Well, nice. Shout out to the team on that trade. Nice trade. All right. We got 20 minutes left here in Fast Markets. Oh, man, Eddie's back from a very important webinar. Eddie, how was the webinar? And let's hit those plugs. Let's go, Eddie. All right, we'll get when Eddie's ready, he'll get back on. Let's go, you guys. You guys tell me you're ready. You guys are ready. Let's go. Come on. Chop. Let's get ready. Let's go. All right, we're pushing here higher in the 1,240s.
Great job that Jay Scott took the trade with us up 3K. That was cool. Any of the newbies that just started trading yesterday, you can take note on your notepad. That's called paper trading, true paper trading. Or you can take the trade if you're in a combine or a practice account to get a feel. You can say fade the trade. That means do the exact opposite. Fading, there's nothing wrong with fading. In roulette, there's red and black, and they both get played every roll.
Then just the 00 is like yesterday.
Just the those are your outliers.
You're SOL no matter the direction.
All right, we're going to give it another shot like we're doing it for the first time ever. Eddie, are you ready with your plugs right here, right now? Let's go, Eddie.
Yes, I do, and I owe $5. I was muted. Hey, every day on TopstepTV, you heard of this guy, John Hoagland, right? Well, senior performance coach, 35 plus years, he's now sharing his key levels, now with TopStep X. And if you take a look at my charts, real easy to get there. All you need to do is sort of swing over here to the indicators, right over here by the indicators. Click on that. What you're going to do is you're going to type in top. There it is, Topstep daily levels. And I'm going to put these on my crude. There they are, presto changeo. And we've got our levels now on our crude. So you got to specifically pick each different market that you want. So you can do that. As you can see, I do have these on my crude. So there you have it. Real easy. Just type in top, and you can type in Topstep also. Also, don't forget about our Asian and London Opens. Each night here, Sunday through Thursday, Coach Dakota, 7:30 starting p.m. Central Time. Get your ass in there. Slow markets. And, of course, early in the morning here, catch Deanna at 3:30 a.m. Central Time, Monday through Thursday for the London Open. So have at it. Back to you, Andre.
We did tag that 61 level on the top there, 261s up top. We did reject off that level. So kind of back in this middle area, this middle zone between 61 and 224. So we'll have to see what's going to happen with that.
We need an intro when Eddie was saying that, where he's like, "Here comes Hogue weighing in at," and started going through like a boxer. 1 walleye, 14 cumulative delta, 20 daily loss.
I'm a big walleye man.
How was that walleye, Hogue? Did you eat it?
Oh, it was delicious.
What
We
do
had
you
a
put
lot
it
of
on?
walleye that week.
Would you just pull over and then grill it out? I remember doing Canada doing that, and then it was most amazing. They just bread and butter on there, and then put the fillet of the walleye right on top of it after we caught it 15 minutes before that.
Yeah, we
fish
put them in
empty?
the live well, brought them to the house.
No, not yet.
And filleted them up there. I mean, they were still wiggling, so fresh, so good. It was awesome.
You have sushi?
Over an open fire. Okay, when I come over to Aspen, we're gonna go fly fishing. There's some beautiful.
Yeah. I got to let me quit golf first, so I can pick up a new sport.
Okay, fair. Fair enough.
I hate at the age of 45 trying something new and just being god awful at it. There's nothing
All
more
right.
frustrating.
Speaking of grilling,
Oh shoot! Here it comes.
what's coming?
Go ahead.
Series 3.
Yes.
Guys, we have basically ran out of questions in these books.
Great.
I.e., questions that don't involve a paragraph where you guys have to sit with a pad that makes riveting TV while you figure out what the premium is on a commodity option.
Well, we need more of the equations. Yeah.
What's on your chart, MP?
Yeah, I'll see what we can
Go
find.
on.
Yeah, what's that pattern called?
What? This L80? That's 80. This right here. Are you guys seeing something different? I see L80.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, it's just 80. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Sure.
okay.
Anyway,
I love this.
so we've been doing this for a few months now. Here's your question. Just to reinforce, there may be new people. Demand elasticity exists when price change, A, results in little or no change in consumption or production, B, creates an increase or decrease in consumption, C, creates an increase or decrease in production, or D, none of the above.
Elasticity exists when price change. Price
I can narrow it
change
down for you. I would say
I got
B or
mine.
C.
I got mine.
Price change.
Okay.
Price increase. Yep. I got mine. We have the pull up.
Let's make sure we give everybody out there a chance.
How much are you
Jack,
wagering? What's your wager?
You can change these. You can change these up, Jack. I remember reading paragraphs, and you can kind of come up with little things. Questions that you can make on your own.
Yeah. Demand is consumption. Supply is production.
Here's
Well,
my answer.
this question is about elasticity.
Yeah, I think you're
Economics
right,
fan. So there's two types. Something can be inelastic or elastic, if that helps.
Yep.
It has to do with how consumption changes with the price.
Mm-hmm.
Does that help anyone?
Yeah, like an
I got- yeah.
increase or a decrease.
Oh, yeah.
in, like
Got the pull up here.
demand.
All right,
All right.
Hoagland. Well, you guys all go first. 'Cause I
B.
wrote out there.
That's what I wrote.
I'm B as well.
Yep. With John.
Yep. Same.
Michael.
I already passed. I already know the answer.
Which is
You got
B.
okay. Let's see. The answer is A.
What?
What?
Wait a minute. Results in little
We're
or no
on.
changing stuff.
Let me.
Hold on.
I'll break it out once again. This is from the book. The wording's a little bit. I don't love it, but if demand is super elastic, then changes in price let me check this out really quick. I'm taking this from the book. All right, let's take this down for a
Even
second.
Jack was confused. He didn't even sound right to Jack.
Demand inelasticity. Demand inelasticity, where demand always stays the same.
Yeah.
Results in little.
Think gas station. You have to go to work. You have to fill up gas. So your demand is inelastic. It's not like prices go up and you're like, I'm not going to work today. Still got to pay for gas. So a commodity like crude oil, from what I've read in the book,
Yes,
is more of a.
You're right, inelastic, because that's supply side.
Yeah. If it comes to like chicken or pork or beef, then it's the demands are like or price goes up.
But
there's also Taylor Swift tickets.
Price.
Taylor Swift, yes.
All right, let's take it down for a second. I'm gonna come back. I'll be back.
All right,
We'll get into this.
Even Jack was going to read the answer and didn't sound right to Jack coming out when he was saying that.
But I wrote the book, Jack. What are we talking?
Wow.
F you, Dakota.
All right. Well, the chat was all in B. We got 50% of you folks saying B, but we also have 31% of you saying A. This is going to be a buzzer beater.
Yeah, A jumped after Jack said it was A. It was 19%.
Hey guys,
and then it jumped to 30.
Close out the pool.
Hindsight Capital back in the building right there.
100% rips.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh, I like this. So MP, that says L80 on your chart? You're telling me that says L80. Okay.
It says long 80. I get where you're going with this.
No, I don't know where I'm going. It just looks like long 80. Pole vault. Got the
So
pole
I do
vault
like a
there,
breakout trade to the long side.
Okay.
If we do start to break these
nice
270, say 270, 271, I think we can make a playback towards 300. Oh, well.
Anybody know what we're hovering on right now? 18,260 weekly kickoff low. We paused on it at the very beginning. We ripped higher up to Mickey's level. That's real-time levels was Mickey's level. This is a static level that was already in your daily chart, daily levels. That is now on my charts. Switch to my charts, guys. And then ripped on down. 60s. At a level in here, right when we were talking about levels and all that stuff, the new feature that came out, I popped it on here, paused right here, but it ripped through. Mickey said something about the 30s. He was dead on. 30s held up, sold all the way back to the 60s. Hung out on the 60s, sold all the way down to VWAP, back up to the 60s, consolidation at the 60s. 60s is a level. Could have played it long, could have played it short. Both people could have made money. That's why we don't talk about it being a signal provider. It's just a level that the market tends to, or may not, but tends to take notice. Find out or say it's important, or buyers or sellers step in and play around that level. So that's why we talk about it, and that's why it's not a signal providing tool.
No,
if we had a fake out to the upside, and now we're selling off quite hard. We tried to break above the 70s. Broke out for a minute, didn't hold it, sold right back down into those 40s.
Update from JD's team. His star of the day right now, Mickey. If we lose 220s, again, downside target will be 18,164. So if we can't hold 220s.
Yeah, I have it up on my screen. This is a pattern I like to watch often. It's it's if we have sort of the up thrust there going into the topping levels. It can be a pretty hard trade to take, but it's worth it.
Oh my gosh. Pole vaulter. That's the
pole
vaulter
locker room talk.
All right.
Just have fun with it, guys. Locker room talk.
Oh, yeah. Wait a second. Yeah, wait a second. Oh my gosh.
I mean, I could have so many jokes that cannot be said.
L80. We'll call it the L80. The old L80 formation.
The old L80.
Yeah, L80. So we're looking to hold 220s. Holding 220s. Can't hold 220s. Downside target 164. Oh my gosh.
This market is all over the place.
Yeah, you have to watch out.
You have to watch out. All right.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, we got 66% long in NQ. MP, we did see as high as 80%, correct? Did we fall out of bed when we saw 80% in the tilt? Well, that was the 80. Oh, that's what you meant, long 8. Oh, that's where it came from. Oh, that's right.
Dakota, great job talking about the longs. It did pull back. You would have taken, when you're talking about the 60 area, it would have been about 15 points, also known as handles of heat in the NASDAQ. 60s to 44s. 18,260s to 18,244.
It's just 20 to 25 points for profits are just that beautiful area for looking to see money, take money.
Team Hoag's Heroes is long as we don't give up VWAP in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. 195 in the NASDAQ, 68 in the S&Ps. Long above it. Find your levels.
300 is looking good. Oh, wow. Yeah, just like that, we are at 300. Wow.
And there it is.
And there it is.
Sure is. All right.
Do you still have any of your original trade on, Dakota, from when you bought the 200s?
No, as much as I wish I yeah, nope.
Wow.
20 minutes it took ish to get 110 points. No, more than that. It went down to the 80s. 130 points out of carving the market up perfectly on that turn down there below, all the way to right here, right now.
Yeah, I still liking 400s today. If we could test these highs, break above these 330s, and I think 400s could come into play really quick. Just buy the dip.
All right, so
today.
Mickey's old 30s are coming up here.
330s, 332s. Yep.
So now, this is something I'm thinking of. We're coming back up to test these 330s, and we're thinking, there's a chance that we could break, right, and go higher. Now the question is, where do we get in long if we do believe this market could break and see a new high of this session and test those 380s, 390s, maybe 400? Now the question is, how do we get in long, and how can we manage risk in doing so rather than just close our eyes and buy it? We want to be able to get in at a decent area. I do like a pullback to the 290s if we could get it to get into a long and for a run and a breakout.
Okay, Mickey likes that 400 level as well. Thank you, JD. Good stuff today, JD. Hogue, you like that move to the we got 370 by Hanjin too. It's 370 target upside. Dakota likes 400s. Mickey likes 392s.
Yeah. The most frustrating part is if we just break and run, and it'll just, we have to watch this run without it.
Yeah.
I just don't have what it takes to just close my eyes and buy right now. I like to wait for a pullback and have a tighter stop loss and manage risk, especially in this type of a market environment.
Can we do a poll? Was fast markets helpful today? Can we do a poll? Was fast markets helpful to your trading today? What percentage, Andre, are you going to say no?
I got it in the 60s. I've got it in the 60s, yes.
Oh, you got 60s, yes. Okay.
Yeah, I got 60s and yes.
11%. I'm guessing 11% say no.
I think we
got higher
day here.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah,
but
I'm saying 70%.
Yeah, you got the troll factor though too. You always got to keep in mind the troll factor. Yeah.
70 value area high, so 70% of them.
Ever since we talked about pruning, the chat group and everybody's viewer, it's just awesome. They're badass.
It really
They're
has
badass traders. They're cool. Yeah,
Michael,
really has been.
Props to you, man. Props to you for doing that.
They're like, why did you say prune everything?
Numbers took a hit.
We're pruning. Yeah,
the numbers took a hit, but they came back, and the regrowth was healthy.
The new group. I mean, I guess the pruned group was out, and that was the serious.
All right.
Cool.
Got an update on that Series 3. Update on Series 3 from Jack. Thank you, Jack. You went back, rechecked the Series 3. The answer is indeed B, as in boy. You were correct.
Okay, cool. B.
Cool. Thank you, Jack.
Good job, guys.
Great.
41% of
Jack.
you were right. Yeah.
Awesome.
So we were right.
I think we were right.
Nice.
Hey. Yeah.
All right, guys, we're above the
This market-
330s. Mickey's level. It responded to in the beginning. Now it's pushing through it.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a situation where it's like market's pushing, and when it does this, it just does not give you an opportunity to get in, and it sucks. It likes to keep us out.
Okay.
Okay, so what are we thinking?
Oof. Right now, 370s. Well, we got the upside target 392 or 400s upside target.
There it is. Yeah. Yep.
There's the break. That long down there at 185 wasn't too bad of a trade. If only we had a runner.
Wasn't.
It was a good trade.
It was an amazing trade. Yeah.
It was.
So let's see if we could get a pullback. I want to get in on the pullback and manage risk.
Hey, we got hashtag fast market. How we doing? 3 minutes left here in fast markets. Coming up, let's take a quick peek at the schedule upcoming for today. Hoop says we got a 700 lot offered at 53.10. We've got more size than that. Yeah, we got 2100 offered at 53.15.
Okay, let's see if support. This was resistance. Is resistance going to become support? And if so, this little hesitation was that. We had a pullback from basically 350 all the way back down to 315. So 35-point pullback.
Seems like it wants to test the overnight high, which is up around 420 in the NASDAQ. We've already tested it in the S&Ps, the overnight high, that is.
Yeah. Yep. Next stop, 390s, 370s. Yeah.
How's it count? How's it count scratch on the day? Rips up live. 35. Wow, good stuff, guys. What is long? A 1 minute
I'm gonna work on
micro.
my clip size. I gotta always look at the count and the clip size. That's what I
Agreed.
got.
Ticks wise, though, we are up ticks right now, though, which is good. I think our process. How many trades we take today in the house account? MP3?
Three.
Two winners, one loser. Not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nope. I started doing something new last night in slow markets, and traders have been submitting some of their statistics through TopstepX, where you could share your statistics link. And I've noticed something already on the first night. Traders who are more selective and take less trades seem to be doing really well. And I think here's a great example in the house account. 3 trades and really, really high quality trades.
Market pays the discipline, and the discipline. Sorry, market pays the discipline, and the undisciplined pay the markets.
I like that.
Yeah,
Where'd you get that from?
that was something I was heard. I made it up on Johnny on the spot. They used to call me Johnny on the spot, Andre.
Where'd you get that from?
I think it was
Oh,
Warren Buffett
boy,
that
what a
said
day.
stock market is a place where the patient take money from the impatient.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the quote I was looking for.
Pretty much. All right, guys, that's going to do it here for fast markets. We got, fast markets. We got everyone pretty much scratched, one scratch. These other two guys are up money. These markets are moving. We'll keep an eye on that 370 level to the upside. I know these guys are targeting 392 or 400s to the upside here in the NQ. Rips, nice trading on the live. Finished up with up $3,500. Dakota, keep us posted. Oh, Dakota, you flat now?
Yeah, I'm flat now. Yep, flat,
Awesome.
done for the day.
Yeah, if we include my XFAs, I'm up almost 17 G's on the day. I think Dakota might have beat me, though.
Beautiful. Beautiful
Nope.
stuff.
No?
$400 my live. And here is, I'm going to lock it up. If you want to go to my screen, I'm done for the day. This is my live account. $400. I don't think I've had a $400 day. Usually I'm, in the thousands or, down closer to my daily loss limit. But, there we go. I manually locked out of my Topstep live. So $400 a day. is
He's on fire.
It's a great day.
You sure no other trades? No other hidden trades anywhere, Dakota? Nowhere?
Nope. I think I'm going to be done.
All right, jump over to my screen.
Whoa, this is happening.
I got a 900 lot in my personal. I mean, no, never mind.
Oh, wait a minute.
I too am locking up the house account. Why? Because I have access to it. I have a addiction, and I've rightfully admitted it, of trading for the sake of trading because I'm addicted to the world of trading. So this is the best feature in the gosh darn world of trading, and I'm going to lock it up with you.
All right. Well, guys, good job. Rips like, no, I'm still trading. I guess you don't have to lock on.
I'm good. I'm done for the day.
Yeah, you're done. Awesome trading today, guys. Fast markets, we are not done. We are not manual lockout. I like that. Ooh, some flames coming on it. I like that.
I like
We
that.
are not done. We got power plays coming up with Sean Sawyer. We got shoulder tap, group coaching. Mohammed's back for the 1 o'clock Back to the Futures with Mohammed. If you haven't met Mohammed or seen Mohammed, please tune in for Mohammed. That guy is the man. Lots of energy, loves trading, and tells it how it is. Then we got Power Hour, myself, Robert, Austin Silver, and Hogan in the house. Of course, Slow Markets, the star of Slow Markets, the guy in the lower left. And then, of course, we got the London with D. Anyways, we got power players coming up next. That was a hell of a fast markets. Nice train, guys. Power players coming up next. Let's go.
Hey, Hogue here. I'm excited and honored to tell you the Topstep levels are now available on Topstep X charts, including the weekly kickoff levels. Now, to add them to the charts, you'll find it under indicators. You can just type in Topstep's daily levels. You're going to get weekly high and low, daily high and low, value areas, points of control, and yes, those weekly kickoff levels. In settings on the indicator, you're going to be able to choose which of those levels you want to populate on your charts. Daily levels will update daily. Use them in confluence with your strategies, your levels. It's all about context, no guarantees. We hope that they serve you well.
Good morning, traders. Welcome to Power Players. We're one power player short right now, but we got the Hogue, the ultimate power player. You're looking at him. That's John Hoagland of Hoagland's Heroes of Fast Markets fame
That's
from
right.
this morning. How's it going, Hogue? Nicely done
Good.
this morning.
Good. Yeah. Well, it was a team effort, and we got it to break even. So to me, that's a victory.
Scratch is a winner, right? Always
Absolutely.
believe that myself.
Absolutely.
Well, we're waiting on our guest, Sean Sawyer, a psychotherapist and trading coach. He should be joining us in just a few minutes, but until then, we're going to keep checking back in on the markets for a few minutes. Right now, we're just hovering, diddling right around the highs. We got a high in the NQ up at 18,365 in the orders, trading 34 right now, so just under the highs. Hogue, I'm thinking about, we got a lot of confluence around that 400 level in the NQ, so I'm looking for a spot to get in long on the cheap side. I don't want to risk too much, but I am looking to
There we go.
finish this move up to 400. I think someone just popped in the green room.
Now I see everything, yeah.
Hey, there he is.
We'll give them a few minutes to get everything situated. But yeah, what are you looking at right now, Hogue? You got a position on? Are you looking at a position?
I do not have a position on. I've been focusing on the house account this morning. So, the S&P has struggled against the overnight high, which was, there it is. Overnight high was 53.05 half. A couple hours ago, it traded up to 53.09, and then it pulled off all the way back down to VWAP. I'm still liking the long side. However, at this level, I'm finding a difficult effort to try and get long. That VWAP check and the fact that we held VWAP, I think, is enough to probably send us all the way through this gap to Monday to Friday's low, which was 31.75. That would fill this gap. We don't, of course, know that that's going to happen, but just kind of what I'm speculating is going to happen. We've got another naked volume point of control from the 6th of June here that has never been checked in the overnight the regular trading hour session. We check this naked point of control. I'll take that off, but still waiting for the regular trading hours to check this naked volume point of control, 53.15, and any momentum above that, we could see the gap close all the way up to 53.30 and change.
Perfect. I'm just jotting those numbers down. Yeah, I'm looking at a cute little possible bull flag forming here on a 5-minute chart in the NASDAQ. If we can get back down to the lower trend line, lower area of that bull flag, maybe I'll think about a cheap long position there. Hate buying new highs, even if it's just a regular trading hour high. We're not even at the overnight high yet. Still got to make our way back to, what was our overnight high?
In the NASDAQ?
437 I have. Does that sound right?
Yes, that is correct. We haven't been anywhere near it in the NASDAQ yet, but we've now checked the overnight high twice in the S&Ps.
So trading above the initial balance. In the event that we trade back below the initial balance right now, can you still consider that a failed upside auction at this point, since we're so far beyond the initial balance?
Well, I mean, we've kind of shown acceptance above the initial balance, and that the initial balance high is 52.8675 in the S&Ps. Initial balance high 18.229 in the NASDAQ. So, that's a pretty considerable pullback, but it may actually end up being supportive because we are spending a lot of time above that level. Starting to see the NASDAQ kind of continue to push to the upside here a little bit. S&Ps as well. I just can't pay the high. Hey, there he is.
Yeah, I hate it too. Hey, what's up? All right, everybody. We've got Sean Sawyer here. He has made it Welcome, Sean. How are you this afternoon?
Thank you.
Everyone, this is Sean Sawyer from Sound Performance Psychology. He is a Topstep trader at the moment. He's also a licensed psychotherapist and performance coach. We're going to get into that a little bit. But first, introductions. Hey, Sean, I'm JD. You're looking at Hogue. How are you doing today? Thanks for joining us.
I'm good. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we're excited to have you here. We love a nice psychotherapy session here at Topstep. We're all a little nutty, so this rounds us out, all of us, just a little bit, you know. But you've been trained for, you've been in the markets for quite a few years now. When did you you've been at Topstep for what, 3-4 years? Does that sound about right? In the markets for 7, trained with Topstep for 4?
No, I've been in the market for 7. I think what you're seeing, I think I had an account a while back, and then what happened is so many of my clients have been trading with props, so I went back and I started messing with them lately because I think the psychology is probably, well, I think it is different, and I wanted to have, a better idea of how to help them, because I think it is a bit different of an environment. And obviously there's differences in time frames and things like that. So yeah, I think I started back a few months ago, messing around with some props.
Okay. When you say differences, let's talk about that for a minute. So differences between prop trading and just regular retail trading. So a major difference, obviously, is capital.
Yes.
Putting forth your own trading capital versus using a prop firm's trading capital. I know for a fact that this is a huge shift psychologically for some people. When you're not putting that huge skin in back in the days when I first got started, when Hogue got started, even people were, taking out bank loans to purchase seats on the exchange and put up margin capital to open their trading accounts. When I first started, you couldn't open a trading account for less than $25,000, I believe it was. And now that whole game has changed. Nobody is held to those standards anymore. Prop trading has really opened it up, broken down all those barriers to join in on the capital markets, and it's really brought in this whole new wave of a new generation of traders that are trading a lot differently than the styles most of us grew up learning. So as far as mind shift goes, what would you say have you dealt with traders from the old guard and I guess you could say the new guard?
I have, yeah. In terms of my individual clients, I mean, they range from in their 60s to 30 years old. So huge difference. I mean, trading what I'm sure Hogue call OPM versus trading prop money versus trading your own. I mean, I know that when I'm trading my my futures account, my cash account, I can feel the difference in my guardedness, which isn't, I'm saying that's not saying that's right or wrong, but I noticed the difference in my guardedness of capital and things like that. And, the prop firm, I think the accessibility is great. And I think one of the things it does that's interesting in terms of trading psychology is it brings in a whole new personality type. I think, and Hogue, correct me if I'm wrong, but only certain personalities are going to go into professional or institutional trading, more, if you want to call it alpha, or more, aggressive types. And I think now anybody and everybody is coming in. So what that does is it brings in a broader swath of trading psychology issues, because certain people would never have been in the trading world if it wasn't for the accessibility we have now, whether it's this or, even discount brokers and things like that. So that's the biggest difference I see between my old guard clients and the new guard.
That's really an interesting and an important point. If you were going to be a trader on the trading floor, I mean, you had to have a certain level of confidence, and it took a lot more money to do it. And now with everybody's availability just to, get into a prop firm and to earn their way to a funded account, I would imagine you're right. I mean, there's a whole new array of psychological issues, people that aren't ready for what they're doing, people that don't know what they're getting into, and the difference in the decision making process when they go from, hey, I've got a random futures sim account and I'm just killing it in there, but the minute they start to risk their real cash or they get into a situation where they actually have a little skin in the game, it changes everything, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And social Darwinism, I guess you'd call it, or just the selection bias would keep so many people out of the trading world that are now in it. You really have to, I think trading psychology is always, obviously I'm biased, it's always been important, but I think it's even more important because of anybody can get in and everybody is affected by threat. I mean, risk management exists because of threat, and not everyone handles threat the same way that a guy like you or a guy that has got the cojones to go and get us whatever it's called, a seat or whatever in the pit. It's a whole other thing. So that's really significant, and I think people need to focus more on that psychology, because the emotional detachment people talk about, or not letting emotions run you. I think it's easier for certain personality types, and it's probably less prevalent in the personality types that are able to access trading now. Does that make sense?
I was a much younger man when I first started trading on the trading floor. I don't know that I could do it now, but it's really a great point. I mean, the trading world has opened up to so many more people that, and it's probably good for your business as a psychotherapist, right? When I was first on the trading floor, nobody even talked about trading psychologists. It really started to come to kind of fruition the late 80s, early 90s, when books started coming out, and at least I had never heard of it. And then, somebody I was talking to says, yeah, I'm seeing a psychologist for my trading. I was like, well, isn't that more, like for personal stuff? And it wasn't until I kind of started working with a couple of therapists at a prop firm that I was working for in like 90, 91, that I was like, wow, it opened up my mind to all the things that I was putting in front of me for my trading success. It's so important. And I agree with you that, I don't know what percentage you would say is most important as far as being, able to trade successfully. Is it 70% psychological, 80% psychological? I mean, anybody can look at a chart.
I wish I could give you an answer on that. I feel like there's a lot of, it's at least half. I think that I think that a lot of people that tweet out, it's 90% psych is because they're selling something psych related. I don't know that it's that much, but I think it's really important. And I think, you get to a certain level and it's clearly going to be the issue. I think newer traders, and I would call a newer trader under 2 years, maybe under 5, that's a different game. It's tough because you have to understand the business before you even know if it's a psychological issue or not. Maybe it's just incompetence. Maybe it's just lack of knowledge, experience, etc. But I think it definitely, when it comes to a certain point in your trading and you're not succeeding, or you're, the classic repeating the same mistakes over and over, then clearly it's psychology. And I do think it's majority that's obviously a bias, but I don't know how to quantify it. I think it's a really interesting question, how to say what percentage is what. I do think that a lot of times it's more of a little bit of a marketing tactic. To be frank, maybe I shouldn't out myself. I'm not a great marketer, so.
I personally never really considered trading psychology a thing until I didn't really know a whole lot about it until I started working at Topstep in 2019.
Well, you have the granddaddy or the man coming in to talk to you guys all the time. Sorry.
Yeah. Steenbarger. Yeah, he's been around. Yeah. He's been coming in. He's been here a couple times now. Before that, pre-COVID, we had Dr. Andrew Menaker. We had.
Really? Cool.
Yeah.
Jenny Cristerna.
Jenny Cristerna.
I really like him.
Jared Tendler has been on quite a bit.
Mhm.
We've had a handful of trading psychologists, and they've always been a hit. People love hearing what they have to say. But yeah, it was something I really never considered in my younger years. Honestly, no one had ever brought it up to me. It was never introduced to me. So it's out of sight, out of mind kind of thing. But looking back, I still don't know if I would do it. I kind of like that edge that my loopiness gives me when I'm trading. I have no fear of pulling the trigger. I don't know if other people are the same way, but I
It's
think you got to
definitely
be
not
a
a
little crazy.
requirement.
Yeah. What about you, Hogue? Do you think you got to have some level of psychotic behavior in order to be successful as a trader?
Well, yeah, I think to be a trader, you have to be a little bit nuts to begin with. I agree with Sean. You don't even know how much of a bowl of spaghetti your brain is until you get a certain amount of market knowledge, right? I mean, you start to understand technical analysis or a profile or whatever tools you're deciding to use, and you spend a lot of time with them, and you start to understand what they're telling you, and then that's when you really start to be able to kind of distinguish when you're making mistakes or you're making the same mistakes all over again, or you put up a wonderful 4 days and Friday comes and you turn around and you blow all 4 of those days in one day. I mean, there's got to be more than just it was a bad day for somebody to do something like that. I feel like maybe you feel like you made too much money those 4 days, or you didn't work hard enough to make the money those 4 days. So you find yourself giving it back, and they call that self sabotage. And Jared Tendler was like, "There is no self sabotage. If you were to do that, then you would know what to do not to do it." But it was always one of the things that I struggled with at first when I started making money. I'd have a good week or a good couple of weeks, and then there would be that one day that I would just absolutely blow up, and I may, lose half of or even all of the profits from that period of time. So that was one of the things that I was working with, and they weren't technically, doctors of psychology or psychiatry. They were more like therapists, but they were really good at it. They did put out a couple of books that are a little dated now because it was back in the pit days, and they talked to a lot of pit traders about their psychology and all of that. But if you don't have the knowledge to make the money in the first place, and you don't understand that there's something that might be blocking your path to success psychologically inside yourself, and I worked through a lot of them. I still kind of feel like I need to be working through a lot of them, because when you have a barrier, if you get past it never seems to really be 100% gone. It always seems to be able to be there somewhere, lurking in the back of your head, in places you don't talk about at parties, to trip you up when you're under duress, right? I mean, and it's that duress. And Sean, you said it. It's the risk. It's the harm. It's the fear
It's the
of getting
threat.
of the harm, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's what's tricky about it, because it's interesting. You guys are talking about kind of the deeper side of things, which is totally, that's my spiel. I mean, I've been a psychotherapist 21 years. My approach is definitely more clinical than a lot of people's, but it's also, it might not, so tilt, and I think people don't look deeply enough at tilt a lot of times, because it might be one of those things you're talking about, Hogue, like the thing you don't want to talk about at the dinner party. But it also could be, and that's a big deal. And I think that's also when I was making the point about more traders having access. And I think there's more people with that stuff going on in the trading world now. And just because if you're socially anxious or you're whatever, you're not going to be a pit trader if you have social anxiety. You're not going to be a pit trader if you're shy, but shy people, socially anxious people, they now trade. And so there's issues that go along with that. But also, aside from the deeper stuff, there's just the sympathetic nervous system turning on, which is a fancy way of saying fight, flight, or freeze. And when you go into fight, flight, or freeze, you lose access to the part of your brain that has all your TA knowledge stored. So some of the psych game doesn't have to be, psychodynamic or deep stuff. It can be, what am I doing to take care of my autonomic nervous system? What am I doing to uh, pay attention intraday to whether or not I'm getting swept away in flight, or freeze. And there are physical signs of that. There's psychological signs of that. There's ways to sort of track that. And sometimes that's all it is, because that's the threat piece, the consequence stuff you were talking about. And, you know, in 2024, threats don't come in the same flavors they did when humans were establishing these mechanisms in our brain. It used to be lions and tigers and bears, and now it's I'm going to lose some cash, because money is freedom and choices and safety in the modern world. And before, it was bigger, stronger, faster. It was actually greediest, most worried, and most socially reliant is actually who our ancestors are and who we survived from, which, if you think about it in trading, is a terrible triad. To be socially influenced, really good at worrying, and greedy, although greed has its upsides, but that's a different story. So it's really looking at all that stuff, from the everyday just psychological processes to the, you know, someone's carrying issues that are manifesting in trading or manifesting in their relationship with the market.
JD, is it all right if I ask him to expound on one thing, and then we'll hand it back to you?
Yeah, for sure. Hit it.
Okay, so Sean, you mentioned tilt and the physical, mental, and emotional manifestations of tilt. Do you have any suggestion for our traders on how to recognize when they're falling into tilt, when their cognitive mind is being hijacked by that fear, by that emotion, by those mental issues?
Yeah. So the first thing you want to pay attention to is your body, is like your chest, your heart rate, the temperature of your skin. You know, are you pressing your heels into the floor? Are you pressing your hands against the desk? Are you literally gripping something harder? How, you know, is there a change in rate of your breath? Is your mind wandering off into the future and fantasizing? Is your and imagining things? You know, that's like the classic hopium and all that. Is your mind slipping back into the past and regretting? Are you checking old contracts? I know this is the futures talk, but are you checking old contracts? Are you checking to see if you hadn't sold, you know, what you would have made? You know, all those things are signs of that. And you can prevent those with a steady routine. I mean, a lot of people ask, you know, how do you prevent? What do you do when you have FOMO and all that? The answer really isn't when you have FOMO. It's before you have FOMO. It's the daily preparation to reduce the probability of FOMO by having a psychological trading plan, so you can stick to your actual trading plan. And that's kind of what I focus people on.
A psychological
trading plan. You have to have a psych trading plan, in my opinion.
I like that. What about like negative self-talk? I mean, if I feel like I'm getting on tilt, I'm usually saying something pretty mean to myself.
Don't stop saying it. Add to it. So can I ask you what you might say to yourself?
You suck.
Say next time you say that, say, I'm noticing the thought that I suck. Don't even fight it. I'm noticing my mind is telling me that I suck. That's called cognitive diffusion. Old school second wave behaviorism, old psychology said to fight it or to challenge negative thoughts. Like, if I have the thought I suck, have a list of your positive traits. Don't do that.
Reasons why you don't.
Yeah, don't do that. The evidence nowadays says that makes things worse in the long run, not better. It does help in the short run, but in the long run, it reinforces stuff. And that's research that's from the last like 20, 25 years.
Oh, you don't like this book.
Who's the author on that?
Shirzad.
Okay, I've never heard of that one. I'll have to check it out.
It's all about all those nasty things that we say to ourselves. He calls them saboteurs.
Yeah.
So all the nasty things you say to yourself, he says, talk back to them so that you can lower their power on you, which is no longer solid scientific knowledge or experience.
Exactly. If this cup is filled up to here with salty water, the salty water is your negative thought. You want to pour in fresh water. It's not going to taste great, but it's going to be way more palatable. And that's what really working with negative thoughts is. It's not getting rid of them. I mean, don't think of ice cream for the next 30 seconds. Think of nothing. Don't think of ice cream.
Oh yeah,
don't do
sure.
it. Whatever you do, don't do it. What are you going to think about?
Right.
So you can't suppress thoughts. It makes them stronger. So that whole approach of cognitive diffusion, it makes room for more. So yeah, you can have the thought I suck can be there, but your relationship with the thought I suck will change, and it'll not bring you into fight, flight, or freeze. It'll not be as triggering or as activating because you kind of like, there it is. There's I suck radio. I'm going to tune into a different station in my brain. And there's a bunch of, there's 40 great cognitive diffusion techniques out there that you can practice to do that. But I would highly suggest don't fight them. Don't take that old school approach. It'll reinforce them, because what happens is the things you fight them with get neurologically linked with the thing you're trying to fight. So it all becomes the same thing. And they get linked and they just trigger each other.
Fascinating.
What would you say is the best exercise you can do to diffuse it? You said there's close to 40 of them. Would you mind talking about just one of them, maybe?
No, I'm not going to do it on camera, but my favorite one is singing it out loud, which I get sounds crazy, but singing I suck, like do it like a crooner, a Vegas style crooner. I suck.
I suck.
I love this guy.
Makes it sound better.
You're nailing it, Hogue. You're nailing it.
Say it in Kermit the Frog's voice. Say it in a goofy voice, because what it does is it's the adding thing I'm talking about. It was the pouring water in the cup. You're adding new experiences into I suck. You're adding new neurological wires into I suck, and that diffuses it. That makes it less powerful. And you can have the thought that I suck, and you can kick ass all day trading. Excuse me, I know we're supposed to say.
That's okay.
This is I suck improv now. All right. Yeah. We do have quite a few good questions rolling through the chat right now. I'm going to pull one that Andre sent to us. So I don't know how many traders you've worked with. I assume you've worked with quite a few traders. Is there sort of an ideal psychological profile that you notice for successful traders? Are there certain traits that you find successful traders share that some other traders might need quite a bit more help with? Is that something you've noticed?
Psychological flexibility is easily the best trait. They're not married to their opinions. They're not married. They're aware of bias. They're not fighting fighting the Fed, fighting the trend, they're just flexible and accepting. I think acceptance and willingness, those two traits are probably the best traits to have as a trader. It's a good question. I think you want to have some level of high standards or perfectionism, but that can also be, that's very much a double-edged sword, because you need drive, but I think most people need to cut their chart time in half and dedicate the other half to psychology. That's my there's way too much staring at charts. It's just, people get into it. It's fun. It's addictive. It's gamified now. Make your charts all pretty.
It sure is.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely not the style of trading that guys like Hogue and I grew up with. Moving on, we talked about trading psychology. How do you apply, since you talked to other traders about this, how would you say your experience working with other traders has helped you in your own personal trading? Has it been a benefit? I imagine it's been a benefit.
Helpful. Yep. Unbelievably helpful, because I'm just talking about it constantly. I'm, and luckily the longer I'm doing this, I work with some people that are just unbelievable traders or have unbelievable careers, and you learn so much from them just in the conversation. But you're it's just constantly on your mind, and I'm I'm running a workshop right now, and so talking about that, getting the homework out, talking to people about the homework they're doing, all that stuff. It's just constant. So it's really helpful. It's been the most profit. It's what makes me the most consistently profitable, is doing that and accepting that, like, I needed to do that, because when I first got into trading, I really wasn't doing much trade psych. I was just caught up in the hope of it all and I'm going to get rich quick and all that nonsense. And then some reality smacked me, and I'm like, hey, wait a second. Why don't I use all this knowledge and my, 30,000 hours of clinical experience to apply to trading? And I did.
Yep. Everyone has a trading plan until the Fed punches them in the face, right?
And that's why the trading psychology plan is so important, because it is a plan for when you get punched in the face, and it's a plan to prep for knowing you're going to, and accepting is the key word, that you're going to get punched in the face. And it's not like it's magic. I'm not saying that it's going to solve all your problems, but you need to prepare for the punch, because you have to accept it's going to punch you. The market rules. It's stronger. It's bigger and badder than all of us.
This workshop you're running right now, is it a trading psychology workshop, or is it something outside of trading? It is a trading psychology. What's if you don't mind, what are a couple exercises that you're going through with your students right now?
Last night we did. Oh, actually, last night I introduced cognitive diffusion. So we did some exercises like that. I have them basically going through a routine of assessing a few different psychological factors in the morning, looking at what I call the looking at the psychological macros. People don't pay enough attention to that. They always think macroeconomics. There's psychological macros too. You have to make sure, most of us, and I assume most people watching are retail traders. Our lives are intermingled. So if we're not paying attention to how, did I have an argument with the wife last night? Do I feel guilty because I missed my kid's game because I was looking at charts? Or, am I going through a divorce? Like, whatever it is, bigger time frame. Am I sick? Is someone else I care about not doing well? Did someone pass? Like, looking from top to bottom for factors that are going to make you more susceptible to tilt, increase the probability of tilt, and sort of get that stuff assessed in the morning, and then throughout the day, checking in on yourself. I like psychological scaling. I have a scale and some rules for the scale, and if you're outside certain parameters, like you just don't trade, because if you feel too good, and never forget that feeling too good is just as dangerous in trading. People wonder why things fall apart and why they're kicking ass, and all of a sudden they're doing terrible. Well, it's euphoria, and you've gotten lazy with your prep, and you're high as a kite on dopamine and norepinephrine and oxytocin and all this stuff, and it screws you up. So paying attention when you're feeling too good, paying attention when you're feeling too bad, and not trading when you are, or cutting trades or sizing down. Obviously it depends if you're scalping or day trading or swing trading, but those things are the biggest ones. I would say is the scaling and the prep. If you are outside my parameters, do things to get yourself soothed. Do things to take care of your nervous system, to return yourself to what they call a parasympathetic nervous state, which calms you down, which is the opposite of fight, flight, or freeze.
That's a great point. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's a great point what you said about being a little too overexcited getting into the markets too. I know Hogue can probably attest to this, but if you ask 100 traders, they're probably all going to tell you, well, at least 90% of them are going to tell you their worst losing day in the markets came the day after their best winning day in the market.
Take the day off after you go celebrate, go out to go do something, for God's sakes, trade every day. It's just huge.
I really like what you said about, things outside of trading that may be affecting your mood, your emotions, and your mental state. How important that is to have that under control before you even get involved in trading. And euphoria is just as bad as fear. And that's why I have a little mantra that I say every morning, and it's stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered. Amen. You don't want to be too down. You don't want to be too high. Somewhere in the middle is your sweet spot to get involved.
That's where a greater probability of objectivity lies, is that middle ground, that sweet spot you're talking about, 100%.
And I think a lot of folks don't even recognize when something outside of trading is affecting their mood, it's affecting their decision making.
That's what got me into trading psychology. Was a personal tragedy, and it was a few years before the pandemic, and I realized I was trading to avoid the pain of dealing with the tragedy. Because even if I was losing money, that still felt better than thinking about this person who passed away. It was hugely eye-opening for me, and I think people miss that. Trading can be a drug. We all know trading can be addictive, but it can be a anesthetizer. It can be an anesthetic to avoid what's going on in your life too. You got to really own up to that. That's part of why willingness and acceptance is so important. You got to own up if you're doing that, because we all do it at times. I do it. We all do it. It's not like I don't do anything.
Even the doctor does it.
Hell yeah, of course. Absolutely. They say therapists are all a little crazy. We are. You got to be a therapist. You got to understand crazy. You got to understand suffering. You got to understand certain things to be a good therapist.
Do you find that you? Sorry, I'm sorry, JD. Please go ahead.
No, jump in there, please. Sound like
Do you find that? Do you find that as a therapist, as a trader, as somebody a therapist working with traders, you find it difficult to separate yourself sometimes from the problems of the people that you're working with?
Yes. As in, like, so what, can I leave it at home or whatever?
Yeah, somebody's talking to you about something, and it kind of leaves
it's hard.
Kind of color on the rest of your day.
Yeah. So luckily for me, I was a trauma specialist for a long time, so really dealt with really horrible stuff for a good chunk of time, and I learned there how to do that, because if I didn't, I would have been having nightmares every night. So I'm pretty good at it, but from that experience, and nowadays, and part of the reason I do this is because it's not as heavy as that. It's just better for my own health, and but absolutely, it affects you, and I have to sometimes use my that scale I mentioned. I do that myself, and sometimes incidents with clients or stuff they're going through or whatever, it is a factor in that, I've noticed. So it's not insignificant, but it's not as tough as it would have been, I think, if I hadn't worked in the trauma field for so long. And that's part of why, I realize how much threat is impacting traders. I see it all the time. People who have trauma histories, their brains are constantly under threat because they're repeating the past. And we all repeat the past. We all revert to the mean, just like charts do. We recreate our past, and we have to be aware of that and understand that to be successful.
Great answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, for sure. The chat loves it too. We got a few minutes left. Let's how about we talk about your actual trading style? So let's assume that you're sitting down at your desk, you've done your morning prep. First, what does your morning prep look like? You find yourself centered, ready to go, no distractions. What does your prep look like before you dive into the market?
My morning prep is going through the macro psych levels, checking in on that. It is a mindfulness exercise for sure, and I just want to throw this out there for people, because mindfulness has a weird reputation and an inaccurate one. Mindfulness is not about feeling better at all. It's got nothing to do with it. It's about getting better at feeling. If I feel bad and I'm mindful, I probably will feel worse, but that's good because it's truth, and I need to have the truth to trade. If I come out of my morning prep feeling worse, I'm not going to trade, or at least I'm going to not trade in the morning, and I'm going to come back in the afternoon. So I'm checking the macros, like I was talking about, the psych macros, doing some mindfulness, assessing where I'm at. I kind of refresh myself, remind myself of what I call the psychological higher time frames. Obviously, even if we're scalping, we need to know what the chart looks like on the daily, whatever, 8 hour, 4 hour, whatever you're into. And the psychological higher time frames for me are what you care about, your values, your why, why you trade, what's important to you, why you're doing this. And I literally ask myself those questions. I ask myself if I'm willing to be, flexible. Am I willing to feel what I need to feel? Am I willing to cut trades? Am I willing to accept when I'm wrong? Because frankly, sometimes the answer is no, and it gives me all the more reason not to trade. So go through that prep psychologically, and then chart wise, I'm not sure if we're talking psych or charts or both.
Both. Let's hit it
Both.
all.
Yeah. So chart wise, I'm for futures. I'm marking overnight highs and lows. Making sure I like market structure theory, so I'm marking the theoretical stops from the day before, making sure any single prints are marked out, TPOX, value areas, just making sure all that stuff is on my charts and ready to go. And then I'm mostly with futures and long dated options. I swing more than anything else, or I try to hold and look for bigger moves. So, making sure I've got the higher time frames in mind. And
Sean, I don't want to interrupt, but I got to tell everybody in the S&Ps right now, there's a 4,600 contract offer at 53.10. There's another one above. At least there was earlier, 5 points higher, but that is a big order, ladies and gentlemen. 5,700 on the offer. Sorry about that, Sean. Please.
No problem.
I'm seeing that. We get in front of it.
I think it's going higher, so I don't want to lean on it.
Yep.
That's the biggest one I've seen in a while.
Yeah, it is
here's a good test in trading psychology.
Yeah.
Ooh, blasted right through it.
There it is.
Wow. There it goes.
There you go. That trade, or did that get canceled?
In the spirit,
Yeah,
that traded out. 6,200 traded. In the spirit of hindsight capital, Sean, when you're approaching a level like that,
3,633 got taken at 53.10. Sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yep. So when you see that at a big fat round number like 53.10, and you're approaching there, is that something that you would lean on personally?
No.
No. Yeah, especially so close to those highs.
Well, actually, I don't want to.
I probably would have given it a shot on the first move up. If we tested there once and fell back, always do it on the first try. In my opinion, always try it on the first try. If you miss it, don't worry about it. Pull the offer. But if it comes back there again, it's likely going to blast right through. I wasn't looking at the ES dome, so I don't know how many times we tested it before we just got there. But just plowed right through that.
When you say lean on, I what do you mean exactly?
Put a small offer in it, a tick below. Yeah. Maybe you watch a few trade out, and it'll pull back and give you a quick 5-10 handle, something like that. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, the phrase "lean on."
You used to do that in the pit.
Yeah,
if a broker had 100 lot at even, I could sell 10 at 90, and I know where I'm getting out. If somebody starts picking off that offer, I can probably get 10 of it. I know my risk is 10 ticks, and if it breaks, 10, 15 ticks, I'm making some real money. That's how we used to lean on it in the pit. It doesn't really work that way so much in electronic trading. You got to be pretty quick to try and get out of that at one tick loss.
Yep.
Yeah.
And for everybody else in the chat who's debating the value of level 2 data, you just saw it. Would you have known that 5,000 lot was offered there if you didn't have level 2 data, unless somebody else told you? There's your benefit.
So to answer your question, I would. There's two parts. One is, I think it's really important to accept your limitations and what you don't know. And if I'm not sure or I'm not confident in what that means, I'm not going to mess with it. But, looking at my range bars right now, there are 3,600 of those hit the ask. They were above a 10 EMA. They were above the overnight high. And now it's pushing up into, and looks like it's passing a standard deviation of VWAP. So that is something I would probably take. in, as I'm looking at it now. But getting ahead of time or seeing that on there, I'd wait till whatever happened before I took any action personally. I'm a pretty conservative trader.
Very good. All right. We're coming up on time. Hogue, any more questions? Anything you want to say before we wrap it up here?
No questions. Sean, thank you so much for joining us. I think this was such a great segment. I think you're a really good guy, and I think you're really good at your job. You're trading. You're a psychologist. I think everybody that's watching right now, myself and JD included, wants to have a beer with you.
Appreciate that. I'd be down anytime.
Big beer guys.
We really hope that you'll come back and join us again.
Oh, I'd love to. I appreciate that. You guys, great questions. It was a lot of fun, and I've been watching TopstepTV a little bit here and there since I've learned about it from my client that was on. That is why I'm here now. So it's been a good experience. I appreciate it.
Awesome. That should have been our first question. How'd you hear about Topstep and TopstepTV? Well, now we know.
Dan S.
All right,
Dan
thanks.
S. He was on a few weeks ago. Shout out
Dan
to
S.
him.
If you're in the chat, Dan S., speak up. Thanks, bud. All right, with that, we are out of time. Thank you so much, Sean. This has been insightful, very entertaining.
My pleasure.
Everybody loved it. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate your time. I appreciate you being here to share your knowledge and experience with everybody else. It's
Thank you.
very generous of you, and we appreciate it. Stick around, everybody. We're going to take a short break. We're going to be right back with the Shoulder Tap featuring Jack and Brett, and then Hogue and I will be back for group coaching at 12:30 Central Time. So we got plenty more tradertainment coming your way. Stick around. Again, short break. We'll be right back. Sean Sawyer, thanks for joining us. This has been great. See you in all in a few minutes.
Blessings, Sean. Stay centered.
Thanks again, guys. Appreciate it so much.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I am Jack, joined by Brett. We're pushing close to new highs, or a little bit off of them in the NQs right now, but we're here right now to talk about our funded traders. Brett, what up?
Not much. Good to be back on. And man, we've had some volatility lately. And with that volatility, we've had some big winners, some traders that have lost some money on their trades, and definitely a lot of requests to the risk team. I know we had a couple traders yesterday that were up significantly early. One of them, with the flurry of activity, we saw them up over $60,000 in their account, and ultimately, in a very short time frame, they unfortunately hit the daily loss limit, which really is somewhat inexcusable for any trader to
So,
be doing. Go ahead.
Brett, I've been dying to know more about this, and we won't name the trader. It's not someone who's on TV. It's not. It wasn't Dakota. It wasn't anyone like that. Um, but I would love to hear if you saw it more about. Did they just? I presume they were short and then stayed short. Was it one position, or did they close and get flat at some point, or they just kind of ride it all the way back
It
from
was a
whence it
few
came?
positions. It was a few different trades that ultimately cost them that what should have been a phenomenal day, even if they did have some losses, which is part of the reason that on the risk team we do encourage users to limit their size when you're having a banner day like this trader was. Um, Ultimately, it took about a minute and a half to lose a significant portion of that over $60,000 in live account profits. And unfortunately, with the equities moving the way they did yesterday, it wasn't something that the risk team was able to get in front of and stop before that daily loss limit was hit. The good news, or I guess silver lining, is it was limited to the daily loss limit of 3,000, but it's really tough on just to sit to watch and see somebody have such a great day and turn it into a losing day. I mean, that's almost worse than just having your first trade go against you and hitting the daily loss limit. But I mean, in speaking about the daily loss limit, the risk team has been getting a lot of requests to have the their users' daily loss limits increased. And oftentimes, we had gotten one from a user earlier today, and they have 2 profitable days in their live account, and every single other day, they've lost $3,000 over the course of, I believe it's 12 days that they've been trading the live account. And quite honestly, they wouldn't even have the live account or those profitable days if they had an expanded loss limit, because they would have already gone to zero in all likelihood. Um, the time to change your daily loss limit is in a any account, live funded or XFA, is when you're really not using it. Um, that's when you want to explore your daily loss limit expansion and maybe consider increasing it. Oftentimes, we find that it's not the best move for any user to increase the daily loss limit. I know there are a lot of different trading styles, but it's it we're trading for tomorrow, and increasing today's losses does not allow for longevity in the account, especially when you're hitting it more than 70 or 80% of the trading days.
So I'm mentioning that a 3K DLL simply isn't enough room with these increasing ranges. It's the same amount of money. That just means you're trading too much size, man.
Yeah. And that's the way to limit the risk, is limit the size. And I mean, if you're hitting it too quickly, yeah, you got to sit on the bench for the rest of the day. And like I said, talking about increasing the daily loss limit should take place when you're consistently profitable. And I mean, one of the traders I'm going to talk about today, they've also hit their daily loss limit quite a bit, but they've had some banner days to say the least.
Yeah, that's what I'll say too. Like at a professional prop shop, this is never something that happens. Volatility has gone through the roof. Thus, we are increasing all of your daily loss limits or how much. That just doesn't happen. If anything, it's the opposite. Your limit will stay the same or they'll cut it because there's too much volatility. But yeah, with that, Brad, sorry to interrupt you there. Where do you want to start this journey?
Yeah, we'll get. I want to discuss Josh shortly, but as far as the daily loss limits in the live accounts, the risk team does require a total of $10,000 in profits and at least 5 winning days in the live account before a request to expand those limits will be considered. And oftentimes we speak with the users and tell them, hey, this might not be something that you want to do because you're making money right now. Why, if it's not broke, there's no need to fix it or make changes to it. But anyway, enough about that. We can jump into the trading cards and talk about Joshua D. And Joshua D is in a 150K XFA. The decision was made on Friday to call them up to a live funded account. And one thing that really stands out to me with Joshua's trading is the hold times. 39-minute winners and 9-minute losers, getting out of trades, and they're trading small. They started out initially trading this XFA as a in the mini NASDAQ, and they have switched almost entirely to the micro product. And I don't know if you've selected the micro contract, as that's where most of the activity has taken place, Jack.
I'll
But
select it now.
take a look at that July 22nd trade date, because it's amazing. I mean, it shows that you, just because it's a micro contract doesn't mean that it can't equal big gains or big losses for that matter. But on July 22nd, with just 2 trades, Joshua was able to make over $4,000 in this live account, or I'm sorry, in the XFA trading the micro NASDAQ.
Very nice. And looks like just $14.80 in commissions to do it. That is a clean day.
Yeah. So love to see it. So you may notice that with Joshua's trading, the contract volumes are somewhat on the high side, or at least what the risk team would consider high contract volumes. But when you do factor in that it's the micro contract, they really aren't. That's 10 micros equals 1 mini. And so really risk averse and excited to get them into a live account. And no need to get away from this, the micro NASDAQ, really.
I agree. I will say that on a lot of these days, I wish I could talk to Joshua to see exactly what he's doing, because I think micros are awesome to trade, especially now. Like we were saying, if an NQ is too much to blow out your loss limit, well, there's tenths of that available. And when the market's moving this much, that commission is not going to hurt you. I do see it on these days, which is a little curious, is that it looks like he's trading in increments of 10 micros and getting out, right? If that is your intention, maybe then just trade. There's no difference if you just trade the full contract, if you just plan on taking it all off in 10 lots. But this is great performance overall. Love that only 1 daily loss limit hit in this account that I can see.
Yeah. And with an average losing day of less than $1,600, really doing a great job of limiting those losses. And the trade times show that they get out of losing trades quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good discipline on that 4K day too. It was 2 winning trades of $2,020 each. So
Yeah.
my guess is, just judging from how the losses are controlled here, is that what's his winning trade percentage? 54. I bet you he's looking for like 2-to-1 trades and sticking pretty consistent to it.
Yeah, and actually his average win-loss per trade is his reward over risk is greater than 2.5 to 1. So they're making $626 on the average winner and losing just 244 on the average loser, which with a 54% winning trade, just killing it, really.
Yeah, no, this is a great card. Keep trading those micros, especially now. Just a small thing about that commission thing. If you're gonna trade, like, I get a little nervous when people start trading like 60 micros and then taking them all off. But Joshua's doing great. Spokane looks beautiful. And yeah, who else we got here?
Yeah, next user I wanted to mention is Chung.
Oh boy.
Sounds
Here he
like you
is.
may be familiar.
Number one on the leaderboard today.
Indeed. Yeah, and let me bring up his card. I think that average daily P&L has an errant negative sign that I overlooked, but
Oh yeah,
it
he's
should
very
be
positive.
average daily P&L should be positive 39.59. But really kind of the opposite of what we saw with Joshua's trading card, in that just 24% winning days, 28% winning trades. But that reward over risk at about 3-to-1 is really serving Chung very well. As is the daily loss limit serving Chung quite well, because again, without that, we might have a different story, or even a gravestone on this, indicating that they maybe lost the account. But Chung is a home run hitter all day, it looks like, and that's all that they try to do, which it's working after what is 17 days in this live account. They did hit the daily loss limit today, but really limiting their trades, doing just 2 contracts per trade, which the risk team loves to see, and really stays in these profitable trades and lets them continue to work, enabling them to get that reward over risk to a 3-to-1 ratio.
So yeah, he must be, I mean, I would presume 2 contracts per trade, but he must be scaling into some larger positions, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's something that we've talked about before. We've seen a lot of people with the home run hitting that are just all in, all out. He's using 2 lots to get in. And I mean this in the nicest way. Chung is a menace, man. Like, this, I am impressed by. So how many days we got here? So we talked about this a little bit on Fast Markets today. 17 days complete, 2 winning days in the account I'm looking at least. I'm looking at the live funded. And I presume it's like copied throughout it. So loss limit every one of the days except the 2. One, and this is just one account, $41,400 winner. And then yesterday, a $32,400 winner. Now, we mentioned this on Fast Markets. I think it's very important that Chung, even if you're a wild stallion, man, you're still not eligible for a payout. Maybe just take a couple day sabbatical and just like put on one NQ each day with like a target for $200 or something until you get there. Because you got to take a payout at this point. The other thing is, whenever I see these home run hitters, what I was looking over there is I like to look at their big days and go back to the charts to see when they happen. And I get the impression that Chung is a bear. Two big down days, yesterday and July 17th, are when he had those huge days. And you know what? Some people may disagree with this style of trading, but 99.9% of people couldn't do this. Like losing every day, and then on the first big day he held for, where are you? July 17th. 6 hours he held that position. So like, could you hold for 6 hours, watching this work out in your favor? It's impressive stuff. I just worry. I really want to see him get eligible for a payout and take some of this out, because it does seem that he has a bias as a bear. And I guess the plus size, it takes a while to lose this money when you have a daily loss limit in place. Anything else you'd like to throw out there, Brett?
Yeah, I mean, one thing that kind of jumped out to me looking at the intraday P&L high and lows is, first of all, you've had some great days where you've gone up close to or more than $5,000 only to go on and continue trading to hit the daily loss limit. It really shows the importance of having a trailing personal loss limit, especially when you do have a significant start to your day, or if you're able to. It's tough to do. We've been seeing it out of a lot of our traders, but having a good trade or a handful of them, and then just calling it a day. We're seeing that more and more out of a lot of the live traders that we're doing the updates for. And it's great to see. I mean, we've got Brian P, who he made 4,150 by 8 o'clock this morning, and hasn't made a trade since. Jata made just over 4,000, hasn't traded since. And then we also have some traders that continue, like Powell. Made 1,900 by 8 o'clock, 3,000 by 10, and just before I got onto shoulder tap, he's up $8,400. But it's important to have a trailing personal loss or personal profit target that, hey, make it 75%. If you're up $8,000 and you pull back to 6,000, call it a day. It's still a great day, but it's tough to watch any trader go up significantly and then only turn what could be a great day into a daily loss limit or anything other than profitable, really.
Okay. So it's 3 winning days in this live account, right? I missed another huge day. I just casually missed a $31,000 day that they had. And that was on an up day. What I'm seeing, if I had to guess, okay, we'll check the 17th again. Do you know how Chung? I know we can't talk too much about like what like live traders do, but I'd be interested to see when they start getting into these trades, because it seems like where they're making these huge days are days that have pretty solid, not wiki days, right? Like solid, picking a direction on the open and going with it and just adding and holding until the end. Or maybe in yesterday's case, they got out because maybe they had to get out because of the live account stuff. But um, either way, very impressive determination here. Brett, I could talk about Chung all day, and I'm sure we'll talk about Chung more. Chung, if you're out there, we would love to talk to you, write poems about you. We'll talk about this more, but we only got like a minute or two left. Do you want to try and squeeze in this third card?
Yeah, we can talk about Carly for just a moment. Carly is in a 100K live funded account, and average daily P&L is in fact negative 436, and they've completed 12 trade days in this account. One thing they're doing really well is locking in profits and stopping trading. The other thing that kind of stands out to me about Carly's trading is it almost looks like they're trying to reach 1,000 in profits every day and have a lot of days where they've been up $500, which is a great living, or in some of our users' cases, supplemental income. But $500 a day is $125,000 a year if you're able to do it for an entire year. And even though it doesn't roll off the tongue quite as nicely as $1,000, it's still nothing to overlook and discount as being inadequate. The one thing that I would mention to Carly is get out of your losing trades a little bit sooner and avoid reaching that daily loss limit with so few trades on the day. It's okay to keep a winning trade on, but you know what? Take another stab at it if you get it wrong on the first one or second, and review it and see that the market is reaching your entry points and exit points. And again, personal loss limit or even personal trailing loss limit is so important. And Carly might benefit from restricting the personal loss limit a little bit further than what is set on the account of $2,000 in a day.
Yeah, it's a limit, not a suggestion here. I like that. Is it Carly? Carlos? Have you spoken to this person, Brett? I was trying to figure out what they're.
No, I'm sorry, I have not.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I can just look at the live account stuff. They took a nice payout, $8,000, so that's nice. I don't know if the biggest day here is 2136. I don't know if doing that once. Well, I do know. I'm kind of asking a leading question. Is kind of like leaves the floodgate open to lose 2K. 1, 2, 3, 4 times. That's probably not a recipe for success. Yeah. Same advice we give a lot of people. You got to cut down that daily loss limit for a while and see if you can still make the 2,000 with like a $1,000 limit or something like that.
Yeah.
Or just a little bit of money.
And for this user, I mean, they started out a little bit rocky in the account initially, and they have departed from those regular daily loss limit hits. The first 4 days, there were 3 loss limit hits, and since then, roughly 8 or 10 days, they've only really hit it 2 other times. So great job departing from that, and also great job stopping at your highs for the day. I see that on a few occasions, but it looks like it's always, for the most part, over $1,000 until you're willing to call a good day a good day.
Cool. Well, thanks for bringing this, Brett. Hope Mick's feeling better. We'll see him back soon, but always a pleasure to speak with you.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me on. Pleasure.
All right, well, stick around. We got group coaching coming up just after this break, and it will be JD and Hogue back to do it again. We got Muhammad coming out with me and Andre at 1 o'clock. Whoop, whoop. And then we got in Power Hour, Andre, Robert, Austin Silver, and Hogue Daddy, what they call him, Iceberg Daddy, Daddy Ice. One of those Hogue personalities will be there, so stick around. We'll be back right after this.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Thanks for sticking around. You made it to the best time of day. It is group coaching time. Yes, this is the time of day where we take your questions from the chat, and we answer them live here on Topstep TV. I am JD behind the curtain. You're looking at John the Goat Hoagland right now, captain of Hoagland's Heroes. I'll keep saying that until it gets old, which it never will. But Hoag, what do you say, bud? How's it going?
It's going good, man. I thought the interview with Sean was excellent today. I really liked him, and
Yeah,
I
I
always
really
look
liked him
forward
too.
to the group coaching.
And we all look forward to being here. Yeah. Love sharing the stage with you, Hoag. This is a special time of day. Hope everybody enjoys it. Thank you to everybody that submitted questions. I think the form is still pinned in the chat. Let me pull up the chat real quick. I should have that up. Nope. The form is no longer pinned in the chat, so forget what I said. Anyway, we've got your questions, though, and we're going to start answering them right now. You ready to go, Hoag?
Ready as I'll ever be.
All right. Question number one. This isn't even a question. This is just a nice comment from Mady. Mady says, I just want to take this opportunity to properly thank you for sharing your knowledge. Mehdi, we all share the same sentiments towards Mr. Hoagland. He does a great job. We appreciate him coming here every day. We know he loves it, but we appreciate it nonetheless.
Well, and thank you, Mehdi. And there are so many great coaches and traders and everything here. I thank them every day for everything that they do. JD, everything you do, everything the background does, everything everybody does here. We're just so happy to be here, and we're really happy, Mehdi, that you're enjoying it and getting a lot out of it. That's the most important.
If we didn't love it, we wouldn't do it. So thanks again for joining us. All right, next up, we've got a question from Justin. Justin wants to know, why does TopstepX use continuous charts instead of contract-specific charts? For example, ES Daily Chart shows a gap between June 10th and 11th after the roll. I believe because of contract rollover. Correct. So it's a false gap which can mislead traders doing technical analysis. Is there a way to get around this other than checking other platforms, which is what I do at the moment? Now, I know you've been a little bit outspoken about this in the past, Hoag. This is something I wouldn't say you're passionate about, but it's definitely on your radar. What do you think about this type of anomaly on the charts, gapping between months? Yeah, we know it's not a real gap.
Right.
But when you're after a rollover, switching charts the way we do on TopstepX, what's your take on it?
Justin, I mean, I have requested that instead of, doing the rollover on the charts that we have and leaving that gap, that we use the contract specific chart, which, it seems to be something that we're working on, but it's going to be a difficult fix. So, you're doing what I do. I look at a different platform at the moment, which is fine. But it is something that I've noticed, that I know other people have noticed, and that we're working on addressing. Thank you very much for commenting on that. The more comments we get on it, the more likely we'll be able to get it done quicker. So thank you very much for the suggestion and noticing that, and and also letting other traders know, that the charts there is a gap when there is a rollover. It just kind of goes from the old month to the new month, and working on trying to get it to the contract month that it's in. So I'm working on that, Justin.
Yep, and if you're on TopstepX, you probably already know where to submit your feedback. But cheers to you, Justin. This also shows that you are paying attention, so good on you. All right, next up, we got a question from Anastasios. Anastasio wants to know, is there a possibility that we could see the levels indicators applied on the micros also? Well, that's also a question for the team on the tech side, but I know we talked about this a little bit last week. I'm not trying to throw you a curveball or anything, Hoag, but trading micros while looking at a minis chart. We talked about this. What's your take on it? It's, I mean, the minis are a derivative, or the micros are a derivative of the minis. So it does make a little bit of sense to look at for instance, a NASDAQ chart while you're trading the micro NASDAQ. Am I wrong saying that? Does that sound right?
No, I think you're right. And if I were trading micros, I probably would be looking at the minis. The minis is where the longer time frame traders are. It's, even though the volume might be greater in the micros, they're 1/10 of the size. So the real risk transfer is happening in the micros, and that's where I think the more valid information comes from. I know that we are working on adding the levels indicator to a lot of other products, and I would imagine that it is somewhere on the roadmap to add them to the micros as well. The thing about trading micros with a mini chart up is you're not going to be able to see your levels on the charts, where you're long, where your stops, and where your profit targets are, and all that. So, Anastasio, thank you for the feedback. Thank you for the question. And these are all things that I'm sure we're going to be working out in the hopefully near future. Great question. But I don't see that there's anything wrong with looking at a mini chart to trade the micros, other than you're not going to be able to see your executions on that chart.
Yeah, you could always pull up a double chart workspace too, and have the NQ on the left and the micros on the right, so you can manage your position, see your executions. And we get it. Sometimes there's less liquidity, more likelihood of slippage trading a micro, and also they do double, sometimes triple the volume of the minis, so your volume profiles might look a little bit different too. But basically, it's trading tick to tick for the most part.
It's a really good point. Looking at the micros and the minis on two different charts, at least you'd be able to see your execution levels and profit and target on the micro chart. Great call, JD.
Yeah, and you can set up all the workspaces you want. Just make sure you save them, and you can have a workspace for every product you trade, micro and mini, and you can see all the levels. All right, thanks for the question, Anastasio. Hope that helps you out. All right, Manny's got a question about the tilt. What does the tilt indicator mean, and how can I use it as a confluence? Well, the tilt is the aggregate position of all sim traders here at Topstep. Hogue, what does this mean when we're looking at markets? When we're looking at markets move, and we see the tilt skewing to one side, what is that? Well, I guess we could start by explaining a little more in depth. What's the tilt? What's your explanation of the tilt?
Well, I think the idea comes from what they used to have something on the grain floor many years ago. It was called the bullish consensus. And once a week, they would survey all the floor traders and even a lot of the outside off the floor customers. And they would ask them one question: are you bullish grains? And it was, a relatively reliable indicator. Of course, there's nothing that's going to work exactly the same way or work every time. But whenever the bullish consensus was 80% long, usually that meant that a lot of the traders and a lot of the, when the opinion was that everybody wanted to be long, typically that was going to be relatively close to at least a short time frame high. If everybody's already long, there's nobody left to buy it, and then the market will kind of peter out and then head the opposite direction. The opposite was true. When only 20% of traders were bullish grains, there was probably going to be at least a period where there was going to be a low put in that regard. It goes right along with the market always looks the best at the top and the worst at the bottom. You hear people talk about retail traders all the time, especially when it comes to stocks or equities or ETFs. The retail traders are the last ones in. They're always going to be the laggards, the ones that are buying the highs or selling the lows. So the tilt tells us it's an aggregated number of the total number of traders that are in XFAs and trading combines, not live traders, not practice accounts. It's only the XFAs and trading combines. And it gives us an indication of the percentage of traders that are either long or short at any given time. So when we're looking at, how I would use it, and how to use it in confluence with something else. If we're up against a major resistance level, whether it's your resistance level, my resistance level, or any resistance level, and we're starting to see the S&P is like 70%, 75% long, 80% long against resistance, that's telling me that a lot of the shorter time frame traders, the traders that are in the trading combine and XFAs, are looking for a breakout above this level. And if they're all already in, it's going to lower the probability to me of an actual breakout succeeding above that level, because we've got all the traders that are already long coming up to this level. And that might be something that I would say, okay, well, if we're all already long and we haven't had this breakout, these are all laggard buyers up against resistance. What does that tell me? Well, if we don't get that breakout, all of those laggard longs that are preempting the breakout are going to have to turn and liquidate those positions. They're going to have to turn sellers. So, and the tilt it's not an indicator. You shouldn't be trading directly off of it. You don't even have to look at it. It's just another data point for traders to look at, what may be their direct competitors, what their direct time frame traders, similar traders are thinking and looking at it at a specific time and at a specific level. Now, these are yes, you can say these are just sim accounts, right? They don't really matter. Well, in the trading combine and the XFA, there is skin in the game. These traders have a stake in being successful in trading here. So it's not just a random sim account that tells us this. These are traders that actually have skin in the game. So, sometimes you're going to see something like this and you're going to go, we're up against resistance. And, the NASDAQ's 80% long. If they're all already long up against resistance here, that's going to lower the probability of continuation above this. Maybe I look at an opportunity for an execution for a short. Again, this is not a suggestion or saying that this is going to work, not going to work, or ever going to work. But that's really how you kind of look at the tilt when everybody's already long. Who's left to buy it? And the tilt is based off of shorter time frame, weaker hands traders, day traders, pea shooters like me. But still, there's information in that. There's still some information in that, and sometimes it'll work. Sometimes it's not going to work. Sometimes, we don't know what the outcome of anything is going to have. We don't know the outcome of anything in trading. It's just another data point to say, what, if everybody's long and we're up against resistance, maybe I shouldn't get long here. Maybe if I'm thinking about getting long, maybe we should let the market come off, take some of these, excessive longs out of the market to look for a better trade location for a potential breakout of that situation. There's a million ways to, I hate to say the thing I was going to say. What's something else we can say besides skinny cat? We got it. We got rid of the get that cat bounce. Now that's a falling brick bounce.
Falling brick bounce, yes.
I don't know. We'll think of something. There's a million ways to come up with, of reasons to take trades. And this is just another data point. You know what? It's provided right now. And if you find it useful, wonderful. If you don't, this is one way I would use it in confluence, would be up against more important inflection levels that have nothing to do with the tilt. If everybody's long up against resistance, well, they're all looking for a breakout. If that breakout doesn't happen, they're probably going to turn the other direction and maybe, have the opportunity to push price lower for me. Great question. I hope that that's clear. I know it's a little, sometimes a little muddy talking about the tilt, because again, there's no finite way or right way or wrong way to look at it or use it. If you find it useful, wonderful. If you don't, then don't. It's just another data point.
Well, I tell you, we really opened a can of worms with that euphemism question in the chat right now. I think a million ways to cut the cheese is my favorite so far. But
I saw peel an onion. We'll try that.
All right. Well, thanks for the question, Simon. We appreciate it. Let's skip one down to Andre. We got a question about Topstep daily levels again. This is kind of a follow-up question. All right. Given that Topstep levels, this is from Andre. Given that Topstep levels are now in Topstep X, can you please explain the meaning of the levels and which ones do you think are the most important? So we're not trying to reinvent the wheel with these daily levels. This is information that everybody has access to. We're just putting it on display for you. So settlement price, value area high, value area low, volume point of control, all that stuff. But on your take, Hogue, what's the best way to use that stuff, to use that information from yesterday's trading session to give yourself an edge in today's trading session?
All right. So yeah, most of these levels are levels that are again available to everybody, right? It's yesterday's extended trading hour range, high and low. It's the last week's extended trading hour range, high and low. Some of the day session, the daily levels are, the value area high from the previous day, the value area low from the previous day, where settlement is on the, from the previous day. So those are all, levels that are just out there, for everybody. They're just, I call them context levels. Okay, well, if we have a hard time taking out yesterday's high, well, maybe there's an opportunity there. Maybe we have a hard time, getting through last week's low. There's reference there. There's context there. To me, the most important ones are going to be the weekly kickoff highs and lows. Weekly kickoff highs and lows. So because those are levels that we calculate to be looking for the longer time frame traders' importance, if you will. If they're levels that I think that the longer time frame traders are going to be noticing, adjusting inventory in and around, or either deciding to or being forced to adjust inventory. So those are to me the most powerful ones. And when they are approached, I'm certainly going to be paying attention. I don't suggest ever, taking a trade up against them, but notice what happens in and around them when they are approached by price. Sometimes they're really nice levels for executions, for exits or entries. Sometimes not so much, because we're waiting for the longer time frame traders to adjust inventories in and around those. Occasionally, the longer time frame traders might adjust inventory right away. We may get to a level higher, and they may say, "All right, we need to cover shorts or buy some new longs," and that that'll push price through the weekly kickoff level. Sometimes the price will approach one of those levels, and the longer time frame traders are going to say, "Okay, we're done buying. We got to sell out of some here," and then you'll get a move to the opposite direction. They are just levels that I calculate using technical analysis, measured moves, market profile information, and some math. And I've been doing them for years. A lot of folks have found them to be very useful. Now you're going to be able to just populate those on your charts. Now, if you want to, you can take off levels that you don't want on there. You can take off last week's high or yesterday's point of control, or weekly kickoff high or weekly kickoff low. You can take whichever ones you don't want on there off just by clicking it. So we get yesterday's high, we got last week's high. All right, I just took those off. I can put them back on that way. You can also have them on your monthly charts. I wouldn't want to do that. Maybe the weeklies, no. Dailies, yes. Hourly, minutes, and tick charts, yeah. If I'm going to be looking for opportunities near those levels, then I will certainly keep them on. Once in a while, you might see where last week's high or yesterday's high. All right, well, we're kind of approaching yesterday's high now. If you're seeing confluence in something else that you're looking at, some other tool that you're seeing, some fib level or something like that, well, that's going to give you more confluence and yet another data point with which to look for an opportunity at that level. So, there's a million ways to skin an onion. There you go. Hey, there you go. And just, a lot of these levels are just very simple. The weekly kickoff ones I view as the more important ones. Value high, value low, points of control. Those are also going to be important to me in the day time frame. And hopefully, you're going to find a way to, incorporate these in your decision making process. If you don't, that's fine. There's nothing that says you have to incorporate these or put them on your charts. We're just, hoping that you're going to find a way to, add these to your current opportunities, your current thought processes, your current strategies, and find a way to make them work for you. That's really the hope for them. A lot of folks were asking for them. Now you're getting them, and we're going to be adding more levels from all different coaches here at TopStep. So if you're working with a specific coach and you want his levels on your chart, you're just going to be able to pop them up there. And this is all again still in development, but we're looking forward to it. And we've got such great coaches. I want JD's levels on there. I want Jay's levels. I want Dakota's levels. I want everybody's levels available to you. Doesn't mean you're going to make money on them, but at least you'll have them in a really quick way. And you can say, you know what? My coach Jay came up with these levels. I want these on my charts because Coach Jay is awesome. And maybe I can find an opportunity against them. Remember, these are just levels. They're zones. There's nothing finite. And you can never blame anyone for any trade that you decide to take. We're not suggesting taking trades at these levels. We're not suggesting buying or selling at these levels. We're putting them out there as context tools, and we're not telling anybody to buy or sell there. It's up to you to make those decisions. And again, it's my sincere hope that you find them useful at some point in your trading career and in your trading day.
Yep. And until we get all those coaches levels up on the Topstep X platform, we'll continue posting the link to that webpage with the coaches levels on it. We do have some follow-up questions in the chat real quick. I know we went over this earlier this morning, but a few people are curious as to how they get those levels up on their screen. Can we walk through that one more time real quick, Hogue?
Oh, of course. All right. So let's go to ES. All right. So they are under indicators. So I'm going to click indicators, and you want to type in Topstep or daily. It's Topstep daily levels. I've already favorited them. If you click on the heart or the star, you can make them a favorite, so they'll line up. But here it is again. I'm going to make it so they're right there at the top of my indicator list. I'm just going to click on it, and there they are. Just going to click on it. So, to help yourself with some sort of reference. Well, maybe there's a particular color that you want to change it to. Or maybe a color you want to change like last week's high and last week's low to. Maybe there's a specific color you want to change value high and value low to. Maybe there's a specific color you want to say, all right, the point of control is now going to be green or red. And I think that's a good way that you can kind of make them stand out for yourself and know what they are without, having to look back and think about it. So, my weekly kickoff levels on my charts, I always make them white and I make them thick. So I'm going to go into the properties levels, the settings wheel, and I'm going to go with weekly kickoff high. I want it to be white, and then I want it to be really thick. So I'm going to click down here, and now it's really going to stand out on my charts. I know without question that is the weekly kickoff high. If I want to do the weekly kickoff low, which we know is 210 and it's pink, well, I want to be congruent with weekly kickoff high. I'm going to make it white and thick. And now I've got my weekly kickoff high and weekly kickoff low in the color that I'm looking for, and very stark on the charts. Very stark on the charts. So you can do that as well. It's pretty flexible, and of course we're going to be adding more products, and you're probably getting them on the micros and everything like that. And so great question. Thank you for asking it. And it looks like we're running out of time. There's never enough time, JD, for us to do this. Never enough time.
Never. Half hour, way too short. The chat is on fire today. It is Chat Uncensored Day on Topstep TV. Say whatever you want in chat. All right. That's all the time we've got for group coaching today. Stick around, though. We've got Back to the Futures coming up next with Andre, Jack, and Mohammed is here. Mohammed is back. Everybody loves this guy. He's gonna be slinging them with us. All right. After that, we're gonna close out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Robert, Austin Silver's here, and the Hogue. You're looking at him. He's coming back for Power Hour. All right, Hogue. Before we take a short break, let's have that dad wisdom.
Well, this goes with a lot of things in life, not just trading, but you'll probably lose more by not making a decision than by making the wrong decision. When it comes to trading, you can make a decision to take a trade. You can make a decision to not take a trade. You can limit your risk on that trade. It's the ones that I tend not to take that are the ones that I should have taken, and I know the risk of taking them all. So think about that. If next time you're double clicking or double clutching when you're thinking about taking a trade, you know how much you can lose. You don't know how much you can make. So you may lose more by not making that decision to take that trade than by making the wrong decision. The wrong decision you can trim. You can trim those losses. Think about that next time you're having trouble executing the next trade. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, JD.
Thank you, Hogue. All right, we're taking a short break. We'll be right back with Back to the Futures featuring Mohammed.
Yes, everyone's favorite is back. The man in the middle joins us from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Mohammed in the house. My partner to the right there on the screen, that's Jack. Let's start with Mohammed. Mohammed, how are you doing this evening in your neck of the world? How are you doing?
Thank God. Never perfect, actually. Settling down. The market is crazy during the last 2 days. And today, it's somehow, the dust is going down, hopefully. Nobody likes this conflict and, the uncertainty in the market. Nobody likes it. Not the market, not traders. Volatility is so hard where everybody has to change or had to adjust his risk profile. I mean, it comes to me first day of XFA in this type of environment. I have to switch something. I cannot trade similar to how I have been done, or I have to stop trading. If you cannot adjust, you shouldn't trade. So what I adjusted today is I switch it to micro, where my combine actually was all trading micro, so I practiced that. But the problem here, this XFA has been qualified in NinjaTrader, and you cannot trade more than 3, and that's good actually. You shouldn't trade more than 3. So what I have done, and this is an advice for everybody, when volatility is higher than the usual, obviously it is, you can see it. In the simple question, how do you know the volatility is higher? Just look at the ATR. Just look at the ATR in here, which is, you can find it in Topstep X as well. The daily volatility for the last 14 candles. Usually, I used to be, it's between 6 and 8. Maximum for if there is a news or if there's something, you can find it 12. Okay. Now, and bear in mind, the market is coming down, actually. It's 17. So that means you have a higher volatility. You can see it here. It went up to 35, 30, settled around 24. That was the normal during the last 2 days. So once you know the volatility is high, you have to adjust. Now the question, how do I adjust?
How do you
I
adjust?
go to higher time frame or lower time frame? Because some people, they think they're smart, so they go to lower time frame. For example, this is 2000 tick. If I switch to 100 tick, you can see the volatility, it's going to 4. Oh, wonderful, let me do that. And here exactly where you'll be chopped up. You'll be killing you. You're shooting yourself in the foot. Why? Yes, it is down, but you'll find a lot of traps in here. If you are a buyer, you will have your stop loss gone. If you're a seller, your stop loss gone. If you buy again, you will get stopped down. This is just a quick example came into my face. And this is the case for every trend. Even if you have a trend, see, this is a trend. You will not survive in that trend. You will be chopped out. So, and plus, market is so fucking fast. Not even before
Let's
you
go.
you can see from this low to this high, it's just 2 minutes.
Yep.
So you will always lose a move. So this is not the right solution. Whenever you see the market volatility is higher, you have to go to higher time frame.
Yep.
And your position size should be cut into half, into quarter, into whatever. You switch to micro. So for example, if I want to trade this, I have a strategy. I don't lose in a trade more than $500.
Okay.
That's a rule. In one trade, I shouldn't lose more than $500. Trading one contract, 10 contract, 20 contract, 1,000 contract, doesn't matter. Okay? So if I want to trade this, let's say this is NASDAQ, this is micro NASDAQ. Let's say I want to buy in here with this candle. My stop ultimately should be below this low. So what is the currency amount? It's about $46 in one contract. So that means I can do how many contracts? Simple. I can do 10 contracts.
Yes.
Trading micro. But if this is the mini NASDAQ, the loss is multiplied by 10. So this is 460. So I can only trade one contract. It is the same. It is the same. However, in micro, you will have some flexibility into leaving a runner. In this type of the market, not now actually, now we are in a killing trading range, as you can see here. But let's say you are there and you took a trade in this area. So it's a good idea to have a runner.
Yes.
You cannot do it if you have one contract. This is why I switched to micro. I cannot just in and out in same. This is my trading style. I always try to get out in chunks in more than one target. So I always like to leave a runner. So having said that, today Sean in Power Hour segment, he caught me and he exactly diagnosed my situation. When he said the worst day always comes after your best days. And
why is that?
Believe it or not, I will tell you why, but I will explain why it is on me, because this is ultimately my issue, my problem in trade. I mean, years I'm trying to. I know why, but I cannot solve it. I know how to solve it, but I don't do it.
Okay.
Why? Is because whenever you have a very good day, you will feel that you are a king of the market. You will feel that you are unbeatable. You feel that I figured it out all. And that's that feeling that you cannot just ignore. You cannot just fight. You cannot just, even if you, deep inside you, you know that it's easy to lose your DLL. It's just maybe 10 seconds and lose it. So every time I got a huge day, when I say huge for me, everybody knows what is his average winning. My average winning is $5,000, $4,000. When I hit that, I feel that, okay, I can stop now trading, for example, or I can just stop trading, I can lock it up. Last week, I hit 11,500 in, 10,000 in one day. More than 10,000. My balance become 11,000 something. So I wait a minute. Oh, tomorrow that will be ugly,
Yes.
Tomorrow, and this is historic. So what should I do? Okay, tomorrow I will not trade before the open. That was the first rule. Okay, then I will trade micro. And all of these was the wrong answer. The correct answer should be don't trade. Because this is the only one thing that I never tried. I never did that. I never. Because I cannot believe that after making $10,000, no, okay, now I will, not trade tomorrow. Why? You can make 5,000. You can make 1,000. Okay, so I got into that trap and I trade. I keep trading, and then it's very difficult to accept a loss. Not even losing day, a loss in a trade. So I promise next time I make more than 5,000, I promise that I will not trade.
No trading the next
Even
day.
if it is my 5th day to be qualified to withdraw or something, I will not trade. Once I hit more than 5,000, I will try to break that cycle.
I like it. All right, Jack.
Hey,
you
what's
heard
up,
it
guys?
there. What's up, Jack? You heard it there. That was spot on. Yes.
Just letting Muhammad cook, man. That was awesome.
I talk too much, apparently.
No.
It's perfect. I don't talk enough.
Go ahead.
No, good to see you, Andre. Good to see you, Muhammad. Flat right now. Not a whole lot planned at the moment. Maybe thinking about getting short a little MES or something like that, but flat at the moment.
Exactly
What do you,
Mohammed's
Mohammed? Are
talking
you
about.
you're flat right now, or yeah?
Yeah, actually, I took a good trade today in micro, and trading 3 micros, it's killing. I made around $300 in this move. Then I lost it somewhere here because I took a trade here expecting that to make a new high, which was normal actually. But the market decided to take me out. I try again, he took me out. Then I lost all my making today. So 2 trades loss with 1 trade winning. Scratch right. Actually, as long as this moving average, the blue one, is within this Bollinger here, I think that taking a trade is just a waste of time. You can see it. It's always taking, just market is loving to take stop. Where you stop, it will go there. So now, where is the stop? The stop is over here. So it will take it out and they will come back again. So trading is just a waste of time at this time. Hopefully at the hour, market could get out of this range.
And Mohammed, do you always trade the tick charts?
Yeah, actually, I trade tick chart. I try to do the 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 1 minute. Because the time, because I don't like to have the volume indicator in front of me. It's driving me crazy. Actually, I don't like it. So if you make this time-based chart, you don't know is there any volume or not. However, if you do a tick chart, you make sure that this candle never created without a volume. So you can have some authenticity to the candlesticks that you are watching.
All right. Well, I got short 3 MES.
Wow. Here we go.
Okay, that could be considered as I don't know if it's the same thing in here, but it is cheap short. However, it is a cheap short, but however, you are coming against this strong trend.
Well, let's take a look at Mohammed's screen. I want to see what I am missing here.
What is channel?
Let me check the MES.
Jack, what price? So we can update.
320 quarter in the MES.
5320.25. Short 3
5320.25
micros. Short 3 micros from 5320.25. All right, let's have we'll have Mohammed take a look here. We got the ES.
Yeah, it is a little different in MES because they made a trap in here for this high. So they should hold, I mean, this high at least, you know. Still the same thing. It is in a killing range since this morning. I mean, you can see traps over here. This is a nice trap actually for a buyer. I'm sorry.
Yes.
It's a cheap short, but buyers are
yeah
pushing it a little bit, but it's a lunchtime trade right now. I can see where Jack took it. Lunchtime trade. No more news for the rest of the day. Cheap trade.
Well, I'm not going to trade. I'm not going to trade full size bonds today. If I did anything, I would do maybe get into the spreads if we're feeling frisky. But
yes,
I'm comfortable right now in this. Technical traders tell me to reverse it. I will not do that. But no.
Let me see. Do we
this
have
is the upper end of the range right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you have this also megaphone. So hopefully that's.
Well, according to that megaphone, we're going to go high. According to that megaphone, we're going to go higher than Mohammed.
Actually, you have this balance area
a lot of lines
in the middle.
A lot of lines. Okay.
Yeah. This balance in here, the middle one at 5,321.
Yep.
It should work as a magnet.
So yeah, I'm not going to let it
for the
push. If it
price.
wants to push new highs, I'll get out of it. I was looking at this on the tick chart, but as I said, small micro trade.
A small micro trade. I like
If
it,
it
Jack.
wants to push the new highs, then we'll let them have it.
Yeah, that will be a breakout actually. So it's good to
take a look at Topstep. Take a look at some Topstep daily levels here. See where we fall in the 5320s, 5320s. Yeah, zone 4, 5323 daily average true range resistance. We did trade up to 28s today, so nothing really showing on the levels. Again, these levels come in before the bell. Now we're about 5 hours into the trade today. So, there's some diminishing returns on the levels we post, but keep that in mind. Weekly levels, though, there is some, it does carry some weight. Right now we are above 53.23, which is daily average true range resistance. Let's trade 53.25 in the ES. So Mohammed,
ES levels.
A lot of ES. Mohammed, I have to ask.
Yep.
We had Friday with the big sell off on Friday. Another big sell off on the yesterday in the overnight. Then we saw the buyers step in. Did you think the world was coming to an end with the way markets were selling off, or did you know it was just all part of? What did you think? I mean, what were you feeling going into it?
Actually, it was something. No, the world will never get to end because you never bet on that. Because you will be right only once. So nobody cares at the time.
Yes.
So
100%.
Yeah. So the life will keep going on. What happened? If you look at it from economic perspective, actually uncertainty was killing the market. Bank of Japan just fired it up where everybody was expecting a cut in the US. They come out of the blue and they increase the interest rate, and that was a shock. And they said, "Okay, come on, what you are doing over here?" And the market goes to crazy. Everything was crazy. Gold is down, oil is down. Everybody is looking to what? Not even safe haven. They want cash. Cash was king at the time. So it was chaos over there. Opportunity for some others. However, it was down to two major three things. Number one, uncertainty in the market. The uncertainty in the market, obviously. Nobody knows where is the interest rate is going, how many cuts they will have, how long they will do it. Second, it was some uncertainty as well, or let's say the geopolitical issues in the Middle East, where I see it from my end here because I might be closer than you. It doesn't worth this drop in the market. Actually, they're taking too much of it. It's
a bit over exaggerated the sell off.
Exactly. It's not first time Iran do something or Israel do something. Palestine. This thing we somehow, even if you can notice our stock market in Saudi Arabia, it has hit, but only for 2%. It's normal.
Gotcha.
This thing was over reacted, if it is the reason. Number three, I believe the problem in was it
sell off? Big Japan came out with a surprise rate hike. Global political geopolitical uncertainty.
Yeah, there's one more. I forget about it. I tweet about it, but I forget about it. Anyway, so but bear in mind, there is not always one reason. It has to be more than one to do this kind of shift. And I think we're still in that situation. The market relieved after some news that there will be 2 cuts during the next 2 months, and
that was the other one.
That gave a lot of relief. However, just wait for the next FOMC and you will see what will happen. It's
so
I remember the reason. It was the who will be the president of the United States. We know it's election year, and what changed that it was either Biden or Trump, and that was okay. A nice uncertainty there. Okay, it's fine. One of them. If Trump wins, this will happen. If Biden wins. But now the assassination happened, and the new, her name, replacement of Biden. I mean, she.
Yes, Kamala Harris.
Yes,
Kamala Harris.
Yeah, Kamala
Yes.
Harris. Sorry,
Yes,
she
that's
just
okay.
she stepped in, so that increased the
Uncertainty.
the uncertainty.
Yes, also that, as well as the Fed, as well as the FOMC. Some people wanted the rate cuts at the end of July. They didn't cut rates, and they saw the employment report come out last Friday, and we saw an uptick in unemployment, and hiring had slowed down. So this confluence of those events did send the markets into a bit of a tumble lower. And then on the reopen, of course, 48 hours of no trading. It gives the markets more time to digest and maybe create panic a little bit longer. All right, let's go back to Jack. Jack, I am seeing the prices. Last trade, 53.31.
Yeah, like I dumped 2 of them a while ago. I have one short micro just to go in there. And as Pete said, I was 100% wrong. That is the nature of trading.
Oh,
it
man.
will be wrong or it'll be right.
They're gunning for you, Jack. They're gunning for you. This is indeed. They do like to remind us when we are wrong. They're very quiet when we're right. It's interesting how that works. Hey, Mohammed, I got a question for you. How do you deal with trolls? You know what a troll is? People that try to get you mad intentionally because they are amused by it. How do you deal with trolls on the internet when you're kind of taking trades live?
I don't see them actually.
You don't see them. You got your hater blockers on. I knew it. I knew it. You don't. Yep.
No, I mean, because the haters only will come when you failed.
Yes.
And they never recognize you when you. No. If you don't fail, they never come to you. They just ignore whatever you are doing. They will ignore your success. They will put it in luck. They will, so they are. To be honest, if I hear them, that will be advantage for me because it means one thing that I am doing something right. So hopefully that I don't have a lot of haters. I don't remember anyone actually, but you have. If you want to be successful, you have to make some haters. Otherwise, you're not.
You know what they say? They don't hate on number 2, Mohammed. They only hate on number 1. So that's okay. That's if you get it, that's a good thing. You're doing something right. Anyways, let's get back to these markets. Starting to uptick here I just put us new highs in the ES and NQ. Last trade, 18,450 in the NQ high of the day, 464. Jack was just in that ES trade, still has one on, but we just last trade, 53.30 last trade. Let's not forget, there was at 5,000, I should say 4,600 offered at 53.10 about 2 hours ago, and that was all filled in pretty much a couple swoops there. Again, 5,000 trade on the offer at 53.10, and it was filled. It was about 20 points ago, so we'll keep an eye on how that plays out. Dow just made new highs. Last trade, 39,501. High of the day, 509. Crude relatively quiet, all things considered. $1.40 range. Last trade, 73.34. And gold, relatively tame today. $30 range there. Last trade, $24.36, I should say. Anyways, let's go back to Mohammed. Mohammed, where do you see this market's going for? Where do you see these markets going? Are these just discount prices for? Looking at the longer time frames, you said zoom out. You see more volatility. Zoom out. Expand the time frames. Let's take a look at that. Do you just see these as discount prices in the long run?
Sure. Let's jump to ES.
Let's do it
and look at I have a problem in my keyboard.
What's wrong?
I don't know. Anytime I press a button, something crazy comes here. Anyway, I don't know what's wrong here. Anyway, so let's zoom out to the weekly. We can see here that we have a strong 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks spread. So this is obviously telling you that we have a strong drop down. However, we're still in a long major uptrend going on. In the weekly, we're still fine. Just we need to go above this 18,232, this level in here.
Yep.
Yeah. Once why is the mouse?
Are you looking at NASDAQ or ES, Mohammed?
Yeah, this is NASDAQ. I couldn't switch to
gotcha.
ES. Yeah, still NASDAQ. This is 18,000. This low is 18,243. And why is the market showing 18,139? I think we already are above it, so that's fine. In the weekly lens, when we go to the daily, it's a totally different story. Actually,
what are you seeing on the daily?
We already have in the daily we have an obvious reverse of this high. We have continuous lower low. We have a clear downtrend channel. We have the last low that we made around 19,740. It's still broken. And the bad news, it has been tested. You can see here. It has been tested exactly. This low.
What price, Mohammed? What price did it get tested? What price did it get tested at?
19,750. Let's say 19,700. It was
we
broken.
broke well through that. Yeah, we crushed that.
Okay. Well broken, and it is tested again, and the market continue. That means we have a strong, clear downtrend. Maybe this, what we see today, maybe tomorrow, just to fill this gap, maybe up to this level. Testing another support, which is this one, 18,530. 18,530. Yeah, let's say about 1,000 points different between the previous support and this support. So now it's testing as we speak. I mean, not exactly 18,550, let's say. This is a test. The market has to come above that level just to say we are in the upper range. We get back to the upper range. Otherwise, we still continue down. Market eyes at lower than 17,100. This is the direction of the market. I'm not saying we are going there, but as a technical, you have to trade that direction for a long term.
You're looking downside.
So maybe something.
That's new direction. That's new direction. There's a reversal. Mohammed, you say so. The direction's down. The direction's to the downside as of whatever the peak is up there. It was a couple of weeks ago. Probably around 20,900. We've just been going down ever since, and we did test that 19,700 level. Broke through that. Tested 18,530s. We broke through that. So you got to say the direction is down to the downside now. No.
Yep, the direction is downside. We have another correction. We had small one, big one. Now we have another one. Bear in mind, I mean, this is nothing. If you compare this green candle that we are seeing today, it's nothing. Actually, it's a way for those who didn't exit their long position. Maybe it's a time to exit. The market is give you a brief to exit. So a lot of them will exit, and then we will see if uncertainty is still there. They will not come back. They said, okay, just let's wait until, and waiting, that means no liquidity. Market is cash driven now. Cash is king. Still cash is king. And maybe this is just a quick dead cat bounce another time until we see 17,100.
17,000 what? What price did you say? These prices are getting. What price did you say, Mohammed?
17,100. It's low.
Oh my goodness, that's
the market is looking at this low. At that time, there we will see whether we are having double bottom in here.
Oh boy!
And market could rally from there, or if they will break it and test it again, and we continue the same story.
Yes.
See? Yeah. So now we are testing this low. If they succeeded testing it and go lower, push the market lower, we have to look at the 17,100. We will see if it is broken or respected. If it is respected, we can see a rally up there, and that rally we can believe in. I cannot believe this rally until we, the test is failed, and the buyers take it even higher.
Above the 500
area of exactly 18,500. Yes.
Yep. Take it above the 500s. Well, the high of the day today is 18,466. So we're not too far from 500s. I want to go back to Jack. Jack, do you still have the one lot on, or are you looking again?
No.
We're out.
No, like when you pull out, I'm kind of liking these micros though, where you don't lose a ton of money on something like that. Especially
today.
When you pull out to the day range, like Muhammad was right there, you see that, like, this is such a small direction, still up, right? So can't be stubborn in the shorts. And I'm just going to sit around and probably wait till power hour. See what happens then.
Speaking of power, I know Muhammad always tunes into Power Hour, is always watching Power Hour. We love him in the chat. Make sure to keep an eye on Muhammad, his levels, as well as the chat. Speaking of Power Hour, we got Robert, Austin Silver, and Hogue joining those three guys in Power Hour here in about 25 minutes or so. But right now, we are back to the futures with Muhammad, joining us live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. What time is it over there, Muhammad?
Currently, it's 9:30.
9:30s. Not too late. Not too late. Very good. Very good. Okay. Well, thank you again for joining us, giving us your time here on Topstep TV. Click like, click subscribe if you want to see more of Mohammed. I'd like to have Mohammed. I don't know if you saw Manfred from last week, Manfred from Germany.
Oh boy,
Manfred from Germany, Mohammed from Saudi Arabia. We'd love to have you two on TV. What are your thoughts on that, Mohammed?
Actually, I like to be like consistent guest in Topstep TV. It's all my pleasure. I like, talking to people and hear them, maybe questions sometime. Maybe sometime in group coaching, I will be joining to find the question. I really like the segment, sometime in Power Hour, sometime in Power Player and Fast Market. This is fun, actually. I really enjoy watching, enjoy being a guest, and I would like to do more, actually, if there is something that I can do.
All right, people, you heard it. If you want to see more Mohammed, click like, click subscribe. We'll get more Mohammed. The boss chimed in the chat. Oh, we're going to make that happen, Mohammed. We are going to make it happen. The boss just said it's happening. So get ready. What's up, Jack?
Oh, I just wanted to say Mixed Beans said to me specifically, please tell Muhammad he's a cool dude. Thanks. So, Muhammad, you're a cool dude. And that's from Mixed Beans, which carries a lot of weight around here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Cool dude, man. You are a cool dude. All right, we're continue to drift higher here. Take a look at the tilt. Now we got 68% long in the NQ. So they're trying to tiptoe in on these longs, not trying to spook the market very much while we continue just to creep higher here. ES probably leading the way up. Last trade, 53.39. High of the day, 53.40. Taking a look at Topstep daily levels. Sent out every time. We are in zone 4 right now. Next target to the upside. Yesterday's high, 53.45. About 7 points away from that in the ES. Taking a look at the NQ. Last trade, 470. 470 last trade. We're in zone 4. We're about to hit resistance 1 at 485. Resistance 1 at 485. Coming to you from Coach Paul. Keep an eye on that 485 in the NQ. Resistance 1. We'll see how. Again, these are not signals. These are simply points of interest, areas of interest. Let's keep an eye on how the market reacts to this 485s if we get up to there in the NQ, and we'll see how it reacts, and perhaps you can take a trade around that. These are by no means signals as we continue to creep higher. Okay, Mohammed, I want to ask you, we got Power Hour coming up. I happen to be on Power Hour. Do you have any levels that you like in the NQ or ES, perhaps to pull a trade on? Any levels? Yeah. Go ahead, Mohammed.
Yeah, for today, obviously we have a breakout here, and it is tested. You can see this breakout, this area. I don't know what's going on with my screen.
What's happening? Anyway, what's going on?
I don't know. Something happened to my keyboard. Any button I press. Yeah. Anyway, hopefully that even my mouse, if I try to do this, I don't know what is this.
It's got a mind of its own.
Yeah. So this high, maybe it is the same in ES. This high has been breakout and retested again. Now, maybe a nice pullback again. It will be a nice buy. Be careful with this level for 18,500. It could be a target for buyers today in the Power Hour, and maybe we'll get back again into the same range, because this range will work as a magnet.
Yes.
This range will work as a magnet. So the level, as long as NASDAQ above 18,450, buy.
Yes. Buy pullbacks above 450. All right, well, we're currently trading 473. So for all you bulls out there, we are looking for a bit of a pullback. We were consolidated from about noon Central Time to about 1:20 Central Time. Eventually, we did break out and have just kind of creeping higher. Volume has been lighter on this move to the upside. Taking a look again, we had 67% long in the NQ. ES 58% long, so not a whole lot doing there. Everything else, a little long tilt in the 60s, low 60s, but nothing to write home about. We'll see how it plays out. Jack, we are flat. Any possible trade ideas? You said you like the micros due to the downside management. So what's the damage on your account right now?
I lost $178 there.
Not bad.
And I went back to my home, which isn't something like this, just trading a little bit of bond spreads at the moment. Just a little 2s10s, just a little nibble.
Just a little 210.
We have a nice pullback now. It could be a nice continuous long trade around 18,444, and this is not a signal, it's a level. This is the high of this range, 18,444. Market should not stop or close below 18,425. So it's about 15 to 20 handles in here. It could be a nice.
Let's check out Muhammad's screen real quick.
Yeah, Muhammad's cooking right now.
Yeah,
this high we are at it or almost 18,444. This will be a nice buy with stop below 18,420. So we have around 25 handles. I mean, if the price goes back in this area again, that means you are stuck in this range one more time, and you don't want to be there. It is a breakout retest pattern.
420 pull back to 420. We're not going to pull back like that right here, right now. Pull back about 20 points off the highs. Last trade for 454, 454. See how it reacts here. Jack's got the 2-year. Oh, you got the 2-year up or a 10-year, Jack? You're not really trading spreads, are you?
Both, as a matter of fact. Oh, you're
Really?
able to trade spreads.
No, I know. I
Like
saw. Are
this-
you legging into spreads?
Yeah, but I'm just I'm never going to get enough size doing that to like seriously damage. I'm just short 4x2 right now. I'm just experimenting with some things.
I
here,
love
but
it.
It is live. Yeah.
Wow, legging into spreads with vertical markets in the 2 to 10. This is good stuff, man. This brings me back to.
If I find anything that works, I'll let you know.
Please do,
otherwise,
man.
I'm sure the audience is going to be more interested in Muhammad's screen because
I get it. But Jack and I, you got to understand, Jack and I come from bond trading or fixed income trading backgrounds. So, just to hear, I feel alive again when I hear someone's trying to leg into 2.5, 2 10-year spread. 2-3 months or 2 spreads against each other, getting butterflies. I just feel alive when I hear it. But yes, very boring, very tedious. But we'll say
I don't think you can trade with a 15 contract limit. I don't think you can trade futures flies. It would be very hard to do.
Well, yeah. Because what would you do? Yeah, it'd have to be 15, 30, 15, and that'd make it tricky.
Can we get an auto spreader, Ben asked, for Topstep X? Possibly. Then we can really up. Then we can really have Michael not sleep at night.
We're just nerds, man. I love it. Yes. Okay, Mohammed. We're sitting here talking about fixed income. Let's talk about the fun stuff. We're talking about the NASDAQ. 18,500 upper end. I know that's between 530 to 550 to the upside. If we can break that, you might see some movement more to the upside, but right now still trending down. We've got power hour coming up here in about 17 minutes. You have made no trades. How have you traded so far this morning? You told me. Please remind me how you trade this morning.
No, I traded my combine. I locked it out after getting $4,500.
That's right.
Today in a combine, but in my XFA, I was more cautious there. So I trade only micros where I'm flat actually. And obviously that I cannot trade because I don't know, my system is down. So I'm watching with you. However, if I will be able to trade, you can see this pullback actually reaches 18,447, 3 points from my entry level. However, I don't like this first buy. Just let the market goes down again, trap the buyers in here, and then go long after. Because obviously the market is going up, no traps, correct? I mean, the buyer hasn't been trapped yet. So Usually the market tries to take out the weak hands first, and then will do the real move. Sometimes it's just go, you cannot do anything about it. So you have to wait for that trap. Always, whenever you see a runaway market, stop FOMO and wait for the market to do a trap. Trap means don't buy here. Okay, it's a buy. We said it's a buy area, but don't buy here. Why? We haven't seen a trap. Many times you jump in, the market goes, take stops, and then go. How many times you have seen that? A lot of time.
All the time.
So wait for that move to happen first, and then go long. So hopefully the market will do it as we speak now, going down, take down the buyers, and we'll see when the market comes back again.
Yes.
Then you have your shot and you have a clear stop loss level. Now this stop loss in here, which is 18,430
or 30.
This is what the sellers are looking for. Actually, I mean, this is the profit for sellers, so they will try to go there. At least 18,444. One of them. We need one of them. We need to see the market goes, sweep them out, either those or those, because there is two group of buyers. Those buyers, probably they took some profit, and those buyers who are just new to this move, they're just new to this wave. Usually they will take him out. Maybe with a stronger push, will take they out. You might see the market come back again because you're still in an uptrend territory. I mean, still uptrend.
Yes.
Then you go long with that. So we'll see. I mean, this is a runaway market. You cannot jump in. You cannot.
You cannot. You said
either you buy the high, either you buy the high, and you see your stop loss naked. I like to say it. It's naked stop loss. It's obvious.
Well, my man Eduardo in the chat says waiting for huge areas to be stopped are my A++ setup as well. So some of the best shares we got here. Also looking for those stops to get run, get hit as well, Mohammed, before we do get into the market. So we'll keep an eye on that. See if some stops. Mohammed's got the area of 18,430. Go ahead, Mohammed.
By the way, if the buyers continue going higher without traps, that means there will be a big trap coming from sellers, taking out all of these. So maybe it is setting up a nice short up to around 18,500.
Yes, that's
so bear in mind, if you see this behavior, market is going out without giving you a chance to hop in, maybe the market is preparing for a strong short, at least to this low 18,380.
Even on that gold continuing to drift higher. Hey, you got a new headline hitting the wire here.
What we got?
Goldman Sachs, Solomon, DJ Sol. For those that know, he likes to DJ. I knew that would get Jack. The Fed will forego an emergency rate cut, and I see no U.S. recession. That's according to DJ Sol, from the guy that runs Goldman Sachs and likes to DJ parties in the Hamptons during the summer. So yes, no
DJ
recession.
Sol.
DJ
the
Sol.
EDM tent. I don't know if I heard that. I would start selling the 2-year futures, guys.
You heard it, DJ Sol. Get in there, start hitting some bids. Let's take this sucker low. Are you short, Jack? And for what price?
I mean, there's no prices in this. I'm short 6x3 two ZTZN spread. This is for fun. We don't have to put that up there. Yeah. So
okay.
Is this a price or an ID number?
No, it's a spread in basis points that I'm approximating off a trading view. I don't think we don't have those in.
Let's talk about it. When you're short, when you're short a spread, that means you're short the front month and long the back month.
Right. So or in this case, different parts of the yield curve, right? The 2 years.
Oh yeah. Yes. See, that's my Eurodollars. 6
no months.
Yes. Different maturities, indeed. We're starting to creep a little higher here. Again, Mohammed's looking for the 18,500 level, but for the time being,
maybe
Dow creeping higher as well. Go ahead, Mohammed.
Yeah, this is the time. This is the time for sellers to jump in. Actually, with this last candle in the 2000 tick. If market goes down, I think because haven't make any trap yet. So now they're trying to make that trap. Be ready. Be ready. See? To find some buyers in here, in this area. 18,430 up to 18,444.
Yes.
There's a lot of buyers. I don't have, the DOM in here, and I'm sure that there should be a buyers if this will continue to 18,500. Because luckily we haven't been there yet.
Not yet.
Some job is not finished.
Yeah,
Or
we
the
got
buyers.
Porfine in the chat. 18,530 is a fib level, fib 50. There you go. So that's confluence there. 18,530. Mohammed was talking about the 530s in the ES as well. First, we got to get through the 500s. Last trade, 470. 30 points more to go. Test those 500s. See how that goes. Again, it's Jack short. What is it? The 210. Jack short the 210.
These tens, we're in the
Short the 2 year. Short the
I'm
2
never
year.
going to trade I'm never going to trade an equity index future again. Micros or minis.
You got short. Getting short. But yes, I guess shorts were getting paid. So Jack, fill me on yesterday. Yesterday was just madness. Did not take
Well, yeah. I mean, overnight we came within 200 points of a circuit breaker in the NASDAQ pretty much. And then it all kind of turned around. It was a crazy, crazy day. You missed it. You probably had a really crazy Sunday too.
Actually, just Saturday, really. But
oh, you only went to the one day.
Yeah, it just doesn't. The voice wasn't there, Jack. The voice was not there. I'm still a little hoarse right now, but wasn't going to come in with the. Yes. We'll just leave it at that. Yes, it was just Saturday.
Mohammed Andre was at the Lollapalooza show in Chicago.
You know what that is, Mohammed?
Okay.
It's just a concert.
No.
Just a concert. Just a band I really like to see. Yep. Just had a good time. Good, clean fun with me and 100,000 of my best friends here in the great city of Chicago. It was hot. It was sweaty. But everyone was safe and made it home in one piece. That's the most important thing. We got.
I was in a movie 2 days ago. Let me remember. It was about a concert. There is a criminal over there, and FBI trying to catch him.
Oh,
it was nice movie. I think its name. One second.
Catch him. Did they catch the bad guy?
Yeah, it's really. Yeah, it's called The Trap. Nice name.
Just like the market.
It's it's the M. Night Shyamalan movie that just came out with Josh Hartnett.
Thank you, Jack.
All right, I will check that out.
Yes, Danielle knows it. Everyone knows it. Mohammed, how many stars? Out of 4 stars, how many stars do you give the movie The Trap?
7.5.
Okay, out of 10. You give it a 7.5 out of 10. That works for me too.
Yeah, this is high actually. Yeah, this is very high.
Very good. Yeah, there's no such thing as a 10. Let's be honest, Mohammed. There's no such thing as a 10. There's always room for improvement, whether it's your trading, whether it's a movie, whether it's a slice of pizza. There's always room for improvement.
Yeah. Braveheart, I give it 9. Braveheart. Gladiator, I give it 9.
9 stars out of 4. Yes.
9 out of 4 stars. That speech before they go to war, Mohammed. I could listen to that. I could run through a wall after listening to that speech from Mel Gibson. William Wallace.
Yeah.
I can listen to that speech. Oh boy, we get chills just thinking about it.
All right. Patient Trader, his wife is a 10 out of 4.
There you go.
That's good to see. Tommy Boy, 10 out of 4.
There you go. There's another 10 out of 4. A lot of 10 out of 4s.
Yeah, a lot of 10 out of 4s.
Wasn't it Siskel and Ebert? It was always 4 stars, or it was 2 thumbs up.
2 thumbs up. You thought they were giving stars, bro? You're from Chicago.
I don't know. I thought it was 4 stars. I thought someone did 4 stars or something like that.
There are a number of critics that do that.
Thank you. Okay, I thought it was crazy. It didn't sound right, but it felt right. All right, we got 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes left here at Caddyshack's at 10. There we go. We got a bunch of 10s coming out. I don't know. We'll see. Hey, that was entitled to their opinion. All right, Mohammed. Well, it's been a pleasure, absolute pleasure. We are going to have you back on more often here on TopstepTV. Jack, you keep us posted on this 210 because we know everyone's going to be vested into this. Yeah. Ooh. Okay. All right. Mohammed, please leave us with some words of wisdom here. We got about a minute and 30 seconds. Leave us some words of wisdom for those people that know we got more volatility on the way. There's no end in sight for this.
Yeah.
How do you navigate? How do you maintain a level head? And give us some words of wisdom for everyone here on Topstep TV.
Yeah, maybe just manage your expectation, and this goes to me as well. Especially when you have a good day, manage your expectation, because this is what kills you. You come to the market thinking that you can make 10,000. Manage your expectation. You can make 10,000, but you have to risk a lot more, because managing expectation is the thing that will keep you humble in the market. You have to be humble, otherwise the market will make you humble. So manage your expectation. The market will never satisfy you. Even if you make 50,000, you say, "Oh, I should leave a runner." You have to say something. Every time, market will just makes you regret something. Either you exit early, either you enter with small contracts. So don't fall in trying to find satisfaction from the market. Just follow your plan your trade.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Follow your plan. Plan to follow. Yes, Mohammed, live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The man, Mohammed. Everyone give it up for him. There will be more of him. Jack, keep us posted on this 210 you got going on. Yes, smash that 2-year. Smash that 2-year for Jack. DJ Sal, if you're listening, please smash that 2-year. Anyways, I see Austin Silver in the green room right now. We got Power Hour coming up next with Robert Hogue, Austin Silver, and myself. Let's go. Thank you, Mohammed.
Thank you very much. Peace to everybody.
All right, we are back in Power Hour. Man to the upper right, Austin Silver in the house. We got Robert in the lower left and Hogue in the lower right. During the break, we just saw a bit of the market just fall out of bed on that headline. Again, saying the White House saying, we do not believe the response has begun yet against Israel from Iran or Hezbollah. It's enough to send the markets lower. Oil seems to be pretty tame, though. But anyways, welcome to Power Hour. Austin Silver, let's get right into it. You have any positions on? How's the trading going? What's up, Austin?
Trading's going well today. I'm at max profit on 3 50K combines. So I'm about 1490 on those. So happy about that. Got the XFAs pulled up here, seeing if we can find some action with the boys in Power Hour. I'm excited to be here. So let's see what we can get. The pullback is, it's nice here. It's a little healthy pullback. The end of today is going to be really important because I feel like, do we close kind of sideways on the daily chart? And does that set us up for maybe more selling tomorrow or at the end of this week? Or do we close, with some strength on the bulls here to get everybody excited for maybe another part of a rally tomorrow? Some of the biggest rallies happen during bear markets. So should be fun. Volatility's up, makes for fun trading, right?
100%. Robert, in the green room, you're like, 2 minutes too late. What were you looking to do there, Robert?
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's kind of happens to me. I'm shooting probably 95% of the time. I actually jump on and say, "Oh, this is great. This is gonna be awesome." 2 minutes before the segment starts, it just blew right through all the targets I was looking for. So I'm gonna sit on my hands right now. And sometimes it happens afterwards. It's just, hey, this is trading. Sometimes like, all right, this segment is range. I'm like, all right, well, we'll go to the next segment. A minute later, it takes off. Like, damn it. But hey, you know what? We're here. We're here with Hogue. We're here with Andre. We're here with Austin Silver. We're here with the markets. We're going to take what it gives us and see if we get some. We got an hour to go, so we'll see what brings it out.
That's right. I like the attitude. I like it.
Absolutely.
All right, Hogue. First thing I'm going to ask you, how we look on the Delta?
Positive 20,300 in the S&Ps, positive 4,700 in the NASDAQ. It's just looking for a pullback here to try and get short. Missed that. I think we could easily see the S&Ps go back down to VWAP 83.
Yep.
Did we all plan to wear black shirts? Or is this just a pure coincidence?
We got the memo.
I think this is a sign of it. It's gonna be a good power hour, everybody.
What's the
Andre, I think yeah, that's what our mentorship group is called, the Black Shirt Club, because Mike Bellafiore and the guys at SMB, I believe if you make 10 million in a year, they would give you a black shirt. So we kind of modeled it off of that name.
Very nice.
I see 1,300 contracts, Andre, on ES at 53.50, and I also see 800 contracts up at 54.40. What do you make of that? I always ask you the book map questions, the order flow questions. 53.50 has been sitting there for a long time, and then even higher, bro. 54.40. What is that?
Well, yeah, we know the market is attracted to liquidity. Earlier today, in 11 to 12 o'clock hour here on in Central Time, we did see 4,600 lots sitting on the 53.10 offer. 4,600 offered at 53.10 earlier this morning, and that was filled in about 2 chunks there, Hogue. I want to say you were on with Sean, and that 4,700 lot just got gobbled up, no problem, and we just kept running to the upside.
Let's see here.
What do you see there, Hogue? What do you think of that 53.50? That's a good chunk up there.
Yeah, we had that big offer at 53.10.
Yep.
And let me see this. 6,300, 5,000 traded there. 5,025, and all of them on the offer. So that was that big offer, and they all traded out on the offer. And now we're back down below it. That's what makes me think we're probably heading back down towards VWAP. But that big offer way above the market, I mean, that's something that got a long way to go before we're going to get there. But it is interesting because the market is always seeking liquidity. Anything down below we're seeing? Nothing really.
I got nothing strong. Maybe 5,200 a little bit. When you say, can you, for us stupid people, Hogue, or inexperienced people, I should say, when it fills on the offer, that means it fills pending sell positions, or does that mean it closes sell position? Like, what does that actually mean in simple terms?
Well, it just means that there was a big offer there. I mean, it was right in the dome. It was like 4,500, but there was more behind it. So all of the contracts that traded on the offer, which means market orders bought it. somebody probably took most of it, and then some more of it came in, and then some shorter time frame traders scooped up the rest of it. But it's just when that traded through, it all traded on the offer and then never came back to it.
Exactly.
Well,
interesting. That's John.
Do you have
there? It never came back to it. We just plowed right through it. It just kept running higher. We're instantly trading 53.20s within 60 seconds after that. So very little resistance there to the upside. So what were you gonna say, Austin?
I was going to say, so like, let's use an example of what's going on right now. So let's say we were closer to 53.50. We're 50 points off of that or so right now. If that ends up being the pull and we get to that level, is there any way to determine if they're buy orders to then send us higher? Is there any way to determine if they're sell orders to maybe act as resistance and we'll fall off of that? Or do you just have to watch it and see how it reacts once it gets to that level?
Well, I think you just have to watch and see what happens.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Good question.
Yeah. I mean, back in the day, if there was 100 lot in the pit and the broker was standing right behind you and he was offering 100 at even, I could stand in front of him and sell 10 at 90. And if it goes 85 or 80 offer, 70 offer, 60 offer, I can make, 40, 50, 60 ticks on that. But if somebody starts taking out the 100 lot right behind me, I can go buy 10.
Yep.
Right. So I know I'm only going to lose 10 ticks on that. Well, probably only lose about 10 ticks on that.
Sure.
So, but we can't do that now.
Very
it's
reactionary. It's just different now. Right.
That.
It is because it's all algorithms. It's not guys screaming at each other anymore. Yeah.
Can't do that anymore. Yeah. It's called lean. That was called a lean. Leans don't really exist anymore. No, they don't. I mean, I know JD was talking
what
about
did that LEAN, like leaning over?
Lean.
Yeah, like lean. Like Hogue was talking about that 100 lot, that guy with offering 100s literally right behind him. So if he sold 90s, it wasn't going to go lower. He could lean on the 100s behind him. So he could buy 10 on the 100s, only lose what? A tick?
10 ticks.
Trade?
Well,
10
one
ticks
tick times 10.
Right. So that's essentially what it means. So leaning on a bigger order as your outs. Like in poker, they call it outs. Know your outs. A lean is know your out. Yep. Know your
Got it.
Lean like purple drink. As
I don't know if you guys someone said that in the chat. Do you guys ever talk like, what's going on now? Is there any trading going on in the pits to like the pit? It's a building. What's going on there now? Did they turn it into like an esports arena? Like, is it still trading? What's going on there?
No. Like the old CME trading floor is now offices. Yeah. The old grain floor at the Board of Trade may still be there as kind of a historical memorabilia, but most of it's have been taken down. The boards are all taken down. And the big room at the Board of Trade, there's absolutely nothing in it that I know of. I always thought they should turn it into a concert venue.
Casino.
That's what I'm saying. It'd be a casino. I picture like you go into the room with the big board on it. It's dust everywhere. There's still old tickets on the floor. Like they left it untouched since they shut it all down. Like it looks like I Am Legend or something in there. You know what I mean?
That would have been cool. That would be cool.
Yeah, and you could do like tours of it.
Yeah. Well, that big room at the Board of Trade, if there was nothing in it, from what I understand, is the largest, if not one of the largest, single rooms with no center support. You could put a 747 in the middle of it and spin it around, and it wouldn't touch the walls.
Oh my God!
Wild!
Oh my God! That is crazy.
It's crazy.
That is actually crazy. No central support, so the building is supported from the exterior walls.
100%.
That big that you could put a plane in. That's
amazing. And it's just a big box. There's nothing really on top of it. It's just a box.
Right. And it has tiers on the outside, right? Where people would stand higher and some stand lower. Then there was some down in the middle, correct? Yeah. So it would be a cool place to hold like a public forum, right? Like public debate. I feel like that's what it would be good for now.
You definitely service that. Yep.
Yeah. Let's get some politicians down there. We'll have a debate.
Oh yeah.
Yep. I want to fill it with trout. Fill it up with water.
Hey,
we could fish it.
A little sport fishing idea.
It's like the modern day Coliseum. Fill it with water. Let's have some boat battles in there. You know what I'm saying? Have fun.
Piranhas, alligators.
Yeah,
let's have some fun.
And you know what? We'd be in the stands betting on it, right? Andre, you and me would be up there. Like, I bet you he gets eaten by that gator in the next 60 seconds.
100%. Well, that'd be some real 100%. Entertainment. All right, we're starting to see some buyers trying to creep in after that sell-off.
Are you not entertained?
Exactly.
I'm gonna throw it to Robert here. Robert, any levels that you like here? I know you like to run levels for like looking at forecasting for the next maybe 20 to 30 minutes. Wondering if you've done that here for Power Hour, and if so, what prices are you looking for?
Sure, I'm wrapping up one of them right now. The two that I was looking at earlier, as we talked about, just cleared through just before, and that was around 18,425, and then the zone around 18,365. So I'm just trying to plot out one more. I think I made a mistake when I typed in one of the numbers, and I will get that for you right now. 18,483.25, and the low. I'm just looking at the pivots here. And this is 18,280.50. Okay, so what I'm looking at now is if we cross 18 in the NASDAQ, if we cross 18,280, we'll get a dump between 18,280. Then I have a target starting around 235 I'm actually going to bring this up a little, 235 to 215. So that's a target area, and that's what I'll be looking for.
Okay, so if we break 280s, we're going to be targeting 235 to 215s. Got that. Thank you. Hey, really quick, upper left-hand corner of the screen, see the hashtag Power Hour. We did this for hashtag Fast Markets this morning. Didn't get to the content. Yes, maybe we'll get back to that Power Hour. But again, hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at Twitter and X. Use the hashtag Power Hour. Send us anything you want us to share here on Power Hour for the audience. Whether it's your swag, memes, performance dashboard, analytics, anything you want to share, we'll turn that around for you guys and put some smiles on your face because it's been very, very strong lately.
All right, I've dumped that short.
Selling volume in ES.
All right. Robert, following his plan. He had a plan there. He wanted to short 280s. What are you short from there, Robert?
It's
Awesome.
exactly 18,274, 3/4.
Okay, Robert's
That
short
is,
from 274 and
short
3/4.
One.
Austin, you said you're long the S&P?
18,274.75.
No, I'm not. I was just saying we're seeing some selling volume here as it's kind of picking up a little bit of momentum.
All right.
I know you guys have been talking about this, the switch to micros, right? Like everybody's kind of, Dakota was talking about it this morning with the volatility picking up. So I wanted to ask you, Hogue, and Andre, you guys have a lot of experience with this. How do you know, other than when the VIX moves and when you start to see the bigger candles, how do you adjust? Because like you always talk about different market conditions, different strategies and different market conditions. But like as new traders, I can remember like over the first couple of years, you don't know what a cycle is. You don't even know where you are in the current cycle. But as you get more experience, now I'm trying to get more nuanced with my understanding and my questioning. And I had, a thought last night, probably could have switched to micros a couple of days ago as volatility started picking up. So do you guys have any advice for people like me that are trying to find warning flags of like, hey, volatility is increasing. You might want to go to micros so you can have more position size flexibility?
Well, I mean, the VIX is one thing. Average true range is another thing. But Austin, if you trade the NASDAQ, when we came in on Monday and you looked at the NASDAQ dome, there was a spread between the bid and the offer, sometimes 5 and 10 points wide, and then there were gaps between bids and offers. Okay. That's illiquidity. So if that's the case, and you're seeing that much illiquidity in a market like the NASDAQ, you've got to be expecting some volatility, because even if it's not volatile, the lack of liquidity is going to create that volatility. When somebody needs to buy 10, they're going to move the market a lot further. Somebody needs to sell 10, they're going to move the market a lot further. So that was the first thing that I looked at when I woke up on Monday morning and I saw what had happened overnight was the dome on the NASDAQ. Because when you've got a lot of wide spreads between the main bid and offer and a lot of holes in the bids and offers on both sides of the market, that was it. That was like, hey, you know what? One of the first things I said on the opening call yesterday was, these markets are illiquid. They are volatile. Size down. Size down. Your risk is going to be big. It's also going to create bigger profit opportunities. But remember where we're sitting is it's mostly about the risk. We are all risk managers first. So that was the first thing that I saw yesterday.
Great answer.
I was like, all right, if I'm trading small.
Great answer. Yeah, and I think it's as a new trader, because a lot of people are coming to futures for the first time this year in my circle from Forex over to futures. We don't have experience of like, okay, we actually need to change the asset that we're trading. You go from trading just the NQ to the MNQ now to have that position size flexibility and to not blow yourself out. Because if you were throwing minis around yesterday, you could just deal with a small pullback, but a small pullback yesterday was 25 points on ES. Like we had a couple of weeks. Yeah, literally. I mean, there was weeks going into this pullback where we would literally move 30 points a day. 40 points a day on ES. So you had to trade minis if you wanted to make some serious cash. Now it's completely different. So yeah, it's a great answer, Hope. One more thing I would just add to that. Last big down day we had on ES that I could see, like yesterday, where we dropped, 2, 3, 4%, something serious. I'm looking back at September of 2022. And look at the day after that. We lulled, similar to today. But as you can see, the bottom was not in. So, and I know we don't forecast, of course, we all trade price and we just react, but do you guys feel like the lows are in, or do you feel like this yen trade needs to unwind some more and we might see something similar to we saw here?
Good question. Somebody take that and then I'll tell you what I think.
Are the lows in? Are the lows in?
Can we pull that in the chat? Are we allowed to pull that in the chat? Come on.
Of course, yes. Let's run that poll in the chat. Are the lows
one more reference too,
are the lows in?
Look at this one.
Are the lows in? Austin, for 2024? Are the lows in for the next month?
For this little pullback. No. Just for this little pullback here. Because, I'm just looking at a daily chart here on the continuous contract. Here, if you look, we had a day on a Friday, we dropped 4%. Well, Monday, we kind of bounced. We still gapped down, similar to like Sunday into Monday of this week. We were sideways, but then as you can see, we still had more lows to be made. So now we are at this point in the indices where we're at a healthy pullback, right? For a bull market. 10, 15% is really where you get on the edge of correction territory. So is 51.17 our low, 51.20 our low, or do you guys see more lows coming in as this yen trade unwinds? That's what I'm thinking about.
I will say.
I won't hold you to it, I promise.
I know. I'm trying to think. Well, I mean, the easy answer is say yes right now. We're trading 200 points above it. Right? The easy answer is say yes right now.
Of course.
There might be some more room to the downside here. I think we test 5,000s again, John. I don't know. Yeah. I don't see why not.
Well, I mean, anything's possible. But if there's no more bad news, which what are the odds of that these days? I see this being somewhat of a lasting low. Again, that's barring anything disastrous happening. And here's why. Okay. Excess lows, right? Where does an auction die? It dies in excess. Look at the low here. This was back in April. We had a pullback, big tail. Market continued to push higher. Pulled back, big tail. Continued to move higher. No excess on the high here. None. No excess. This is an unfinished upside auction. We get a pullback. We pull back, big tail. And what's this? That is the 200 session moving average. And that is the September only chart. Big level.
Interesting.
So
here comes a pop.
Big level.
Because of the excess on the daily chart yesterday, and this is the S&Ps, I see this possibly being a relatively lasting low.
It's a great example. Great answer, John.
Anything can happen, but because of the excess on that bar, it looks to me like we ran out of sellers. Buyers popped back in. We finished the day above the weekly kickoff low. We haven't even really looked at weekly kickoff low this today. So I think, and there's some weaknesses up above, some weaknesses in structure above. So, if I had to say that do I think this is a lasting low, I would say yes, it is, at least for now. Now look at the NASDAQ.
I just took that quick long pop up on the NASDAQ. We covered about $100 off of the trade there. As you were on the other screen, here we go. We nice. Made another just up and down zigzag pattern. So I just took 2 points and I put them in my little functional calculator over here, and it gave me the target area. As soon as we crested the pivot, which is around 337, I think I can I'll turn the numbers on the chart afterwards. It kind of gets convoluted if they're on there, but I'll turn all the trades on the chart so you can see them. But it's right around 18,338, and took about 10 points coming up into, you can see this green zone area, which is somewhere around 352 in the middle of it. Basically, when I entered the trade, it was a buy stop right above the previous pivot, 18,338. As soon as that cleared and I entered my trade, I just dragged my target up and dragged the stop down. And by the time I took my finger off the mouse, it already cleared it. And those are the types of trades that I like to see. So we'll see if we get another pullback, and we'll put another couple more on there. And you guys right in the middle talking, I didn't want to jump in. It just happened so fast. I think it was like a 7-second trade. By the time I entered it, popped up, closed it. It was like 7 seconds, and that's kind of my style. So I'll try to get them in as soon as possible.
Dude,
It just made
I
a little pivot.
love
I'm
the
like, I
way
got to
you
get it
trade,
on there.
Robert.
So thank you.
I have a guy in our program that trades with pivots like that, and he uses bracket orders, and he rarely has red days. He's funded with you guys and a couple other prop firms. I love that style of trading. Super cool. And John, back to your answer. Great answer. Really, really, with the exhaustion of the tail. And I would just add to it, right? If we take that tail at the NASDAQ lows, the 17,300s, same idea of yesterday's lows for ES, it probably heads a lot lower, right? Like it probably then shows even more momentum to that downside. So I think that tail gives us a great level to now kind of trade from, which it is the exact same low. If you look at yesterday's low on NASDAQ, it's the exact same low that you mentioned in April. Same price, 17,337, 17,340. So.
And what else? The NASDAQ's already traded 15% off the all-time high. That's getting into correction territory.
Yep. Yesterday at the low, we were down 17 and a quarter or so, 17%. So that's getting towards correction territory. But then, of course, look at today. NVIDIA's up 6%. Meta's up 5%. Apple this morning was down really bad. It's completely recovered. So still very far from their all-time high VWAPs before we would say, buyers are really stepping back into some of these tech stocks. So we'll see. No forecasting, everybody, right? But we read and react to price. We trade what we can get. But it's fun to still talk about and kind of understand
100%. I just want to do a real.
Dad always used to say, the market looks the worst at the bottom and the best at the top.
Love it.
Yep.
I want to do a quick live funded trader P&L update here at TopStep. Saw them on fast markets this morning. Rips up about $3,600. Dakota up $420, $421. Locked it up for the day. Well done, Nick, for a tick up $2,700 on the day. Tiny Trades down about $900. Brian P up $4,100. Zatay up 4,000. We got Pavel up 8,200. Eddie S hitting the DLL. Logan hitting the DLL. Tariq up $8,200. And Ji Zhang up $5,000. So mix of red and green on the board today. It's been one of those trading days today. But yeah, volatility is up, like John said. And that Sunday reopen.
Nick for a tick, making money on a bullish day. Is the market broken? Like that's where I start to wonder what's broken. If Nick is on the leaderboard and the market's going up, what's going on?
He's adapted. He has adapted quite well.
You give that dude a cowboy hat, and now look at him. He can ride the market both ways, man. Come on.
Now he's a cowboy. All right, we got about 30 minutes left here on Power Hour. Everyone is flat right now, correct?
Yeah, flat on my side.
Yep.
Okay. All right,
Robert, you're that kind of guy too. You trade like Zach. You know Zach Anthony, the guy that you guys had. You'll be in and out of trades so fast that you got to always check in and be like, "Yo, what are you doing?" Because you're always polite. You're like, "I don't want to talk over everybody," but like Robert could have 2 trades in 10 seconds. Which is awesome. I love that.
If it's there, it's there. We're bouncing between 2 levels, and I see 18,381 as a resistance level. And if we're between 287 and 324, that zone, that's kind of a little choppy area, and it's also right at the point of control. And I just don't like trading around the point of control. The irony being, I didn't see it on that last trade, my very first trade that took a loss. It was right on point of control. I just didn't see it. I didn't have it extended over there. My bad. We'll just catch it on the next time.
Yeah.
So
Andre, if I can real fast, I am having I got a new podcast up yesterday with this guy, Zach Boyajian. Zach he runs his brand is called Real Deal Futures. He's coming on Fast Markets with you guys next week. So if you have some time this weekend, you might want to check out that podcast. Great guy. I'm not just saying that because we look alike, but I think it's the most handsome trading podcast in the world. Like, I don't think anything can top what we did. Yeah, it's unbelievable. So, but it's also got a lot of trading nuggets. It's also super awesome to see the way he trades. He does a lot with the VWAP. So yeah, I'm excited to see him on Topstep. And I think if you guys are listening and you want to check it out, the day trading show on all platforms.
When does that drop?
That episode's actually out. Came out yesterday morning. So it's up on my Twitter. It's up on the YouTube. Yep. So everybody can go check that out and get ready to see Zach on Fast Markets next week. Is he Fast Markets or Power Players? It's one of the two. He's on one of the two next week.
I think it's Power Players. I got to take a look at that. I do know he's coming on with us. We are excited for that. Always excited for new guests to join us here on TopstepTV.
Bro, I love guys like him because he is building his name as a trader, not because of his watches or his cars or lifestyle. He just shows his trading. That's exactly the kind of guy I like. Same thing with like Robert, like a lot of the guys I've had on. Same thing. So Zach, I think he's going to be. I'm bullish on Zach. Big up and comer. If I had to put a bet on where he's going to be, he's going to build his brand pretty well.
Long Zach, what you're saying. Long Zach.
Long Zach.
I like it. Yes. We like real traders here. We're good on the Rolexes and the Lambos. Let's take care. That takes care of themselves down the road if that's your thing. But yeah, we're just trying to scratch out a couple ticks here in these markets. We're kind of dealing in the middle here, Hogue. I don't really see any opportunities, but nothing. No A+ setups for the time being, John.
Yeah, I mean the A+ one happened right before we started. We're really stuck in kind of a 5-minute range here. Well, Dolby would love this.
Dolby time. Chat, good old chat. All right, Robert. Any possible setups you got here?
Yeah, I'm gonna look. It's got to get out of this area. It has to get out between 287. This is the NQ, 287 and 381. I have the two levels up there now. There's a smaller one, 287 and 324. That's right on point of control. I am not touching it. If we get under 287, I'll be looking for my target zones below around 245. I'm giving you the centers, 245 target, and then below that 225 target. We break above 381, which is the marked off resistance. You can see I'll be targeting somewhere around 407. And if somebody wants me to repeat that, I will. But I'm going to take a screenshot of my chart so we can see all these levels, and I'll give it to the chat. Right now, it's a holding pattern. We get above 381 or below 287. And other than that, I'm just hands off. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put standing orders in. We'll show that too. I'll put standing orders in here.
All right. What markets are you? Or I'm sorry. What prices are you working again, Robert?
No problem. I'm entering it right now. I will put I'll get the exact. I'm going to do a buy stop, and that is priced at 381 and a quarter. It'll be a long at 381 and a quarter.
Okay.
And I will be short at 262.5. These are pending orders. I have a buy stop above the market, sell stop below the market on NQ, and those are levels, and there they are on the chart.
Awesome.
Now we wait.
Now we wait indeed.
I want my special shirt today too. We're talking about the black shirts that I put a good one on today. Look at this. It's a collared shirt, and it's got the little embroidered Topstep thing over here. And we didn't talk about this behind the scenes.
Are you kidding me?
What's that?
Dude, embroidered, bro? Not screen? Like,
yeah,
printed on
hey,
bro. It's an embroidered Topstep.
Budget, man. The budget's going up around here.
Yeah. Well, listen, I'm gonna grab one thing because I'm gonna do an impression for you guys.
Oh, awesome! I love that one. That one's awesome too.
All right, you want to see an impression of Andre?
Yes.
Yeah. Here we go. Yep. Hold on.
I have a headset on, so it's a little tough. There we go.
Okay, here we go.
Here's Andre. Right?
There we go.
There he is. He's got the hat on. He's got hanging like this. And, yeah.
Always.
Yeah. All right, yeah, hon. Yeah, here we go.
I just
like this.
Here we go. Yeah, we'll do it for real. Hold on. I'm just about here.
Here we go.
Oh, Dolby's back.
Here we go. Here we go.
Look like a DJ, Robert.
I already did it. I already played this. Okay, I'm gonna do my. Are we here?
Wait, that was it?
Still hear me? Okay. Now it's an impression of oh my God, Austin. Ready? Here's my impression of Austin.
Yep, do it. Yeah. Always on the side angle. Yep.
Side profile. That profile. Uncanny.
Honestly, I give Rips all the shout outs for that, bro. Rips has a nice setup, so I put my camera on the side, get the background going. You know what I'm saying? So I give Rips the love for the setup.
Just having fun while we were ranging here.
I'm fidgety. I know it. I can't sit still. It's been a thing with me since I was a little kid. Even my dad said the feedback. He says you can't sit still in the chair. I go, Dad, been like that since I was at the dinner table when I was 6 years old, and you know that. But yes,
high energy.
Energy, man. I love this stuff. And when you see markets moving, man, you got to sit up straight. Look closer at the screen, squint the eyes. You might miss something here.
Yeah, you sit up
straight.
You guys
got standing desks, or are you guys sitting all day? You got to get the standing desk, maybe, Andre. That'll get you going, dude. Standing up, pumping, and doing like this, dude. That'll get you going.
You might be onto something.
My Dobie impression is always on because they always think I'm him and he's me.
They think you're his dad.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Ownership resets. All right. Well, Hey, whoever's back to, I just sat in my chair right there. For the hashtag Power Hour, hashtag Fast Market stuff we got later on. Let me know when we're ready to do that. It's been a little bit quieter of a Power Hour, which is okay. Maybe the market needs to breathe a little bit. We know that there's who knows what's around the corner for the rest of the week. Monday was crazy. Sunday reopen was insane. Tuesday did have its volatility for sure. But right now, a little quiet of a Power Hour, which is okay.
I'm looking for a trade, and if I take a trade right here, it's just nothing but a coin flip. There's nothing I can do here.
Exercise in patience, and this is, Hogue, you said it too. Like we talked about this right before the session started. It sold off. I was really hoping that it was going to be about 2 minutes in to just bang, bang, bang right through those levels, but just that's the way the dice roll.
Yep. Looking for it to happen at 2:30.
2:30, 2:35. Got you. Okay, well, in the time being, we got MOC coming out in about 15 minutes or so. So that being said, I'm going to throw it to my man James. We got some hashtag Power Hour stuff. Hashtag Fast Market.
We sure do.
So, James, what do we got?
Let's hit it. We didn't have time to hit it this morning, so some of these are fast market content from today, but let's just go through it. First up, Filthy McNasty. We in this. He got congratulations on your success in the Express funded account and taking a payout. Looks like you're getting called to a live account. That's what your first screenshot is, and your second screenshot is the successful request for the 5K club hat and pin. So keep an eye on your front door. Make sure your neighbors don't steal it. They're going to want it. We also got, Andre, this is for you this morning. I thought this was really good. We've all been there, Andre. This is Lost Trader. When you just came back from the festival, and now you had to drive a show with Rips, Dakota, and MP.
man, I thought I did okay. But it was like jumping on a moving train. But I think I did
You
all
did
right.
great. You did
I
great.
did, yeah. Sunday was a little different. Sunday it was a little bit Zombieland. But yes, just can't hang with the young kids like I used to. Just cannot do it. But it was a lot of fun. But yes, it was good to be back.
Tell me about it.
Well, hey, the next time you go to Lollapalooza, pick you up one of these. Wear it around the entire festival.
Yo,
yeah.
Talk
One
of
of
the
those.
town. Good old.
I feel like the y'all
suck hoodie.
is like our version of the Hawk Tua thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's like the top step viral thing that's going on now.
Yeah. This was really good. The Carl Hungus meme of the AM was market feel like it's going against you? Fade blockers and faderade are a winning combo, says Michael Patak.
Dude. Carl is so
Gatorade.
good. Like,
Oh my
he's
goodness.
the best at the memes. Like, that is amazing. He just throws that together.
Funny.
He does.
Faderade,
So
that's
good.
beautiful.
That is amazing.
Got another quick one here. These are now the Power Hour submissions. These are ones that are coming in low. James Bond, going into the second XFA of my life since I blew my first one caused by emotional roller coasting. Hogue, I can't say how lucky we are to have a person like you. Thank you, Hogue. The group coaching sessions help me in my psychology and scale down to micros.
Amen.
Big
James
Thank you, James
Bond.
Bond. Very nice of you. Very nice of you, James Bond. It's my pleasure.
007.
Good job.
Lost Trader, once again, this is Power Hour submission. His favorite meme template.
Whoa.
Whoa. That was a little too close to home,
Come
dude.
on.
That's
a lost
a little
man.
too close.
The one on the right was
Trader.
originally some random Florida man that is now Andrified.
Yeah, it's funny. It's still funny, though.
Probably in jail.
Lost Trader. Did it again.
And then last but not least, we do have this. I don't know where this one came from. Our producer Tim found it and sent it to us, but it's a video from one of our viewers and their pet parrot who seems to really love our outro.
Yo,
yes,
that's amazing. Oh, it's yelling too, dude. That is amazing.
I love that one.
Pretty bird. Pretty bird.
That's a smart bird.
Oh, man.
The bird and I are a lot alike.
That is
Anyways,
funny.
thank you
Amazing.
for your fast markets and your Power Hour submissions. If you were inspired by any of these, hit us up, Fast Markets tomorrow morning. Until then, back to you, Andre.
Thank you, James. Look at us. Making parrots dance around here. Parrot, what is that?
Birds
Parakeet?
dancing.
What is that? Just a bird? What is that?
Animals barking and birds dancing and
Look at that. Incredible. Look what we do around here.
You know, that reminded me, I guess it would be the good reminder. We hit the 100,000 subscribers. We had those little dancing things behind us, like flipping around. It's good. And that bird was doing that. I just had a flashback. I'm like, whoa, whoa.
Oh man, that meme, Andre, I respect you for taking the brunt of the memes, bro. That one with the Florida guy, it actually looks like you. That's why it's funny. Like, that is too funny, bro.
Oh, well, yeah. Who did that? Lost? Sure. Yes. They're getting really good with it. They're superimposing my face onto anything and everything these days.
It's amazing.
So, yes. Do look like me because that was my face, indeed. Yes, I
Did
love
you
it.
ever
Keep
think
them coming.
that you would go from the pits to the memes,
Austin.
Andre?
Austin,
It's a
Austin,
full
I'm asking for
full circle.
I'm asking for clicks, likes, and subscribes now, Austin. I never in a million years thought this would happen, but here we are. It's actually working. I'm having a blast. Having an absolute blast doing this. Got 112,000. Yeah. 112,000 subscribers. Topstep TV is kicking butt. Releasing new features at least once a week. We got the Topstep daily levels. We're putting them on Topstep X now. What more can you ask for?
Yeah.
Bro, those
If we have
12K
no
subscribers
time,
came quick. We hit the 100K like a month ago, not even.
Yeah.
That was
right.
fast. We're going to be at 200K by the end of the year, probably. Yeah.
Like where your head's at.
Yeah, getting a little slow here.
Yeah, we are. So I'm going to throw it to
10-point
Robert. Robert in Slack said next time it comes to me, I want to show you something. What do you got for me, Robert?
Yeah, this is the Topstep daily levels. I was going to show them on the chart. It's going to be a little hard to see, but I want to keep an eye on this as well. If this starts to dump off, I'll jump in. So the levels, it's just an indicator at the top where we can add an indicator here, and we type in Topstep, which Hogue has demonstrated. We have Topstep daily levels. I will now make it as a favorite by clicking the star next to it. Now it's a favorite. When I go back in, it is now at the top of the list right here. We don't have to search for it. So I added to my chart earlier, but something's interesting about the Topstep levels is in the settings, you can change what you want to see and the colors that you wish to see. Now I have 3 selected. I have yesterday's high, which is green, settlement, which is light blue, and then yesterday's low, which is red. I only have the 3 of them on there. But what I did, and this is the tip I want to show, is under visibility, you can choose which chart you want to see it on. I don't want to see it on a 500 tick chart that I'm using right now. I don't want it in the way. I don't want the levels there. So it's going to show on charts between 15 and 59 minutes, and then on an hourly chart from 1 to 24 hours. So if we see this, I maximize my screen as much as possible. I go to a 5-minute. Notice they are not there. These are the ones that I drew on. It's a little orange because it's not on a 5-minute chart. If I go to 15-minute chart, we can see this turns white. The orange goes away, and my levels are now showing up. It's going to be slightly hard to see because I have things drawn, but there they are. We have the green at the top. We have the red at the bottom. Okay, so there's our levels. We can see them. Now, if we go to back again to the 500 tick chart, they're not there. They're gone. So that's just a little tidbit. You can do that for any type of indicators as well. If you want to see a certain indicator, here's a 20 moving average just to be silly. It's green. If I change that and say, no, let's say again, I don't want to see it on tick charts. See, it went away and it turns yellow, just like this. But it's on a minute chart. If I put it back on any other time frame, it's going to show up, and there's my green MA. It's a nice little feature where you can go to the settings and just change the visibility. So if you're looking at a daily level, you might not want to see it on a small time frame chart. You may only want to see it when it's on like an hourly, 4-hour, or higher. And if you're doing a scalping type of setup, and you want to use, let's just say, I'm make this up. You want a 9 moving average on a 1-minute chart, but you want a 20 moving average on a 5-minute chart and a 50 moving average on a 15-minute chart. You can just put those 3 on there and check off the visibility of where you want to see them. So as you click through, it's not the same 50 moving average on all the charts. It's going to show only on the time frame you want to see. So it's really cool, and I put that on the levels, the daily levels also. Because I don't want to see that. I don't want to clutter up my chart with a whole bunch of stuff, but I do want to know where they are. Very easily, just tap the 15 minute, and it will show back up again.
It almost feels like there's something going on. Look at how thin the dome is in the S&Ps now. It was starting to get some blood back in it.
Thinking that, Hogue. Look at that.
And now it's getting real thin
59,
again.
you're seeing nothing.
Right.
Weird. What does your experience say that means, Hogue? Something is happening with big institutions. They're trying to offload. Do you think it's just no retail? What does that say to you?
It almost seems like there's news that we don't know about yet.
Yeah. Here we go. It lightened up a little bit now.
Starting to see a spread between the bid and offer and the NASDAQ as well. About a point between them.
Oh, yes, we are. Nice catch, John.
Wow, I almost want to pull these standing orders off if it's going to be like that.
I mean, we're coming into MOCs, but usually that doesn't like decrease liquidity like this. And I could be wrong. It just seems like all of a sudden everything got a little thinner.
Yeah,
that right there, folks. That's years and decades of spidey senses going off right there. It's you see it once, you might think it's a glitch. See it twice, you might think it's the platform's fault. 3 times, the data provider's fault. Nope, something's happening in the market right now. That's what we got. That's what, no one does it better. That's what Hoag's about, man. Iceberg, Daddy Iceberg in the house. That's what we do.
Yeah. I'm watching.
Yeah,
I know Eddie's watching. If there's any news, Eddie, let us know.
Yeah, I got a lot cooking here, so I'm watching everything basically. Got about 4 minutes here, and we'll get those MOC imbalances out.
You're watching everything while you're juggling. I know how good you are, Eddie.
Painting my toenails while I'm juggling and while I'm doing this. Yes. Oops. Got a little on my toe. Spinning plates with dinner on top.
Wow. It's pretty good.
Ooh, mashed potatoes everywhere.
Yeah.
Get those off the wall.
NASDAQ ladder is very wide right now and very, very thin. A lot of one lots trading. I got my filter. Why am I watching every one lot trade? Absolutely not. I'll go crazy doing that.
It's even skipping
it is
levels.
Skipping prices.
Like
yes, it is.
It's missing different prices.
See that. I want to see 10 lots.
All right, so I'm gonna actually. This is starting to dump, and we're getting close to that sell stop. And I'm literally gonna have my finger right here on the flat and all because of what you were saying. I don't want to get a fill and then just have it not get any other skipping around. I'm actually going to. Yeah.
We're down to ones in the NASDAQ as far as
yes, we are, John. Right now. Yes, we are.
Something's going on.
Yeah, don't hands off.
Yep, I'm killing those trades. I'm killing my pending orders. I'm not going to chance it. This is risk stuff going on. We'll wait for it. It's probably going to dump right through into, but yeah, let's dump it.
Oh man, you saw Hoag's spidey sense go off, folks. This is what it's all about right here, right now. See how this plays out.
I'm checking my news sources here. I'm not seeing anything unless somebody else does see something.
And that would have been our fill at that point. So we'll see what happens. But I'd rather manage the risk than take a shot at it.
It's very thin. You know, we got some speculation, something coming out of the Middle East. Yeah, Middle East. Middle East stuff goes off. You typically see oil or gold react accordingly, and it hasn't been happening lately.
It's weird. Yeah, you're right.
It's interesting. Yeah, it's something. There's a disconnect somewhere.
Well, we had the barracks attacked, and crude really didn't do anything. I mean, they were attacked in Iraq. Still, I think that's part of it.
John, how are we looking on Delta?
We're positive 17,000 in the S&Ps.
Damn.
3,500 in the NASDAQ. I mean, we've seen some come off, of course, because we've come off those highs.
Mm-hmm. Got about 60 seconds till MOC.
This is just kind of This is creeping me out, man.
Yeah, something's up. New widget for MOCs, Eddie?
Well, yes, we have invested in our good friends at Financial Juice. So
very cool.
Today's the first day. We'll see if we get it. Nice little counter here, 39 seconds.
Awesome. Always upgrading here at Topstep.
Yes.
Always upgrading here at Topstep TV, upgrading Topstep X, always upgrading Topstep in general.
For you.
Wow, look at that. John, are you looking at Hoag? What's going on in NASDAQ right now? What the hell is this, dude?
Look at that. I had to put the DOM on my chart to see. I don't know what's going on either. What's that? I'm glad I got out of that trade. We've been stopped out. So
this ain't a glitch.
Thinner and thinner here.
Yeah. This isn't this isn't the platform or nothing. This is
it's really thin.
I can confirm that because I have my own personal account running through a personal broker right next to me on Quant Tower, and it's the same. It's the exact same thing as list. So it's not. It's not
All
us.
right, we've got our numbers here. S&P sell side 4 billion.
Wow.
And the sell side, we've got the NASDAQ 983 million sell side. Dow is almost completely sell side, 1,457,000,000, and the Mag 7 sell side 369 million.
Wow.
There you have it. And this is this one's fluctuating, so I'm going to be watching this. So big one, I tell you, S&P 4 billion. 4 billion sell
That was
side.
the sell side, Eddie.
Yeah.
It's about 6 billion sell side right there.
Buy them.
That's
Look at this.
ludicrous.
Yeah, this is what. How are the spoos? Oh, how's the
Straight
spoo ladder?
Right to VWAP, as I was kind of looking for. The spoo ladders, I mean, it's still double digits, but lower double digits, 20s, 30s, 40s.
Yeah, this is a no trade, folks. So,
Usually
it's
triple digits.
You're not going to get a price. You're not going to get the price you like. All right, 274's last trade, 274 last trade in the NASDAQ, 270 last trade, ES last trade, 5288, VWAP 5285. I don't know if we're seeing selling or if it's just bids getting pulled, John. I cannot tell if I guess the volume says we're selling off.
Well, my suggestion for anybody who's still trading, you see money, you take money here.
Take it. Hope you get a decent fill. Right, 250s are trading. We are selling if bids are getting pulled. Anyways.
And there's still gaps everywhere on the ladder too.
Yeah, there is.
I added the DOM to the chart to Topstep just to follow along with it, and it's going pretty crazy.
This is wild.
And watch you go right through those target areas. Thanks, guys.
Dow selling off as well. Crude not doing anything right now. Gold not doing anything right now. We are just gapping. I'm not seeing an uptick in volume. All right, we're now in the 230s. We're just in the 260s.
260s weekly kickoff level is also VWAP. We just took VWAP out in both the S&P and the NASDAQ.
No problem.
I have a theory real fast.
Sure.
I need your input. MOC comes out at 350. I have a theory. I need your input. MOC comes out at 350. Someone was telling me that those orders get executed at 355. So if MOC is sell side, my theory is you sell it with 5 minutes left once those orders are executed and try to play that momentum. Tell me why that's flawed.
I mean, it's not flawed, but it's not always going to work, right? The question is
100%.
Right. The question is, you sell it. You find out there's 4 billion to sell in MOC. Do you sell it then? Yep. Do you sell a pop? Do you look for some sort of level to lean on to limit your risk if it doesn't work? My question with that would be, okay, maybe there's an opportunity there, but where is the risk? If it doesn't go, where am I getting out?
What's the stop? Yep, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm marking it every day. I'm trying to study how big is that MOC? Where would I put a stop? And then my other thought is, are all the orders being executed in a minute here at 355, or are they coming in between 350 and 355? That's what I'm also trying to figure out.
Well, see, in futures, the MOCs were the last 30 seconds. A bell rang.
Okay.
And if you had 1,000 to sell, you had to get them done in 30 seconds. So you're just whacking bids. Maybe it was a minute. Maybe it was a minute closing range. I think maybe it was a minute.
Yeah, the minute. Yeah.
And if you had a lot to do, I mean, it took the entire minute to get it done. So if there's that much to sell in New York, it's not going to take 1 minute. It's going to take a few minutes to get all those executions done.
Still selling,
especially when when we're dealing with humans.
Yep.
So here it's
now we're in the
still
teens.
going.
Closing in on 18,200 here, downside in the NASDAQ. S&P is following suit as well. Last trade 52.77. We burned right through VWAP.
Mag 7 down 100, sell side 177 million. And big change here.
Here we go.
We've got the S&P only sell side 517 million. Buy side now for the NASDAQ 561 million. Sell side for the Dow. Dow's 225 million. And buy side for the Mag 7 403 million. So a big switcheroony.
Change quick.
Interesting.
Well, it's kind of
Buy
hard
right here. Yeah, maybe buy right
hard
here.
to win when they change the rules in the middle of the game.
Right. All right. 4 minutes, 30 seconds left in the session. It's a wild one, folks. If you're trading, keep it light, keep it tight. Well, tight.
See money,
Micros.
take money.
Yes, you might take money. Micros, if you're hell bent on trading, micros are your play. I guess in the NQ. Buy more liquid markets. Even ES, a little thin right now. This is a little eerie.
Very thin. It's there you go. There's 500 down to 52.40. It's thickening up.
I'm gonna
There's
do that. I jumped
1,500
into
down between
micros.
40 and 45.
Yep. Thanks, Andre. Andre and Austin. I jumped into micros. I took one micro short, and the entry was 206.25. We're up $32.
Nice.
I'm just gonna ride this down. I'll put a stop.
I like it.
My stop is right around what it's
falling out of bed here.
About $100 stop. Yeah. So
here we go.
206.25, and we'll see what happens from that point. And I'll actually get off a tick chart, and I'll go to a higher time frame so we can watch it a little bit easier.
Those bids down below.
That's
I think that's Patak. 537 for what was it? 245 for 537. You got 243 for 500. You got 242 for 500. You got 241 for 500. You got 240 for 500. You got 239
It's weird.
for 500.
That's weird, bro. It's weird looking. I haven't seen that yet. This is interesting.
Definitely a different trade going on right now. All right. Yep. Just under 3 minutes left in the session. My man Eddie's going to take us out. Wild day, man.
Sorry, Andre. On the theory here, Hogue, you could short ES if you flip to my chart real quick, guys. You'll see if we execute at 355 when that sell side comes in, maybe a 13.5 point stop up at daily VWAP, trying to then see some follow through away from that VWAP would be the short idea based on the MOC today. Now, in, you have that big block at 52.40. That gives us a target too on the downside. Not that we're going to get all the way to 40 here, but of course we could. But you have that magnitude on the downside, and a little bit closer. So just kind of putting pieces together. So, but of course, last Tuesday, Andre, you remember I traded the MOC idea and I lost. Now I'm not in this trade and it's winning. That's how it's always going right now. But I'm going to still figure it out. I'm not going to give. I'm really interested in this because, like, some days people are busy. They go to work in the morning. They got stuff to do. What if you could just trade these last 10 minutes? Not even just power hour, power 10 minutes. Just a theory.
Right.
We'll see.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, also, Austin, this number, it was 4 billion sell side, but it did change to. They shaved it off, so. I don't know. Yeah, keep testing.
Right now it's about 41. It's about 47,000 to the buy side. So it's cleaning up here.
All right, cool. All right, well, we got less than 2 minutes here in the session. Tilt.
I close those trades.
Buy side.
Nice. Tilt out the window for now.
Close them. Those micros trades that I had on there. We covered $200 from that first loss, so we're down to at minus 46. And 2 minutes before the end, I am done.
Nice,
Robert.
Let's see if we keep selling off here. 52.65 last trade in the ES. We had a 120 point range in the ES. 500 point range in the NQ. Maybe probably more than that. Yeah. All right, 60 seconds left in the session. Man, Eddie's going to take us out.
Take everybody out for
Thank you for all the
pizza
insights.
and beer on me.
All right.
That's what he's saying.
The liquidity seems to be coming back in now. I mean, we're seeing fives 1 to 26 in the dome and in the NASDAQ. It's closer as far as the bid and offer are concerned. We're getting a little bit of blood left in the S&Ps. Could that have been about MOC?
Maybe, man. Maybe.
I haven't noticed that before, but strange.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Eerie indeed. 20 seconds left. Eddie, camera on. Let's get this party going. What a Tuesday. I missed Monday, and it feels like jumping on a moving train.
Welcome back, Andre. We missed you.
Yeah, man. You get caught up to speed real quick. Glad to have Hogue back on here on this Power Hour. Look at this Power Hour. We are rocking and rolling. 4 seconds. Thank you to all the bellers. Thank you everyone tuning in today. We got a hell of a week ahead of us. Woo! That was wild, wild, wild. Thank you, Austin Silver. Thanks, Robert. Thanks, Hogue.
Good seeing you, boys.
Yep. I'm going to throw it to my man, Eddie. Eddie, take it away.
Hi, boys and girls. This is it. Thank you very much for being with us here today. And yes, my camera's on, right? There we go. Okay, just wanted to make sure I was alive. Oh, okay, yes, I am. Tomorrow, we're not going to have anything very early, but we will be having our crude oil inventories. That's going to be the first biggest number on the menu here. It's going to be at 9:30 Central Time. We're also going to be showing that we do have a 10-year note auction at 12 o'clock noon, and consumer credit coming out at about 3 o'clock. So really not much. Today we didn't really have much either, but let's just keep it at that. Tomorrow's going to be the Lucky 7 day. Lucky 7, 7th day of the month. And join us here early, 8 o'clock Central Time. Hogue and myself are going to fire up the machine, get the party started. We've got Nick for a tick, Deanna, MP, Hogue, and Andre for Fast Markets coming up on Power Players, 11 o'clock Central. Robert, Gabe, and Armando. Shoulder tap, Jack and Mick. We've got group coaching with David Green and JD. Our patience with KV. We got our good friend KV going to join us, Gabe and Andre. And to close out the day, David's going to stick around with us. We're going to get Coach Dakota back again with Hogue and Andre. So there you have it. Let's not forget about what's going to be happening here right now. We've got our At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. That's going to be happening here very shortly. And keep your eyes open. We're going to have Coach Ray at 6 o'clock and Coach Vince at 7. And then, of course, Slow Markets here, right here on our YouTube channel with Coach Dakota. So that's what we've got going on here. And coming up in the morning, do not forget also catch Deanna at 3:30 a.m. Monday through Thursday for the London Open. So we are just packing in that clock. Soon we will have 24 hours of Topstep TV, more than you can handle. But anyway, I had a good day today. I did learn a few things today, more than one thing, to be honest with you. Hopefully that you learned at least one thing today, because if so, you are moving forward. Now it's time to shut it down. Yes, turn off the machine, and it's time for you to have some family time. Okay, family time right now. Get some love from those closest to you. That's the best you can do. Okay, and we'll see you here tomorrow. Get some rest, re-energize, stay healthy, stay safe, and until we meet again, I am Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV. Take care.